Hello, YouTube. You missed amazing exclusive content where we looked at Hoyo versus April Fools. The Star Row one is definitely the best one. The other ones were just like arts. And anyways, the Star Row one, you can look it up yourself. I don't need to watch it again, but it was good. It was an animated short of "Never Gonna Give You Up." You know the song. And yeah. Anyways, go check that out. It's on Hoyo Affairs channel if you need to, whatever. But anyways, Genshin's was just a cute piece of art, which didn't really feel like April Fool's. It just felt like a cute piece of art. So yeah. And then Zenless's, I think, was Angels of Delusion, but as the Cunning Hares, or Cunning Hares as Angels of Delusion. Sorry, not the reverse. But yeah, I don't know. Star Rails is fun. We know which game is making the most money now. Unironically, I don't actually know, to be clear. I think they're... Oh, I came to Mondstadt because I needed to go to the domain, and I was about to leave the domain. I have no idea which is... Actually, where's the domain? It's over here. I have no idea which game makes more money. But... Oh, we should put YouTube chat on screen. This theater was annoying. Yes, yeah, I should probably talk about the topic of the video. This theater... Oops. There we go. This theater is an interesting combination of elements. We'll get into it shortly. Just gonna do daily farming things. Not pyro. Hydro, cryo, geo. Yeah, that's a combination. To be clear, I think the obvious thing is, wow, that means that you can use the current banner characters on it. And wow, that means you can use the next banner characters on it. Well, except if you're pulling Chaska. Fuck Chaska, apparently. But Chaska, I maintain Chaska. All animal units should be allowed in all theaters because they can do elemental damage of the types that the theater asks for, okay? Just saying, all animal units, I'm not biased, all animal units should be allowed in every single theater, okay? Anyways, it's mostly a joke, but also not, in some ways. I do think there's an argument to be made that, like, at least characters like Chaska and Varka, you know, their kit gimmicks. Lanyan's a little bit of a stretch, but Lanyan too to an extent, and then other animals to an extent as well. But mostly Chaska and Varka have their kit gimmicks centralized enough around not being an animal damage dealer, but instead being a damage dealer of a different element that I could argue them at least should be allowed in these kinds of theaters. But anyways, Hydro Cryo Geo is a combination of elements that I like. Hydro has the problem of I think the element still with the most like 5 stars relative to, especially for supports, relative to 4 stars. And then Cryo is in a similar situation where like most of the good characters are more centralized into 5 stars. And then Geo is also not as much in that situation per se, but there's not that many compelling Geo units in general. They've done a decent job, to be clear, at releasing lately in the last couple of years of releasing good Geo units, but there's not that many that's been released, right? So, and there's not that much of an inherent need to have many Geo units on your account. And so this is a combination of elements that I feel like a lot of people will struggle with by nature of not having that many of the compelling characters leveled up, right? I think I should be fine on my account because my kind of account, you know, as a account that like theater is designed as at least a max difficulty. If you want to challenge a max difficulty, is designed as a mode to like reward long-term play, I think, and being able to use your full cast of characters, and therefore it rewards an account like mine that pulls not all characters, but pulls a lot of characters. And more important than that, than just pulling, levels a lot of characters. At least I level a lot of characters to the point of at least being able to see what they're like to use, not necessarily fully investing in them. And you definitely don't need to fully invest in characters in theater. So, like the Cryo, Hydro, and Geo units that I have that I don't have leveled up for theater is just Goro, Eatlua, Mika, Fremine, and Dahlia. Oh, and Layla. Sorry, Layla. That's the only ones I have that I couldn't actually just use. So, but even for my account, I think this might be the first theater for lunar mode where I don't have max characters, by the way. I believe max characters is 32. I think I only have 30, if I recall from my count yesterday. So, yeah. Anyways, even on my account, if my account doesn't have max characters available, that means a lot of accounts won't have enough characters to challenge lunar mode at all. Or visionary, depends on how long your account's been around for, right, to be clear. But yeah, anyways, let's go here. I think I will keep on farming. Well, yeah, I'll keep on. I think resistance books today will probably give me enough to finish out Razor, or close to enough. If I want to do... Wait, what? Frick, what skills are the priority on Razor? Shit, do you need to level his normal attacks too? And his skill? Because he has a low cooldown skill, doesn't he? Ah, damn. Okay, maybe I do need to farm more than I thought. So if I need to level like every skill to 888 for like baseline investment, I don't know. I don't remember how much of his motion value comes from his talents again. So I don't know how worthy it is to like super farm for his talents. Whatever. We'll just spend the 60 resin this today. GeoMC is quite good with the defense pillar chamber. Oh yeah, I guess you can probably you can probably just use them to like prevent the enemies from hitting it at all. Yeah. Oh yeah, as far as like polearms only goes, if you didn't watch yesterday's stream, that this might be like every time, for what it's worth, every time burn. I should just use flying, honestly. Oh, I didn't get pyro. Not that it matters. For every time that we've had a theater that I've been able to challenge, I've been able to clear on polearms only. This one, I don't know. We'll see. we'll really see. 8 and 9, huh? That's double drops, so minimum would have been 8 and 8. So I got a micrometer over minimum drops for the total of 4 drops. I fucking love talent farming. What game is this? Genshin. Yes. Well, I'm curious how you came upon my stream, but welcome. I wonder why this what do you watch, Swifty? Why did this show up in your stream? Out of curiosity, or in your stream, in your feed? I guess thanks YouTube for recommending my stream to someone. Wait, is it because I put Project Hail Mary as a I made a minor joke in the title, or in the title. Sorry, in the thumbnail. No, not in the thumbnail. Right. Adventure time. Adventure time. In the hashtags. I don't spend 40. That was better than what I got from those previous 3 runs, basically. This 120 resin, this 40 resin got more than half as much as the previous one did. Anyways, what was the hashtag? Let me check what my hashtags. Where's the window? There it is. Stream settings. Oh, man, YouTube's really got to fix their shitty fucking UI for the dashboard for you for streaming.
Where did that come from?
Okay, whatever. I no longer care. I know I put like hashtag go see Project Hail Mary, but so maybe the YouTube algorithm caught onto that and is recommending it to different people. My apologies, that was not my intent. I was just making a joke because the game we're playing is called Theater, Imaginarium Theater, and where would you go see Project Hail Mary? In a theater. That was the joke. Anyways, go here. Also, my freaking chat is not refreshing properly either now. Wonderful. Everything's just falling apart. April Fool's killed me. I think Swifty is messing with you. Maybe. Level Katina Rosari, so I gotta do visionary mode without realizing they're part of the trial characters. Yep, I've had that happen before plenty of times in in polearms only in particular. Yeah, I hate that aspect of theater. This freaking domain is so loud. It's even loud when I don't know why I bent it at first, but whatever. It's even loud when you have it at 50% volume. A lot of Switch games I used to watch Genshin Impact. I see. That would actually explain it. It's still somewhat surprising that I showed you this random ass stream. But welcome. Oh, and you're subscribed? Oh, well that would also explain it. Theater's still my favorite endgame mode, yeah. The cars around? There is one car around, yes. Did you hear the honk in the background? That was a car. But if you're asking about the other type of car, there's also that car. Burn! Oh, didn't have to do that. Why? I know on the thumbnail. Where brain? Look at the elements. Look at the elements, and then ask yourself what element I know is. Oops. It's really not. It's not any deeper than that. And then I know has a. And then I had a image of I know ready, where she's making a face that a fit for a thumbnail. That's literally it. There's no more than that. It's not that complicated. Onyon killed them all on her own. Yeah, and will we be using Iron today? There's a very good chance. There's a very good chance. There's also a very good chance of getting poopy poop artifacts today. Give cats a treat. Okay, I guess we're doing that before theater. Sure. I mean, you just I think, or you're the one that asked about the cars. I don't remember. But yeah, we'll give the creators a treat. Yes, okay. As an FYI, the cats don't have to be around for you to do the treat redeem. The treat redeem, like, it will make the cats come to us. They don't have to be nearby to give them a treat. Cat cam is somewhat dependent on whether or not the cats are around. Alright. And poopy. Poopy. Please. And poopy. It's probably poopy. Double mineral. Wow. The game gives me 2 death goblets. Sorry, we're gonna do this quick. The game gives me 2 onset death goblets from strongbox. Neither are 4-line, and both are low roll start. So, but I don't know. You never know. You never know. Also, EM mineral on top of that is just an extra like slap in the face, I guess. So there's that too. You know what? We're doing level by level. Need to get Linnea now? No, this is for Albedo. Okay. 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 Alright, well, never mind. That's what I get for complaining. I mean, to be clear, the low rolls did make it a little low average value, but I can't complain about all crit rolls. What is this? Like 6.2 times 2, that's like 30, 37? That's like, no, is it 38? I think it's 37. I think it's exactly 37, right? 6.2 times 2 is 12.4 plus, yeah, it's exactly 37, nice. No, 38. I can't math. Don't worry about me. So 38 CV. Can't complain, I guess. I no longer need to re-roll this, although this does cause me to be a bit low in crit rate, I think. Although at this point, oh, well, I forgot I had that equipped. Yeah, okay. Oh no, so I already did have this equipped. So at this point, that means reroll wise, because I was originally being like, okay, I should reroll this, right? But I no longer need to reroll that. That doesn't make sense anymore. So have I done 2 husk pieces this patch? Do I just craft another timepiece? No, crafting another timepiece doesn't make sense, right? Sorry. You're vile. Frick you, Zefzy. You know how much resources I put into farming husks in this friggin' patch already? I've actually been slightly unlucky, I would say, for how many like good baseline starting stats I've gotten. I deserve that, okay? I deserve that after crafting this and it rolls shit, after getting this and it rolls shit, after getting this and it rolls shit, after getting trolled, getting all kinds of feather options, and getting one piece that like rolls in a balanced way that's good, one piece that's like weird but probably not going to become a permanent piece ever, and then one piece is like, it's good. And then getting this piece that rolls shit too. I'm sorry. Screw you for me getting one decent piece for once, rather than like a bunch of middle ground pieces. Am I allowed to be happy that I actually got one decent piece? That's the second good piece I've gotten in my farming so far. Oh hello, Agra. So, anyways, like that is a quality good enough to use permanently style a piece. I'm very happy about that, and that instantly takes my build to the degrees to where I'm happy with. Worried about you and your anger issues? I mean, I'm not that angry. I'm acting like I'm more angry than I actually am. What? Do you actually think I'm not angry about it? I'm not that angry. I'm defending my point, to be clear, that I think being spiteful about this is a little bit bullholery of you. Sharing is caring. I would love to share if I could. I fucking can't though. If Genshin had a fucking option where when I wasn't playing the game I could loan my artifacts to you, I would absolutely do it. There'd be no reason not to. You think that's anger issues? You haven't heard many angry people. Anyway, I do very purposely try to act more emotionally, or yap more angrily. It's not like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's not like acting per se. Like it is like but it is like the act of me being a live streamer, and it's just more enjoyable to riff off of people. And it's very easy to just to emotionally riff off of someone saying something, and I don't know. Is it problematic that my brain defaults to being slightly more upset in style? I guess, maybe, but I don't know. Yes, it's purposely leading into and exaggerating my emotions at a baseline reaction level, but like not that I actually strongly feel them that strongly. If I take 2.5 seconds minus 1.9 seconds to think about them for a microsecond, right? Anyways, I'm happy that we and like look, wait, oh thank you, you're right, holy heck, for the 10 gifteds, wow, thank you. Let your brain default to kill people, yeah. Like, sue me for being happy about getting a good albedo piece after so many of my albedo strongbox pieces have gone very meh. And I was, like, getting kind of frustrated because of the fact that it was seeming like I was just going to have to rely and hope on next patch rerollers and crafted pieces to get me a good albedo build, which is not a good feeling to, like, need to rely on that RNG to go decently, right? When already my RNG had been going poorly, so sue me for feeling happy about getting a fucking onset goblet. Particularly when it proved me wrong with the low roll start, right? And whatever. And then someone in my chat being like, frick you. Like, I'm sorry. That my gut reaction was frick you back. And also I knew that Zefzy was a regular viewer, and I don't think Zefzy took it that seriously. Anyways, Bite got one. Oh, that's funny. Nice. Congrats, Bite. Anyways, yeah, thanks again, Yurei. That's a heckin' a bunch of monies. That is Yurei supporting the Albedo becoming as strong as possible. Albedo's now actually very close, by the way, to when I was simulating him with the extra stats that I wanted him to hypothetically have. He's getting very close to where I want him to be. Now that I got this, there's obviously no reason to consider rerolling this, duh. And there's a very, very low chance of getting it, and like crafting a goblet now doesn't make sense, obviously. Because it's crafting a goblet would be absolute crapshoot. Like, I'm aiming for top 1% build type territory, right? Not the kind of min-maxing I feel the need to do on Albedo. But I feel like it might be the play to craft a goblet. Or sorry, a circlet. But maybe the play is to just save my rerollers and craft a timepiece instead. I don't know. That's a weird one. The weird thing is that my timepiece is good. Right? Sorry we're distracted doing this, but I think it's worth thinking about. Yeah, I can still do a hex piece. Or a hex piece. A husk piece. Like I could do another timepiece this patch, right? Instead of a circlet. So contacting my lawyer as we speak for the lawsuit. Can he use the hex set? I think he can use the hex set as like a bad, like I think it's probably better than two piece in theory because crit value good, particularly if you're not using a crit weapon on him like I am. But so like he can. There's no reason he can't, but the attack percent doesn't really benefit him much. Like very little. So my thinking is after we complete theater, maybe we actually just do this instead. Because if this rolls well, then I no longer need to fucking care about re-rolling my current timepiece. That saves me a re-roller somewhere else. That's not Albedo. It saves me a re-roller somewhere else. This is the considerations that I think you have to have with re-rollers and elixirs. For like weighing what the odds of using your resources properly are. Because the chance at getting a better piece by crafting it here could save me re-rollers for something else, right? Alternatively, I wait till next patch where I can craft a circlet because I'll get a third elixir. And that circlet will be guaranteed to have at least one additional stat, but it could be two defense stats and -1 crit damage though, right? It's not guaranteed to be better either. But neither is the timepiece I'd craft, right? The timepiece I could craft today could easily just be equivalent or worse than this. So I think it's kind of a crapshoot. And it depends on if I have significant other artifacts that I'm more invested in re-rolling than Albedo's pieces right now. Right. That's my current inclination. And I kind of think, given that I have a 3 reroll guarantee for my next reroll, I kind of feel like the gambit might indeed be to craft another timepiece and then reroll this circlet. Right? Is that crazy? I feel like that's the gambit. That's the efficient gambit in my mind. Because that could completely finish off my Albedo farming, right? As long as, like, and I would prefer if it didn't troll me and give me 3 defense rolls, but 3 defense rolls would still be fine. Defense rolls are really good in Albedo. Like, don't undervalue defense rolls. I just would really prefer to, you know, get at least 1 crit damage roll. I would prefer not, like, Monkey Brain is not going to be super happy if I am under 150% crit damage, basically. But I might be over 150% crit damage anyways, but whatever. Also, there's the factor that, like, I kind of need crit rate more than anything else right now, so, like, this timepiece is probably better again. But we'll ignore that as a factor for now. I'm not going to throw this away. But this one's in the weird middle ground of, like, it's a 4-line. It could be great to reroll after, but I don't know. I think we might craft a timepiece today. Anyway, sorry. Okay, let's go do theater. Didn't expect that distraction. My apologies. Stream titles April. Yeah, April Fools. I'm not actually. Yeah, that's my excuse today of the stall content. It's on purpose, stall guys. It's definitely on purpose because it's April Fools. April Fools is that we're not actually doing theater this stream. No, we are. Oh, card treats first. Oh yeah, thank you. Save your elixirs for Nicole. That's fair. That's fair. don't think it will matter. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be very wrong. Maybe Nicole will be the biggest pain in the ass support to build in a while. Right? I like to drink on occasion. I think you should reroll a circlet. If it's a 4-liner that rolled bad, I guess I couldn't do better than a 3-liner. Well, rerolling with the 3-stat guarantee thing, like rerolling a 3-liner versus a 4-liner is not statistically meaningful. Like I'm not gonna wait for a 4-liner circlet. To be clear, if I get one in the last few days of this patch before getting the rerollers, I'm down. But with rerolling a 4-liner over a 3-liner is better. But I have to have a 4-liner to reroll, and if I can stop farming Husk, that'd be my preference, right? Nicole getting a new set? That's the rumor, yes. Sorry, let me get the cat treats ready. Lamo's pretty horrible to build. Indeed, she was. So, yes, like if she's a llama tier character as far as stat needs, God, that would be a pain in the ass. It's very possible. But it's also very possible she's not, and she's just not a pain. Also, I'm probably gonna go for her SIG weapon, so like I kind of suspect. Like, my baseline investment for Nicole, because of how much I like her, is probably getting her SIG. Right. Unless her SIG is actively, like, bad for her, but that's relatively rare. So, I think I'm fine to keep focusing on Albedo. Oops, I almost forgot to turn on the camera before giving treats. No, stop sticking your head in the cat treat thing. Hold on. Okay, hollow creatures. Yeah, that's a very small minnow. Right, you don't. This one doesn't get minnows because he got the poopies the first time I gave him minnows. Can I get them? Thank you. Oh. Okay.
Weapons need regular maintenance. Take good care of them.
No, go back down. Ow, ow. He just slipped and. Okay, can you here? Go. Nope. Go down. Go on the ground. I want you to be cute, and then go up. There you go. He's very cute, so I make him do that. And I'll give Oshru one more, because that's another tiny. You know, I'll give you one more too, because you've been good. I'm gonna make you go on the ground again, though. I don't understand why he thinks he gets treats on my lap when I never give treats on the lap. Well, I shouldn't say never. I did literally just give Oshru. No, you're gonna get another minnow. Fine.
I like to drink on occasion.
You don't want? Okay, fine.
Any and every occasion.
Alright, last one. Alright, seal up the bags. Nope, it's being sealed. Sorry, creatures. You got enough. Probably more than I should have given you. Should I pull Emily C1? Do you already have Caesar R1? Well, okay. R1 versus C1 is actually pretty similar. So, honestly, like normally, if Emily was getting a normal rerun, I'd recommend R1 over C1. Because it's at a baseline slightly cheaper on a normal weapon banner. On Chronicle banner, that is not the same value factor. Relative comparison, because the base rate of 5 stars is the same as weapons versus characters on Chronicle banner, and the pity is the same, and the meaningful evaluation is like, would you rather lose to one of the other weapons, or would you rather lose to different characters for C1 versus R1? I don't have R1. And then there's the interesting factor of if Emily is added to this when they reset this in version 7.0, presumably, right? And we don't know if the previous characters, like I chose Nilu and Miko. We don't know if the previous characters you chose are going to be reset or not. And we don't know that character's going to be added. There's just a decent chance. And I could easily see Emily not being added because Hoyoverse isn't dumb. They probably know that Emily's constellations are good. But they also could, right? So I don't know. There's already relevant constellations on here that make Klee's constellations are good enough. You could argue there's less reason to pull for Varka because Klee is as good of a main DPS as Varka at lower investment levels. If you already had Klee and you can get C1, C2 Klee for free, we don't know that you can get C2 play for free, starting on C0, to be clear. One of the reasons I pulled Albedo is the hope that this resets this year, by the way. That it resets and lets me choose Albedo again, because I want to get Albedo C2 for free. Albedo C2 for free significantly changes the evaluation of him, right? We don't know that. And he's still going to be a nice character to have for me regardless. I've been enjoying him. But, you know, you get the point. So, I don't know. Like I actually think, unless you, for some reason, would prefer to lose to a... If you already have Emily, unless you would prefer to lose to one of the other Chronicle banner weapons for whatever reason, like you really wanted Clarin's weapon, but you didn't think it was worth it to pull for Clarin's weapon, then maybe the chance to lose to Clarin's weapon is worth it, to pull for Emily's weapon instead. Otherwise, I'd say, actually, yeah, probably Emily C1 over Emily R1. Probably. Because you can lose to a whatever character. Also, sorry that Siren, that's just a tornado siren test going off in the city. It's 1 p.m. on a Wednesday, which is when they test that, so I'll mute while I go to theater. Okay, I think it's done. There was a Escoffier review redeem we'll do real quick. Oh, or we won't because my browser's not gonna show up properly. Oh, there it is. Okay. Check poses. We'll check poses after. Well, hopefully I will. Sometimes I forget. Can you communicate to us with emotes? Sorry, I should have thought of that. What are we looking at? Escoffier. Just got her levels though. Okay. Level 43. Wow, you're really out of resources. 43 is like 2 heroes wits. Not that, quite that, but you know. I believe she ascends with crit rate, so the crit rate is functionally like... How much? From level 43, you probably get at least 10% more crit rate. I think she ascends with crit rate. Ah, the sirens are still going. Okay. It's a good Escoffier, I think. To be clear, you do need to burst every rotation with if you're playing like Free Knight Escoffier Skirk and you're not playing like Charlotte or whatever. So keep that in mind. You might, but you have an off-piece timepiece, so, but I'm just saying, you might have to switch to ER timepiece. Also, for Skirk, the best combination of like artifacts is 100%. Oh my god, I'm just gonna mute. Is it finally done? I think it's finally done. Also, now I'm getting a phone call. What is happening? This is the same person they... Okay. I swear to God, if that's the person for the insurance again. They emailed me this morning saying... Oops, I didn't mean to turn on my camera. They emailed me this morning saying... Oh, they actually do think they have all the paperwork for the duplicate title, and they don't think they'll need to reach out to me, but they would if they needed to. Reach out to me again, stop it. Or hopefully that was just a spam call, but I don't know. Anyways... lunar mode. Oh wait, so tenacity Farina scroll on Escoffier, especially with an Azure Light Skirk, is definitely better. So if that changes anything for you, I saw, yeah, you said Kokomi healing. I'm personally a big fan of Kokomi for healing with Frina, but I don't know if you can make it work. More power to you. I feel like Kokomi's uptime is low, and getting the ticks to happen at the right times, like having the healing going, like when you EQ on Frina, and then, you know, E on Escoffier. If you get the healing ticks to line up properly, I'm not saying you can't get fanfare properly with Kokomi, in theory. I just think it's difficult. And not the ideal. So, anyways, but if you make it work, you make it work. So, you know. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, scroll tenacity combo is probably the ideal. But did you? I just noticed you edited the images. Sorry, I have to zoom into this. I think I've reviewed characters from Lilac before. How long have you done this? How long have you done this? Or is this this wasn't sorry, this isn't you. This is probably no. This is the Enka devs did this for April Fools. Never mind. I thought this was Lilac. I forgot it's April Fools and it's probably Enka devs. You know what? Good April Fools, honestly. Look at the characters' faces. just that one's pretty good. I do quite like the Navia one. Skirk just looks more uptight. Farina's is funny. Escofia's is quite funny, yeah. A lot of them just look surprisingly upset. Like they're just like more uptight looking people. Oh god, what the fuck is that? This is biblical, a biblical angel version of Columbina. Oh god. And Lanyon just looks a little more derp, to be honest. Alright. I think my favorite is definitely Navia. Okay, well now we have to... I mean, we have to look at more, sorry. Look, April 1st shenanigans. It's gonna happen. That's a Frina again. This is mine, by the way. Bennett is great. Okay, Bennett's my new favorite. That's just too good. With the Bennett skin. Like... Frina's normal. Yeah, Frina is mostly normal. Yeah, just... That one's funny. Lanyan, where do you saw? Okay, Dia. Yai's works. She just looks even more smirky. We already saw Columbina. Saw you. Oh god. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, Barca. Yep. Alright. Well, my new favorite is definitely Bennett's here. That one actually just works in a weird way. Diaz is pretty good. And then this just is cursed. But... Oh god. Keep falling for the dummy every single time, even after 20 attempts. Oh, I should do the dummy. I forgot about that. The creator of the dummy DM'd me about it. I should probably do that. Yais is great too. Okay, anyways. Do they do it for Star Rail or I don't remember what it's my, I think my Zen list is 130481334. They did it for Zenless too. Let's go. Perfect. Wait, what? Why do you look normal? They forgot the Yisheng Wang skin. Perfect. Oh boy. Amazing. Alright. Wanna see Barbara's? Well, you'll have to go. I don't think we have time to go look at every single character in the game. Particularly multiple different games right now. But you know, you can go check it out yourself. It's just enka.network. Go type in your UID and you can put whatever dang characters you feel like. Alright. Remind me to someone remind me. Hey, actually, you know what? I'm gonna pin message / pin. Hey, Saluna. Go do the damage dummy thing after theater. There you go. I'm just gonna keep that as a pinned message. It's gonna be sent out to everyone. Why does it have the brackets? Whatever. I'm just gonna have a pinned message in the Twitch chat as a reminder to myself, and then also a reminder to you to remind me in case I somehow miss my own reminder to myself. Pinned in the chat. There you go. This is how you use your live stream. A Risley trial. Let's go. My Singcho has a sack sword level 40 build with flop. I do know why. I don't know if it's going to be very functional for this. It'll probably be functional though. Rosaria. I think my Rosaria might be more functional than their Rosaria, quite frankly. But also maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I have Dragon's Bane in my Rosaria for some cursed reason. Lauma, Chasker, Sucrose. Oh, the trial characters or special guest stars might make us. Wait, also, frick you. I know Chaska's rerunning, but frick you for putting Chaska here and not Varka. Anyways, it is still Varka's patch, however's. Anyways, maybe that will make me reach 22 characters. I did just barely. Okay. Well, I definitely want to use the Chungus. I think Diona might not have equipment. Bells probably doesn't have equipment that makes them usable. Honestly, it's the characters that aren't usable are probably the characters in the previous one. I feel like Sylveon would smite me if I remove Eula for Ino. But I do have to include Ino. So who can I remove for Eula? I was happy about Chaska. No, Chaska makes sense. Don't get me wrong. She's running in a few days, but like, you know. I like how Lauma's here and no Nefer, by the way. Do Chaska C1? No. We can borrow someone else's Chaska maybe. Find Nerflamia. Love your Rosaria build. I mean, I use her not that infrequently, but when she needs to be used is when she gets equipped. But I just don't think it'll matter for theater here. Forgot you have Ganyu. She was my first limited unit. No, sorry, she was my second limited unit. Both my first and second limited units were Xiao and then Ganyu, and both of them were units that made me learn things I liked. And they also like Ganyu told me more about what I liked in Genshin for sure than Xiao. Xiao taught me what I wouldn't like in Genshin. In Genshin's combat. And it wasn't the HP drain, it was just burst reliance and other Xiao problems. Anyways, the Traveler? No, we're absolutely using Traveler. How dare you? Traveler is a better character than Eula for this theater. I guarantee you. Honestly, get out of here. Yeah, I did it. I mean, yeah. Well, we only need them for defense monolith though, right? I'll use them in defense monolith and I'll use them wherever else they make sense. Alright. Let's see. Lunar crystallize reaction. Or crystallize. And just 70% damage bonus. That's a lot. Okay. Interesting. Sure. What about this one? It's just the same thing, but no extra damage because the reaction doesn't do damage. Okay. Mr. Cash. I mean, that's pretty good to get early on, I guess. That's functionally a lot of extra flowers. And then sure, what's the freeze reaction? Cryo and hydro crit damage increase. That's not great. That's kind of lame, but all right. I prefer damage effects rather than whatever. 2 slighted chances to rerolls. This. Choose that. Getting that right away is cool. And then sure, we'll choose level 1 of this buff too. Why not? All right, we got level 1 of each buff. I'm happy with that. Noelle. I mean, Noelle might not have been equipped, so Noelle might have been the play, to be clear. Let's... What is... Geobishops. I see. This one's more fun, so I think I'm gonna do this one. We have Navi, so like... That's the worst case scenario. I think I'll get a dupe, I think. I think you can see it already, could I? I don't know. I don't know if I'll get a dupe yet, but we'll see when they unlock. I'll get a dupe of the what's it called, the trading cards, the Lunar Arcana. Mona's good. Rosaria's probably not equipped very well. I don't know. Stu, I gotta sneeze. Ugh, sorry, sneeze came out of nowhere. I did manage to mute my microphone. You know, let's see if we can Risley. I'd rather save Navi if I can. If Navi a Sig? No, I have my weakest weapon, so it's fine.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
I missed with the second skill, perfect.
Here goes.
A moment, please.
No, I don't remember what Caesar or Risley combos are. It doesn't seem to matter, but wow, he does a lot of damage. Okay. No. Alright.
What now?
Big damage. Also that shatter damage. I wish I could change the trial build so I could change Risley to a full shatter build, honestly.
Know my sword.
And bam. There you go. I like Charlotte. I think Eugene's more fun here. I think she's equipped. Elite enemy. I'm down. Albedo. I mean, we just got a piece for him.
Field research?
How could I not? That sentence was full of spelling mistakes. My bad. No worries. I didn't even notice when I glanced at it. Why we got Sleepy Saluna today? What do you mean? What do you mean Sleepy Saluna? I mean, to be clear, I am a little sleepy, but not crazy sleepy. I don't know. I've had streams in the last couple weeks that were more sleepy than today is. Weirdly enough, while it was a struggle to fall asleep, I actually slept pretty well. It was a struggle to fall asleep because yesterday I recorded, or I finished planning out everything for a Lanyon video finally, and was even in the mood to go and record it. But then I went up to go and get a drink and whatever. And then when I got out of my computer chair, I was like, holy fuck. It was like, you know, if you're working or somewhere where you're sick and you're you're not sick enough where you feel like you can't do work, right? So you can do some work. You know, you're not sick enough that you couldn't or school wise, not sick enough that you couldn't study for something all day long. You could focus on stuff enough to learn. You're not that sick. But then after you start moving around a little bit, your body is like, nope, you're fucking you feel like you're gonna collapse. That's not literally I wasn't collapsing. It wasn't that bad, don't get me wrong. But it was you know, my body is not functioning properly. I am definitely still quite sick. And as soon as I got up, I was just no, I couldn't. I could no longer started moving around a little bit, and so I did not record the rest of the Long Yawn video. Still partially recorded, but it's not planned out. As long as I have energy, I can record it whenever. But anyways, going to sleep was a struggle. It took a while to fall asleep. I had like pains in my stomach, and blah 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 blah. But I was able to eventually sleep, and I woke up feeling quite good, and I was happy about that. So yay. And honestly, I woke up at an appropriate time. Like I slept well, I think. We'll see if we can get away with Risley. I suspect not though. Like what if we try to use the same unit? Actually, let's try a little Yunjin. Get some geo resonance going. Hello? Damage effect happening. I don't know. I didn't check if Scroll was on Kachina, by the way.
A moment, please.
Well, really would have preferred if you were dead, to be completely honest. But in 40 seconds. I think Risley can do this. I might have to redo to optimize a little bit, but freeze is pretty good for these. The question is, can I keep it frozen? And the answer is no. Okay. That's fine. So I think we will get through the shield. We're fine.
Let me lead you a bird. Strike is one.
Please, do this. Alright, thank you, Yunjin. I'm pretty sure without Yunjin wouldn't have gotten there. Oh boy. I mean, Escofia is almost assuredly better, but... Actually, speaking of, it would be nice to be done with Albedo so that I can actually fix... I can go back to Golden Troop to fix Chiori's build. Because I kind of threw away an artifact on a Gambit that did not pay off. Moongecko is early. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I didn't think about the enemies. You know what? Sure, we'll choose that. What do we have? We have Crab, Moongecko. Oh boy, this is a lot. That's a lot of specific requirements. So I mean, Hydro, Geo, Hydro, whatever the fuck. Okay, interesting. That's fine. Who do we have for here? We definitely don't have Farina yet. We have Mona. Okay. This is probably fine. We have Albedo, Navia. It'll be fine. We can get more options. Why not? I mean, Farina's the easy option. I would love to save Candace for the what's it called? The flying creature. I don't know if we'll be doing pole arms only today. We might try. We might not. I don't know. We'll see if I'm in the mood after we finish here. Mualani would be good too. I'll just choose Farina to be safe though.
I knew you'd miss me.
Let's go. Let's try. I think we save Albedo. Do we just do off-fielders? I mean, we can just do off-fielders, but Mona wants Hexerai, Albedo wants Hexerai, so we'd have to use them both together. I mean, we could just do off-fielders Gobert, right? I think that might be the strat here.
Burst forth.
Let's go, Tomato. Delicate as silk. Lights out. Written in the stars. Ha!
Oh, I should have been able to break there. Oh, I did break.
Witness my great undertaking. Come into being.
Judgment. Lend me a hand. Let me scroll.
Live.
Yeah.
Let's see, do this. Good.
Scatter.
There you go. Albedo can't trigger the pillar on Gecko? Yeah. Albedo can. And Noel can. Chiori can. Let's just choose a... Honestly, I kind of think a Siege Wing might be good, but... So we got Geo. We have more Hydro requirement than we have Geo, but... Let's just choose our... I think my Noel's equipped. I want to choose Noel. So we might be able to Noel against the Moon Gecko and Noel Farina. It'd be fun. Save Navia for something else. This one. I don't on this one. The High Priestess. Okay, cool. What's the challenge, though? A bunch of consecrated beasts. I see. We'll take a mystery cache. Store 1 vigor, and then take a bunch of damage. Yeah, I think I'm down. Restore vigor to... Albedo, Mona, cool. It could be also one of the other characters, to be clear. Maybe we redraw. Though. Let's go. Wait. Oh shit. Rare mystery cache is awesome. But this is also really good. I can't resist Rare Mystery Cache, I'm sorry. I don't think the Vigor refund is that valuable right now, to be completely honest. Let's go. Cryo Crystal Boon is active. Do geo damage every 2 seconds. I say more frequent hits. And Companion Hydro. I'm down for some Mulan.
Whoa, what a lineup.
And let's see. Let's do the geo one. Yeah, we'll do the more frequent one again. Okay. And that's all we got. Alright. Battle defense. I think these dudes have a bunch of ranged things. I don't know if these things do any ranged damage or not. I'm gonna take this one to find out. Alright. Yes, Gecko is an overworld, yep. Noisy car outside. You probably can't hear it, but that's fine. Alright, sorry. We're gonna do Geo Traveler, sure. And then I guess we burn Yunjin. Maybe Noel. And a Mualani? I don't know. Alright, what do you do? I need to know for full arms only. You do ranged, okay. Does that break you? It does kind of break you. Oops. Yeah, okay. So, if you want to have an easy defense monolith clear on your account, you should use Geo Traveler. This alone probably makes Geo Traveler very worth using. One of them are going to expire after a bit, but they take a while to expire. Do. Oh no. I like how we jump to the side and they jump back. Uh-oh. He figured it out. He figured it out. Unfortunately for him, he now has to deal with being on top of a rock. Will he ever figure it out? We'll never know. Good attempt on the left. Oh.
Starball.
Uh-oh. I might have to push him back.
Ha! Drop.
Good job, Bird. This one seems a little bit more competent than this one. He's gonna move on to the finals. I believe in him. Oh, oh. Are you actually gonna make your way through? Not quite.
Starball.
Oh. Stupid birds don't try to fly. Oh, thank you, Bella Blue, for the 3 months. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime sub. I don't even know how much money I get from a Prime sub, but I get some money, so thank you. And bam. Uh-oh, I just broke it and let them through.
Shake.
Uh-oh.
Drop.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna lose at the end.
Break a leg and step.
They're really easy to stagger, though, so...
Action at the swing.
Surely I don't lose. I could just use Mualani, to be clear, but...
Flags up and leap.
Here we go.
Starball.
Get wrecked. Oh boy. Well, I wonder if Zhongli can do something similar on polearms only. But Zhongli also might be valuable to save, so I don't know. It's an interesting one though. Alright. I'll just continue here. We can use an Avia probably now, it's fine. We have Moon Gecko next. We'll use Navia the next 2 chambers maybe. I probably don't need Navia for this chamber, to be clear. But it seems kind of silly to reroll. I'd rather not. I can buy the buffs whenever, right? I'd rather get more characters now. Okay. Very easy to freeze as well as IT, yeah. Oh yeah, I have no cryo. I have no cryo units right now. What? I just haven't gotten any of them. All right, that's funny. You. Let's try to actually use these characters now. I used up Yunjin, so I have to sacrifice someone else. Chiori. Sorry, Chiori. You'll be helpful here though. No. Oh, I have the Lunar Crystallized build on Noelle. Whoops. That's not gonna help me very much. I might have to use Mualani. Okay. It might not even be enough. I might have to use a better team. Whoopsies. Get up here. Really? Oh, well, that's easier to deal with. Okay. Were you keeping Noelle for Moon Gecko? Oh. Well. Too late now. Also, she has the Lunar Crystallized build, so I'd want Columbina anyways, but... Another one of these. Okay, we can do it. Wait, we had to defeat 5 enemies for a start. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, we're not doing 3 more enemies. Okay. Faithless Mulan, a bit depressing. Yeah. Okay, we will use you then, and then we'll use... I mean, maybe just Navi alone. Let's see. Fire! We kind of might need an off-field application for Navia. I forgot. Kind of helpful. Mulani doesn't do a lot of off-field. Okay. Might not be impossible with this, but you know. Chiori Mulani seems overkill. I mean, clearly not. I guess we're using can. It might be overkill with off-field application, I guess, to be fair.
This one's got your name on it. Coming at ya.
What? Did I just miss? Hello?
That's the way. Drop. Wait. Granted here left. Hit. Drop. Scatter. Shake. Hey there. That's not. Attack.
Can I please?
Coming at ya.
Oh, I didn't E.
Aha. Hey, delicate as silk.
Alright, at least he's stuck.
Ha. Crumble apart. Yeah. Hear my breath.
Oh, don't get off.
Rover send up.
Alright.
From the speed of hey there.
Go. Navia not critting is not exactly what I need right now.
This one's got your name on it. Hey there. Hiya. Haha. A proper send up. From the eye of the cutting edge of fashion.
Be a little hard to still get the star here.
We shall prevail. Yield.
Can I? Okay. Great.
Coming at ya. A proper send up.
Oh boy.
Drop. Delicate as silk. Let's go, Tomato.
Is Traveler even worth using is the real question. Okay. Why is your Navia damage low? I don't know. It's because she doesn't have any fucking units buffing her. Like why else would there be a reason her damage is low? She has no one buffing her. Literally not a single thing other than Geo Resonance. Like, do we expect Navia to get 700,000 damage with literally no buffing? Kachina? No. Also, I don't even know if Kachina was on scroll.
Rover send up. Wait. We shall eye of the cutting edge of fashion. Next customer. Drop. Feeling lucky? Ha. Yield.
I meant to switch to Navia.
This one's got your name on it.
Navia, did you just miss a crit again? Okay. Geo-res? I don't think they're Geo-res, are they? I'm pretty sure they're not. To be clear, the Geo Shield has like a resistance up in general until you get through the shield. But you know, Albedo's not gonna be useful for the Moon Gecko. Maybe we just burn Albedo. Let me just do this. Alright, that was pointless. Whatever.
Delicate as silk. Fate is upon you. Shadows of fate.
Why is Farina here? I meant to choose Mulan. I did that again. Whatever.
Written in the stars. Eye of the cutting edge of fashion. Carving waves.
Yeah, there we go. Having actual buffs from Mulan, crazy. Also, I definitely forgot to proc Shilona's weapon before. Forgot about it.
Delve into destiny.
Someday I'll get used to it. And
Written in the stars. I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Mulani on the elevator, perfect. Bro, can you stop?
Moment of birth.
Fate is upon you.
I should have saved that for the new enemy. If I could have just killed with Chiori, right?
Check this out. Perfect way.
Burst
Yep.
forth.
Decided by destiny. Let me scry.
Mulani damage actually not bad. Yeah, we actually are trying to buffer.
Let's ride.
To be clear, if I put Navi in this team instead of Mulani, I think it would actually do better. I just don't think it's a needed use case. I actually don't know how well equipped Chaska is, but I think she is equipped enough. Okay. And I'm down to use her. I think she's not gonna be that useful for bosses though, but I don't know. Chaska is weird in this theater, I feel like. Also, I forgot to borrow a character. I said I was gonna potentially borrow a higher con Chaska. That would have been a good idea. But oh well. Higher con Chaska, like C1, C2 in particular, probably much better. Hydro Cryo Res reduced. I just try to maybe max out one. Don't know if I want to max out right now. I got actually rather good characters. A cryo character seems nice to have. I mean, we don't need cryo for any particular enemy, to be clear though. So just Skirk, so we can actually clear 2 chambers with it would be nice. Oh, wait, we only had Shalodin available? We have all of our Geo units, okay. Feeling very Geo today, apparently. Alright. Use my C6 Beaner to DPS? Yep. But we are not. We are Geoing. Alright, oh, I said I was gonna Noel. Well, so we'll try Noeling first. We have Shalona, which is nice. And we'll go from there. I feel like my Noel's not gonna do that much here.
Time to shine.
But we'll see.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
And we'll just spin to win here, I think. I lied. Noel's fine.
Bring it. Leave it up to me, as a good knight should.
Oh, I forgot about the
Letting brave names echo.
benefit of Noel. You can just swap off field. Here we go. Look at that. Easy peasy. Geo, Dendro, Anima together? Yeah, they'd have to do some custom stuffs. I mean, I think one character is actively more useful than the other here, and her name is Nilu. But I don't know. I kind of want to play Ganyu. Sorry, Sylveon. I'm not against playing the other creature, but you know. Yeah. Need another new custom reaction? Yeah. I wish they would do that more. Is Noel's healing enough for Freenet in general? In general, yes. But the moment you end up behind because of like missing energy problems, it can get awkward a little bit. I don't know. I'll just choose either one, just in case I need her. Mr. Cash Rare. This is kind of too late for this to be that relevant. Reroll. Bigger. Alright, sure. That's not bad. Oh, you double Mystery Cash Rare me when I don't have flowers? How dare you? So what's my other thing? Oh, it's the lovers. I already have that. Alright. We know what one we're choosing. He'll have an advantage. Hydro characters have an advantage. What is this thing? Oh, it's the Radiant Blade Horn. I see. I kind of would prefer just fighting this, to be completely honest. But we have to use Hydro. I want to save Candace. We can burn a Yelan, can't we? We could burn a Yelan. Now let's just fight the new enemy. Frina has a damage mode? Yes. Do you always put Frina on healing mode? Rhyme Frost is coming back? Surely, yeah. Burn you. Casca doesn't work with the Yelan, it's annoying. Organu. Also annoying. Also wee woo in the background. Let's just do, I don't know, let's honestly we're just gonna do that. Oh, yeah, the frickin' Shalona doesn't work, does she? No, because we have an Animo unit. Fuck. Okay. Well, I do have a C2 Shalona, so she does work somewhat. Hello, M2. I don't know what you said in the chat. My apologies. I could look it up, but I don't know. Can I right-click translate? Why does it default to translate English to English? Thank you, Firefox. That's really useful. I don't know what language this is. So... well... Okay, wonderful. Well, Firefox is... I learned today that Firefox's translation tool is garbage. Alright. Looks Chinese. Well, when I translated with Chinese, traditional... or sorry, not traditional. Simplified Chinese, it translates to giant poems. So... I don't know. Might just be ni hao. Is that just ni hao? 'Cause I know what ni hao is. I never, like... Ni hao is hello. Yes, ni hao. That would make sense. That would make sense. But someone more familiar with the writing of the language would have to clarify for me. So, speaking of ni hao, hello Starlost. Ni hao. Anyways, I should probably put in someone that makes Shalona a functional character. So I guess we will just kill on, I guess. Doot. You have stringless on Ganyu, perfect. The idle weapon. I have somewhat of a feeling that my Ganyu does not have very many artifacts. I should probably just use Yelan.
Gotcha. Starball! Shade!
I don't know when I actually need to heal for this enemy's mechanic.
No touching. Busted. Blaze over.
This is the strongest Ganyu I've seen. I'm proud of it, yeah. Really glad I could show my Ganyu to you guys. Wow. Alright. Billion blessings are a scam for the first 8 acts? Yeah, they kind of are. I know. She's in the thumbnail. I can't not choose her. I'm sorry, Sylvia. I'm sorry. According to my translation attempt, it looks to be Chinese and means dramatic poetry. Okay. Well, I have no idea. It does indeed make 0 sense. That feels like a literal translation of the symbols and not like how it's actually used in conversation, but I don't know. Cryo again. Also scam the whole way through. I mean, it depends. In the case of lunar mode, I think most of the time, yes. You should prioritize characters. I think Sea Lolly is probably actually the ideal choice here, right? Yeah. Definitely. Sorry, Eula.
Whatever you need.
Alright, only 15 things, so we go here. After the next chamber is when we need to do the thing. Someone's name translated, literally, maybe, yeah. Okay, Candace. And, I don't know, we still haven't used Navia to clear something. How about Navia, Candace? You and you. Probably could have done this to start. I put them both in the same spot. Nice.
Pin them down. We shall prevail. Proper send up. Bring it. Do your work. Fellow warfare, I guess. This one's got your name on it. A proper send up.
That.
Please, grant us your blessing. Let engraved names
I
echo.
don't really think I needed to do that, but whatever.
Hey there! Feeling lucky? A proper send-off from Messina with love.
Wow. That's the Navia damage. Indeed, that is the Navia damage. Wow. Alright, Chungus? This is a hard choice. The Chungus. Again, we have no particular need for cryo per se. Llama puts in some serious work. I mean, the game hasn't given me Llama, so. But I feel like Llama, yeah, probably is pretty good. I mean, why is Llama here? Because Columbina. That's the real answer. So you can main DPS or Columbina. But yeah, but also yeah, Llama is just really good with Bloom alone. I know best support in the game. I mean, Candace was doing more heavy lifting there for shield breaking, to be clear. Candace stomps that boss. Also, that's still one of their favorite bosses to put in theater for some reason. Sorry, I'm gonna check my email, see if it's an annoying progressive thing. We'll be in the area trimming trees. Okay. From XL Energy. Sounds good. Alright. I want to choose, you know, I'll choose Shinha. I just felt like couldn't stop me. Wild hunt enemies. Okay. It really wants me to choose reactions. It's not giving me the choice to choose characters at this point. I would really like characters at this point though. Okay. I mean, we have Navia for a chamber, we have Skirk for a chamber, we have Yelan, we have Jaska can maybe do something. I don't know. I would like more characters though. Okay, that's something. And a refund, and we get Columbina finally. Yay! And I'll choose one more character. And I mean, I can't choose Eula. Sylveon, I'm sorry. I don't even know if Sylveon's watching. Sylveon, I'm sorry. I chose Shinha. I can't choose all your favorite characters. I should have. Wait, no. I would use Sylveon's Eula if I had her. I kind of just want to choose Charlotte. Also, we just don't have a Scovier. Not that it matters, but it'd be funny if I could do my full Skirk premium team.
To the action is closer to the truth.
Okay. Wild hunt buttholes. Well, we have Columbina, so maybe may as well. Both these are annoying, so you know. Let's try the wild hunt buttholes. I'm down. Think we can handle the wild hunt buttholes without wild hunt? Chill? Like without Columbina? I want to try it. This, I guess.
Born of ice and frost.
Okay, right here.
All hail. King Dan Weatherbomb.
Oh,
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Gotcha.
I should have had this going first, but whatever.
That's the way. Check. This one's got your name
Oh,
on it.
did I attack the wrong? Where is he? I can't see shit. I only had to be one. Okay.
Busted. Gotcha. Game's up. Friends over.
This one's got your name
Still can't see anything. What's happening? Alright.
This one's got your name on it.
This is less of a real Navia team than the previous team, that's for sure.
Fellow warfare, I guess.
I think I can do it, but it's not easy.
For Rex Lepus. King Dan Weatherbomb.
I mean, I can definitely do it if I actually use C6 Alon, to be clear.
Things are about to get dicey.
But that's cheating.
Proper send-off. From the Cedar with love. Fellow warfare, I guess.
How much do I want to optimize this?
Watch out.
I think it is doable. It's just a little chaotic. Just a little chaotic. What if I use... what if I use Skirk? Honestly, I'm more inclined to just use Farina, to be honest. We don't have any healing left, so... No, we have Charlotte. I'm stupid. I mean, we have 3 chambers left. We have Lama, Scofier. We got Skirk. It'll be fine if I use Farina, right? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You know, I'm so confident. I think I can get away without even using the triple hydro. I don't need no healing.
Game's up. Friends over. Gotcha. Quietly now.
I forgot to freaking burst at the start again. God damn it. Isn't that all your hydro except Bina? Yeah, don't worry about it. Actually, that's probably a problem. Maybe. No, I'll get more hydro. Don't worry about it. I'll get more hydro. I could use all my hydro here, or I could use C6 Alon's actual abilities. And I'd rather not use C6 Alon's actual abilities, and I think this is funnier. Or we could just use Columbine. That would be an option too.
Things are about to get dicey.
That would be an option.
This one's got your name on it. Fellow warfare, I guess. Proper send-off. From the Cedar with love. Shower me with praise. Let the world come on. King Dan Weatherbomb.
Here comes the cash. Quietly now.
And now we will not be getting much from C2 right now. We'll still be getting like the baseline from C1 green at least though. But we're losing most of the damage bonus that we'd normally get from Frina here. Just do this.
Time to shine.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly.
Alright, where am I attacking? God damn it.
Proper send-off. From the Cedar with hey there. I must do my
No! God damn it. Okay. Redo. Look, I can rewind if I need to. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I can rewind if I need to. Taking a frenzy by. Yeah, I probably should have. Probably should have yoinked Azabai. Would have been a good idea. I don't care though. I could use Columbine in here too. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Can I? Why am I stuck in this? We would not let me switch out. Oh, still. Well, no, let's. Should we? I don't know. That was worth it though. Okay. So hard to pay attention to what's going on in this chamber though. Okay.
Gotcha. Game's up. Time's over. Busted.
This. Bam. Easy. Plenty of time to spare. We only used all of our hydros. It'll be fine. See, we got Nilu. It'll be fine. I was tempted to choose Changyu. Okay, we have to do the Lunar Arcana now, and the game is actually trolling the shit out of us. Thank you for giving me every fucking buff. I mean, do I need it? No, not really. I can just use the Squirk. We don't have any... I don't have any... I do need Llama if I want Columbina to do damage. So I guess we use Skur for one chamber. And see what we get for characters. Chaska can do one, do you think? Who's this Scofier? Is it mine? I didn't choose anyone else's characters. Use Skirk for the granny. Oh, wait, do we have to fight the grandma for one of these? Good to know. I feel like the Primo Vishav should be fine with like Llama Columbina, right? That's my kind of thinking. So we just do like, I don't know, this, and this. I should have held these or whatever.
All hail. With all my strength. And never star goes out.
Oh, that died quick. Oh, this is the lose HP one. Oh, fuck. Am I just gonna auto die here?
No touching. Blaze over. Obey.
Do I have to use Sea Lolly? I'll use her if I have to. But...
This is getting interesting.
Access denied. All hail. Unleash. Do your master's bidding. Do this. Into the void. The stars.
Ha! I thought I could do it. That's what I was hoping would happen, actually. I knew she was low health, so I was just like, alright, hold E burst before she dies, and then maybe she'll die after I burst animation, and it kills both of the last two enemies. That's exactly what I was hoping would happen. God, perfect. Alright. There we go, we got Llama. We can use Columbina. Crazy. I mean, this doesn't really matter, but I like it, so choose it. Nilu. Alright, I'm down. We can use Nilu. It's the grandma. I have no complaints with using Nilu. Just use the Squirk here. Nilu Bloom time? Oh yeah, I guess we can Nilu Bloom. That's fair. Yeah, who needs freeze? Fuck freeze. Shit. Okay, we're Nilu blooming in the next chamber. Never mind. Oh, fuck, I can't use Nilu here, though. Alright, Chaska? Sure. I would have done Nalo Bloom, but I didn't have another Cryo or Hydro. Yes, look at that Chaska damage. I see. I understand, yes. Wanna do your thing?
Show no mercy. You two. Time to
Actually, you have a lot of stall.
knock 'em down.
I guess I am freezing. That's probably not ideal, but
Paradise.
wait, I could have just. I forgot. I could have just probably continued attacking with freezing. Peace. Let me attack you.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
Oh, we didn't kill it. Okay. I don't know if we can get away with using Chaska, sorry. Got no Kofi? No, the game, I mean, look, the game gave me a Scofier a couple times early, and then I was like, yeah, I don't need a Scofier. And then the game was like, alright, then fine, we won't give you a Scofier. So I don't know what to tell you. Wait, do we have another, wait. What do we have for, can we do a full Nilou Bloom team? We can. Yeah, we need to get Kokomi or Siegewing. Alright, sick. Okay. He's all bones.
Keep lolling. Eat Papa. Get him.
Alright, Chaska Burst for fun.
Paradise.
You do this stupid thing. Come on, let me do damage to you. No?
Show no
Alright.
mercy. You two.
I don't really need to do that, do I? Hmm.
Mine to wield.
This is probably the hardest chamber, I feel like. No? For anyone that's done the theater yet, what was the hardest chamber for you? Like, I would be struggling to play this if I didn't have Skirk here. And to be clear, we can probably do something smart in the form of throwing. I think we had an additional cryo unit in, to be clear. Yeah, we have Charlotte. Like, let's just throw Charlotte in. But that's my point. Is like, if I don't actually lean into the Skirk a little bit, I don't know that I would actually clear this. I use C2 R1 Skirk? Yeah. Like, obviously a higher investment Skirk. This is a C1 R1 Skirk. That. Moon Gecko, a hard check on what units you have? Yeah. Do. I gave up, like on the whole theater, or just on a particular enemy. We need a Hydra unit, I believe. Well, no, we do need a Hydra. Yeah, we're doing Nilou Bloom the last chamber. Yeah, okay. My brain. And Nilou Bloom for the last chamber means buffs don't matter, right? We're doing Nilou, Llama, Columbina. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Wait. Oops. Just clicked on my other monitor by accident. Refresh. That's why we refresh. What will it possibly do? I don't know. Well, okay then. Did that re-roll to the same things? Wow, okay, wonderful. Cool. Guess buy the buffs for funsies. Companion Hydro. That's a lot of choices. Thank you. Alright, fine. We'll choose a Scofier.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
Thanks. Alright. I underestimated the Viz app? Oh. Interesting. Is it just tankier than expected? Or what? Alright, main DPS call on the time.
Hold the line. Power strip. By the frost and evolve.
Ow.
Allow me. A new moon rises.
Oh my god. Wait. Bro! Bro!
Receive my blessing.
God, stop interrupting me!
Heart,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, figuring around with the buff, but it's dead. There you go. DPS being as fun, yeah. My Noel clean cleared Act 10, yeah. I don't know, it doesn't have any specific requirement other than like a shield incentive for the one attack it does, right? But so it's a nice boss to end with. I think ending with that. I don't know. This wasn't that bad of a theater. I do think the conjunction of requirements for the bosses make things a little bit awkward. I think it's weird when they do that because it means you have to like overly plan to save particular units for different times, but it's also the fun of theater to some extent. I don't know. It's just like you can get RNG screwed potentially depending on what your account is like, right? And if you want to get the Lunar Arcana, if you can do Lunar mode, you have to probably... You have a much more strong need for Skirk, which you can borrow from someone. And you probably want to get Skirk later on. So, I don't know. But yeah, I think the fundamental problem is just going to be people aren't going to have a lot of characters to start the construction vehicle outside. Hopefully you can't hear it. It's probably going to be most people are just going to have not a lot of character options for it in general. It's fucking great. Whatever. Just annoying noises outside. I think it stopped. Okay. Or not. I'm just going to shut the window, whatever. There we go. Hopefully that'll make the sound not come in as much. I wanted to cool down the room a little bit, but anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Bard is a bias that helped a lot, yeah. Don't even have enough for hard difficulty? Yeah, that's fair. I assume either you're a more casual player or you started the game more recently. But yeah, obviously, like, if to be able to have enough characters, which is the card I don't have, also it has a cat on it. To be able to have enough characters for full difficulty, you need to have been basically a player that's been playing for a while. And, hello Columbina, and have, you know, whatever, but 15 minutes on the dot, yeah.
What a wondrous room.
Definitely 15 minutes, not 2 hours.
This seems
Got the same
like
cat
the
one, nice,
perfect
nice.
place to let go of reality, and I believe this can be a form of spiritual nourishment.
Warm lighting, fun stories. It's just that the books,
The
there
books are pretty
tough going, and I tend to get so sleepy reading them that no amount of balloons can help me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then I usually start getting hungry. I think
Balloons, wait, what?
maybe the fairy tale.
No, what the fuck does this mean? I tend to get sleepy reading them. I'm not confused about that. That's a normal thing for a lot of people. I mean, for me, depending on... there's been plenty of times where I've been trying to read and then I fall asleep. But that just usually tells me I'm tired. I probably should be trying to fall asleep rather than reading. How can I submit my account for review? I mean, I'm not doing an account review stream right now, so... yeah. When I'm doing account review streams, I usually do them and then randomly select them from the viewers. If you're talking account fixing, I don't know. When I feel like doing account fixing again, I'll maybe make a new form. Anyways, what the fuck does balloons mean here? No amount of balloons can help me. What does this mean? She's to inhale helium. So I'm gonna do theater today with a supporting cast. I'm redoing once my friends update the characters. I see. Oh yeah, I should go update my characters for anyone on my list. Popping of balloons, I guess. Fairy tales here, more my thing. All right. You don't use balloons to increase focus? Do you? Why? Why? Oh, also, I just remembered. I saw my mail. Real quick while I have viewers. Okay, so you didn't know about this code? This is not a code that was given to me. This is probably like the sponsor code they have for sponsor videos every patch. This is probably next patch's sponsor code. That Hoyoverse tends to do, but let me copy it into chat. So I'm gonna go redeem it actually. Just remembered it. Don't forget about the dummy, thank you. Yeah, I believe this is it. In special, you can't go into the settings and... Okay. Come back. We'll talk to Columbia. Just this fucking game though. Why? Just why? Just why? Oh, is this? Yes. I'll go back. Yeah, 60 Primo Gems. So it is probably the sponsor code for next patch. So if you see any videos next patch from whoever that are like sponsored by Genshin Impact, and then it's that code, that's why. There you go. Let's go claim. Well, here, let's check my characters first. Supporting cast. Supporting cast, Lanyon, Varka, not really needed. All those characters. If you want to use my Albedo, sure, because he's now actually pretty decent. Not incredible, but pretty decent, I would say, was what his build is at. C1 Lama, actually, some people might appreciate. C2 Nilu. My Columbine is not that interesting. I mean, I have a Tenacity Frina when most people should, so I'll put Frina there. Put my C2 Seat Lolly there. I'll put my Shalone in there. And I'll put my Shenna. There you go. Noelle, please. Do you want my Noelle build? My Noelle build isn't exactly that impressive right now. It's meant to be a low investment simulation Noelle build, but also I don't have anything that's that much crazily better, to be clear. I definitely do. I think I could do stuff with this in particular, but anyways. Yoink. Claim. Nice Primogem injection. Yelan? Oh, I forgot about Yelan. And now I need to decide if I want to use that. Okay. Should I use this? I don't know. I think I should. I don't think I need to save that. It's gonna expire in 2 weeks anyways. Actually no, I will save it for... Oh, no, I won't save it. I'll go use it. Will it let me use your llama? I think it will. Yeah. So, anyways, whatever. I don't feel like going back in. No Yelan for anyone on my friends list. Sorry. Yeah, let's go do this.
This is all very novel. This.
Very well. Okay.
And I was hoping we could play a while longer. This isn't a game? Huh.
It is a game, actually. You're right.
What is it then?
Save for Stygian? I mean, sure, but I don't know. Maybe. But I could also use it now. And the logic of using it now is if I happen to get an artifact from the strongbox that is like a def timepiece. There's a small chance of getting a def timepiece from the strongbox rather than it making sense to craft a timepiece. Because again, I'm thinking right now is like, if I want to try to finish my albedo build, since I just got this goblet, the situation is, okay, I could craft a circlet that could be better, and yeah, the circlet would guarantee with 3 elixirs, right? So the one option is 3 elixirs and 2 rerollers, and what I would get from that situation is 2 additional stats of value. It's and one of those would be a crit roll, and then one of those could be just a def roll. I could actually lose crit value, but def is similar enough to crit value. It's not that big of a loss, right? It would just be a little bit unsatisfying. So weighing that odds is kind of weird, but crafting a circlet or rerolling a circlet, not guaranteed to have crit rolls regardless, right? The important thing is that's 3 elixirs and 2 rerollers, 2 feathers, to gain 1 additional crit stat and 1 additional either def or crit stat, right? At minimum. That would be 100% guaranteed to happen. Or I could do 2 elixirs for a new timepiece, and then reroll the circlet, and have 2 stats guaranteed from the circlet being rerolled, right? But then we have a chance that the new timepiece rolls well enough that we could gain more total stats, right? Because the minimum stats we gain for either situation is the same, except for crafting a new circlet costs 1 more elixir than crafting a timepiece, and doesn't have a chance, or no, it has a chance to go higher. Either result has a chance to be higher depending on how things roll, obviously. And this could still be great to reroll. Don't get me wrong; it's a 4-liner piece, but it's more of a gambit. But I also feel like the gambit might actually just make more sense in this case. Gambit for a timepiece, reroll this next patch because I don't have rerollers right now, and then my albedo build is probably mostly done, potentially. But if the timepiece gambit doesn't pay off, then it's still reroll this piece, right? So I might be rerolling this piece and this piece next patch, and that's fine, I guess. Saving elixirs. Sand is way better to reroll. The sand? What?
On me.
I mean, yes, when I don't have the 3-line guarantee. Mob, I am not gonna... I already had a rant because of what you were saying before. I am not gonna rant again about the 3-stat guarantee. It is not... There is not meaningful value to use the 3-stat guarantee on that piece. It is better, in my opinion, for what my target goal is for my build, to re-roll that piece without the 3-stat guarantee, and to use the 3-stat guarantee on something that is guaranteed to give me improvements. More improvements. Like I can use that. I can use the 3-stat guarantee on that 3-line circlet to guarantee give me 2 additional stats. It would only give me 1 additional stat guaranteed on the timepiece. And if I get any more than 3 rolls, that means that if I get lucky getting more than 3 rolls on the timepiece, then the freaking 3-line guarantee didn't 3-stat guarantee didn't matter at all. That's all we need to say. Do I recommend Nefer Premium? If you like playing Nefer, sure. Yeah. It's strong. But Nefer is the least necessary component of Nefer's team. Flynn's is the least necessary component of Flynn's team. Because of how Zebai was balanced, apparently to bias towards China characters, or because Zebai was balanced that way because they just decide that a new year means new power creep. Zebai is not in the same situation, per se, but also from a context of if you only care about fearless difficulty, Zebai is also one of the more replaceable components in Zebai's teams. So, I don't know, main DPSs don't matter. You should only play Nefer and pull for Nefer Premium if you want to play Nefer, just saying. So, why not offset 1 sand circlet? Are your flowers not good? But no. No. This flower is not... Like, look, this flower could be great. There might be an argument to actually reroll, to be clear. Using the 3-stat guarantee to reroll this piece over the circlet may be the play, actually. Now I think about it, that's fair. So what? Reroll this. It rolls. We get 2 additional crit rolls. Hopefully it goes into defense percent last line. Or crit, obviously. Happen. I think this started with high rolls. The thing is, we're comparing to this, though. This is like such a perfect piece for completing the build. I'm using a non-crit weapon on him. This is a really good weapon on him, but makes him a pain in the ass to build. We need a lot more, like, just... We need a more perfect balance of crit stats, right? Which I'm very close to having the perfect balance of right now already. So... And, like, using an off-piece circlet just gives me more crit damage. It doesn't help my crit rate at all. So... I don't even think it's that relevant. You get 3 rerolls from Stygian next patch? Yeah. I'm aware. Like, I'll be able to reroll 2 pieces next patch. I feel like this off piece is so damn good that like it just makes sense to use this now. Like, it's like a 46 crit value with heavy crit rate, which is exactly what I need. I don't know. But in the reality that this rerolls, let's say we reroll it and it goes all into crit rate, right? Which is a total crapshoot. That's probably not going to happen, but it could. Then that would be a reality where, okay, now I'm more of a consideration to like switch things around, right? So I don't know. I tend to find when I can use an off piece, my flowers feathers tend to be my best off pieces. So yeah, I'm still having this starred as a potential reroll piece because one thing I might do with my random spare husk pieces is like throw them on Chiori. Actually, no, I might continue farming husk regardless for Chiori now that I think about it. Actually, arguably, because of my consideration to put husk pieces on Chiori regardless, maybe I should keep this piece. And then secondarily, well, no, I think I want a Geo Goblet for Chiori. Secondarily, yeah, because I can put like this piece or this piece on Chiori, this piece on Chiori. Eventually we'll get another circlet for Chiori and then give her one of the timepieces. Like right now, what is Chiori at? I should look at her. Husk. Man, this April Fool's thing? What thing? Oh. And then I don't have another circle right now, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that. But if I'm using crit stat stick, that's fine. But if I'm using like Harbinger of Dawn or something, I do like Harbinger of Dawn Chiori. I don't know, it's going to depend on what circlet I use, just depends on whatever. But my thinking is Harbinger of Dawn, Jade Cutter, whatever, would be crit damage circlet, right? Most likely. Yeah, it would be crit damage circlet, so this is already a crit damage circlet, so yeah, pretend we have that as an onset, and yeah, that looks pretty good. But there's still definite improvements that could be made, but I'm not too unhappy about that, and I don't even know if I need to reroll it for how little I use Chiori. Honestly, at this point, I'm just going to unstar that. I don't know, I don't know. The fact that I have multiple units I could use Husk, though, makes me, in my head, makes it make more sense to take the risk. Because either of these pieces could be an improvement for either character, right? Like, I could get a piece that rolls better for Chiori, I could get a piece that rolls better for Albedo, and then maybe save some rerollers. If it rolls well, if I get lucky and it rolls well, it saves rerollers that I would have to use on this. I would still be rerolling the circlet, most likely, but unless I get a better circlet before I get the rerollers, right? But if it rolls well, I could save the rerollers that would also have to be spent on this, right? Because that's my inclination. So I'm gonna do it. Sue me. It's a risk. Ultimately, it always depends on how RNG goes a little bit. I think this is the correct decision. I shouldn't say correct. I think it is one of the options for a optimal-ish decision. With the main asterisk being new artifact sets, yes, I understand. The value of saving these for new artifact sets, I'm not worried about that personally. I I don't think Nicole will be that ass to build, but, you know, you can laugh at me if I'm wrong and Nicole ends up being a pain in the ass to build, or the superconductor artifact set is super interesting and I need it ASAP or something, then this could be a mistake, whatever, right? But depth percent, crit rate, crit damage. You know what? Crit damage, crit rate. I don't know if that actually matters. Okay. Well, at least that tells me, again, considering the alternative reality, I was going to consider a circlet. That just tells me the circlet would have been shitty starting stats. I don't know, we could have, look, for what it's worth, we got this with double min roll start today. We got this with double, oh yeah, that's true, she is a dual scaler, so this could be great for Chiori. You know what, look at the upsides, that's true, thank you. I think I have enough XP to do level by level, so we'll do level by level. Yeah, but yeah, maybe this is Chiori's piece. Okay, that's a high roll. Chiori stat. Okay, that's not a high roll, but it's crit, and that's crit too. Okay, you know what? That's fine. I don't really have a problem with that result. That's not bad, particularly for Chiori. I accept this result. Now, for Albedo, does it help him that much right now? I don't know. I don't know if it really helps my Albedo situation. I think it helps right now. I think it is better right now, obviously, to be clear, because it's just more crit value. But it's like kind of temporarily better. Long term, I don't know. What do I do long? I think long term, I switch this to Chiori, right? And then maybe try to reroll this again. I don't know. I'll have to think it over. I definitely think I'm gonna reroll the circlet first, so I can at least get, you know, a good circlet. As long as it doesn't troll me and give me 3 death rolls. Like, I just need 1 of the 3 guaranteed rolls to go on to crit damage. Most likely that will happen. It could troll me. It won't be that terrible. It would just annoy me because I'd be lower in crit damage than Monkey Brain wants. But like, this does not need to be reroll at all. So yeah, reroll Sands after circlet is my thinking. Depending on how it rolls, to be clear. Like, maybe it rolls entirely into crit damage, right? And then I have 75, 150 crit damage anyways, and maybe I just stick with this timepiece, the 13 crit rate timepiece, and then I can just reroll this later, eventually, someday maybe, but it might not be the priority anymore, kind of thing. That's my current thinking. Temporarily, I can just yoink this though. It's fine. Being under 150 crit damage is whatever. Alright. There you go. I'm happy with that. Improvement. Artifacts you're running on Varga? The new ones. Also, I forgot to go spend the resin beforehand. Whoops. Definitely forgot about that. Yep. Oh well. We're gonna spend it anyways. You know what? Actually, no. No, we're gonna spend it anyways. Whatever. I'm in an artifact mood. I just need 3k defense. Yeah, he's on Shalonen's weapon. C6 Varka. Do I think it was worth it? I mean, on an objective level, no. But whoops. Yarg. But on a level of I like the character, and we already got absurdly lucky with the early cons. And we got quite lucky still, to be clear. Like, we got absurdly lucky early on, and then like normal lucky, I would say, later. The end result was, yep. That's a Linnea piece, by the way. Definitely keep those Linnea pieces, even without crit rate. She ascends with crit rate, and slingshot is like default weapon for her. To be clear, if you have a 5-star crit statistic for Linnea that is more crit value than slingshot gives, because slingshot passive doesn't do anything for Linnea, you should use those weapons if they're not being used on someone else. But yeah, well, Spent the same amount that people can spend going for C2 R1. Yeah, like you'd have to get really unlucky to be clear. I think to go C2 R1 for that cost, the amount of wishes spent to be clear, not monetarily. Monetarily, yes. Monetarily, absolutely. I definitely I spent easily less or as much money as people spend for C2 R1s. But like total wishes wise, you'd have to get extremely unlucky to get close to what. Because you could C2 R1 could technically cost the same pulls that it took me to get my C6 Varka. But it's unlikely it would cost you that much, right? But it is possible. So yes. Like my Varka was probably like 150 to 200 pulls below average for a C6, and that makes it feel less bad. And I don't know. It's the only instance I've ever had of fuck it, may as well C6 in conjunction with the lining up with my birthday and, you know, some viewers funding part of the pulls for it, right? So one of my Varka stats, they're very good. But like, was it actually worth it? When I think about like, think about how the fact that the last, let's say I stopped at C1 Varka at a baseline, because C1 Varka is what I had basically for free. And what if these were 5 other limited characters? What if this was Linnea, Zebai, and C2 Nicole? Right? When you put it in that perspective, you're like, okay. And it's possible, I don't know what C2 Nicole does, obviously. But like it's possible that C2 Nicole could have done as much for Varka as like 2 or 3 of his constellations easily, right? It's very possible that Nicole at a baseline does as much for Varka as many of his constellations do. So, like, I don't know. But again, the difference with Varka's cons is like Nicole is only going to benefit Pyro Varka, whereas Varka's cons benefit all of Varka. And that's part of why I think he's in a weird situation for main DPS cons, where it's not the normal flavor of like for Nefer. For Nefer, I see, being that all of Nefer's cons are basically like, Nefer, do more damage, Nefer, do more damage, Nefer, do more damage. Well, Llama C2 is also Nefer, do more damage, and with Nefer Premium, Llama C2 is, I would say, smarter and better to go for, and more fun to go for, because it also enables, like, Columbina main DPS to be better at the same time, right? And, like, I don't consider Llama C2 any different than just like, or any worse, and I think it's just better to go for uplifting your Nefer than Nefer cons at a baseline, right? And that's weird, that's not that common, to be clear, that actually makes sense to do. But I feel like it makes more sense, even if it wasn't literally stronger, even if it was like slightly worse, I think it makes more sense because it benefits more potential different teams than getting Nefer's cons, which only benefit Nefer. But like getting supports for Varka only benefit that one team because it forces Pyro Varka, in particular. Nicole would. And Animo support, maybe would it be a different conversation, but Animo support constellations, there's no Animo support constellations that exist right now in the game that are, yes, I know C2 Venti or whatever exists, but there's none that exist right now that are that compelling on a level of like increasing Varka's strength on a versatility level. So yeah, I don't know. But again, like for me, for my account investment, I feel like I would have been completely happy forever basically keeping him at C1R1. And then like maybe on a rerun I would have considered C2 if I was still enjoying him. And then whatever. But we got absurdly lucky getting C3, so like just bonkers stupid lucky. So I don't know. And then he was so strong at that point that and then it was my birthday that it dripped into fuck it territory, right? And whatever, right? Varka has 23 attack, 80 crit rate, 243 crit damage. Wow, nice. You have like the same crit damage as I do. So yeah, I just have more attack substats. Yeah, I have 2 attack rolls there and 3 attack rolls there, and I think nothing there. I do have this flower, which honestly on a min-maxing level, I think this flower is just straight up better. Like yes, I do lose 10 crit rate. So this is just straight up better when I'm playing with like Mona, or doing Cryo Varka, to be clear, because we're having Cryo Resonance for free crit rate, or Mona's free crit rate from C4. But so like on an average damage level, to be clear, I think this is better. He has a lot of hits, so it's weird. I don't know. But you can also somewhat optimize around the RNG, and that means this kind of can be better. So it's weird. But anyways, it's good to have the options for different builds. I am happy with where my Varka build is at. The only real improvement I could have is re-rolling Timepiece, which is a consideration. And originally that was going to be the plan, and then Albedo happened, so now Albedo is the priority, right? So, I don't know. I'll keep on farming this artifact set at least through Stygian next patch, so we'll see what happens. You're gonna pull in the Fontaine banner. I already built Pity with Inazuma was out. Best of luck, with whoever you pull for. It's not a terrible Fontaine banner if there's multiple characters you're okay with getting. Like, it's the first one. Is it the first one? I think it might be the first one we have that doesn't have a standard character on it. And there's 5 characters on it, right? Like, for most players, I feel like it's Navia, Nicole, Sijuin, Clorinde, Emily, right? Which means I honestly feel that Sijuin is not even that bad as bad of a character as many people make her out to be. But
On me.
for most people, only Sijuin is the only low value unit on the banner. Like, or not useful. A unit that couldn't be useful or usable like easily to feel compelling and enjoyable to play. So like, it's not that bad of a Chronicle banner. For a character banner specifically. But it's still Chronicle banner. So it's still like, you should only pull on it if there's a character you want.
On me.
Like if you wanted Emily, this is your opportunity to get Emily or whatever other character, right? And then if you happen, but it's cool that you can lose to a Navia, because you might have been like, that's the ideal of Chronicle banner, my man. If you're like passively interested in a character, there's one character you actively want that's on Chronicle banner, and then the other characters that you can use, but like they were the characters you were interested in, but not interested in enough to be worth pulling for. But like you'd be happy to get them for free-ish by losing a 50-50 and playing them. So that's the situation where it makes sense to wish in Chronicle banner. It's a weird banner structure. Anyways, Natlan Chronicle's gonna have 3 characters. I mean, by the time they do Natlan Chronicle banner, it will have probably not Seatlali or Mawika. I think it will have Shalonen. Shalonen is, I think in many ways actually better. I think she's aged better than almost I expected her to after they started like releasing red shredders out the wazoo. Like she hasn't aged well per se, but at the same time, stacking red shred, she is one of the main components. Like you have VV red shred and then you have Shalonen. And she is one of the main components where you can just like brute force a lot of things, particularly in Stygian, but it's becoming less and less doable as they do more and more annoying boss mechanics that have like infinite res that don't even let you brute force very easily. So I don't know, it's weird. Like I could very, very easily see, and I think she should be in the Natlan Chronicle banner. Kanich should be, Mulan should be, Chaska should be. So like, I think there's at least 4 characters that should be. Veressa being in it is a crapshoot. And Escoffi is a Fontaine character technically. Skirk almost assuredly wouldn't. If they're gonna put her in any banner, it's gonna be assumedly a Natlan Chronicle banner. But yeah, I don't know. And I could easily see them throwing Veressa in the banner just because she's not incredibly popular. Like I think the amount of potential money they can make from dedicated rerun banners affects their placement of banners. So I could easily see the Natlan Chronicle banner just being these 5, right? Heckin' main DPS banner. So Veressa maybe not, she's pretty OP even at C0. Hot take. Veressa is good. What makes her OP is Shivers. And is also another character, Yeonsun. And the conjunction of their constellations together. And like I think on a more objective level, it's like just objectively better to invest more into Mawika Overload than Veressa Overload. Hot take, Varesa gameplay is not engaging or fun. I find, like, if she didn't feel so fucking jank, she feels more jank to me than Mualani. Like, Mualani's jank makes sense. I understand why, like, after they did their initial patch, Mualani's jank, like, whenever she misses, I usually understand why Mualani misses. Like, she's clunky, but she's clunky in a way that absolutely makes sense. Fucking Varesa's clunkiness and Eon's own to an extent, it is a problem of using them both together. It's like, ugh. It's infuriating because it's just weird interfacing of how their like charge forward skill interfaces with enemy hitboxes in janky ass ways and makes them launch 5 miles away and doesn't lock on to enemies properly. It just it's extremely frustrating. Mualani feels like I can control it. It feels like I am making mistakes and I could do better, and I just don't want to put in the effort to do better. Whereas like Varesa just feels like basically uncontrollable jank. So like there's a reason I don't play Varesa very often. But to be clear, I liked her enough to put, particularly after Stygian, I crowned her normal attack and whatever. But yeah, all the Nightland characters have their own jank, to be clear. I just think she actually, she has just as much jank, if not more than the other ones, and I actually think she is not that fun to be a character that I play all the time because of it, is kind of all it is. So, anyways, but yeah, I think the thing that actually makes Varesa strong is just the OP teammates that she has, and other units benefit similarly from those teammates. And for most of the content in the game, I don't think there's actually that much of a difference, even between playing Clorind. A really well invested Clorind can almost always clear with the same like similar teammates, whatever. With Clorind with Overload team format with Shever's teams and whatever, blah 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 blah, can clear just as well most of the time as Varesa. Not always, don't get me wrong. It depends on the enemy. Like at the end of the day, fucking Genshin, oh god, Genshin with its boss mechanics with Stygian in particular, it's so hyper damn specific that that difference is going to manifest depending on the boss. Obviously for the fucking plunge boss, obviously for the plunge boss, Varesa was much better than Clorind. Duh. Right, you get the point. But on a generic level, like you can't tell me that Clorind was meaningfully different from Varesa for this boss outside of dire difficulty. Quite frankly, right? And yes, dire difficulty is a different thing where like you need the most damage possible. That yes, the damage difference between Clorind and Varesa actually matters. Right? That's my hot take. Is like I don't think Varesa is good, but not so damn good that the difference matters enough in most content that people actually care about playing. So, yeah. And I have only felt the need to use her in dire difficulty. But yeah, she do be clunky. But I can understand why people like Zajef are fine with the clunk and are able to deal with it more. I'm sure if I played Varesa more regularly, I'd get used to how to hopefully prevent the jank from happening a lot, but it just feels so bad to me. I don't know. Varesa feels about as janky to me as Mualani feels to Zajef, it seems like. I don't know. But Zajef hates the clunky characters, but then also plays them the most. I don't know. The amount of times Zajef has done a Mualani stream where he just spends hours and hours. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna go into the DPS dummy. Hours and hours playing Mualani on a stream is just so funny to me. I don't know. Mualani's pretty jank. Yeah, I think all the Nightland characters are jank as fuck. Moeka is arguably the least jank character, but I think she is still jank as hell. I really don't like how Moeka feels to play. Self-torture gets more views, yeah. Sure, I guess I'll just use that. Okay, nothing here. So Cosmos is the creator of this. They DM me. I'm sure some people have already seen this. They just let me go to my DMs. Just said, "Yo, kill today's dummy," and I said, "LOL, okay." Oops, just brought it back up the window. Just minimize. God damn it! Oh my god, that would be more experience. All right. So we'll see what happens here. Why am I the dummy? So just run away from me.
3 moons converge.
Yes, it is indeed April Fool's.
Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 70. Torn to oblivion.
You know, this is one of the best best examples of yeah, your DPS changes depending on what the enemy does that Cosmos possibly could have done.
A moonlit night for all. Cleanup sequence.
Wait, does it actually have HP you can kill?
Animal test.
Have mercy.
Now you shall perish.
No, Raiden doesn't reach far enough. Okay, so this right here is just don't use
Insulation chamber.
Raiden. Just keep up buffs and keep near the enemy.
Illusion shattered. Accelerate, preparing for dust.
All right.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Stink. Surge. A new
Other than Kachina, Chaska's the worst DPS character. She's super reliant on the, at C0. She's super very reliant on your offbuilders. Yeah. Which, yeah, this is exactly. So I don't disagree. As like a main DPS to build around and carry your team's damage, she is not super compelling at a baseline. Chaska in the current contest mentioned doesn't feel like a complete character without a constellation or two. I think Zajeff's take of her being like a bad character at C0 that becomes a good character with cons is an accurate take of her. But she still appeals to a particular kind of person. I'm glad she exists in the game. She does, like, Chaska feels like Wanderer done right? But you know, I didn't realize that Columbina and Nefa's targeting range was so short, by the way, until this point, which is funny. Alright, Raiden, do infinite damage. God damn it. No, apparently not. No, you do just get to fight it again. Okay, cool. So you can kill it. Alright, that's funny. Well, I got an achievement, bully. All right, nice. I appreciate that. There's an exclusive achievement now for the. I assume this will only be doable today. So if you want to get the exclusive achievement on the damage dummy, gosh, she had a better design. Yeah, that would help. Yeah, bully achievement. A little annoying to kill. Probably the easiest. What would be the easiest team I would have to kill it? Honestly, you know what? It might be Lanyan. It might actually be Lanyan for me. Just see how fast I can kill it. I'm checking if this level had anything. I don't think it did anything. Nope. That's fair. This is the damage dummy I actually like using a little bit more, but just set your stats to max. No, it's cheating. To be clear, if you just want the achievement, yes, you can just set your stats to maximum possible and use whatever. But at a baseline, so if you want to legitimately or otherwise, whatever, use the ideal characters, you're gonna want automatic damage that can happen from as much range as possible. I think Yai is good at this, but I think she might have. I don't know. I don't have the ability to turn off C2 Yai. I know that C2 Yai can hit that thing from anywhere in that field. But without C2 Yai, even if her turrets are like perfectly placed in the center, it might be out of range when it's exactly on the edge. That might be a little problematic. Emily is probably pretty good. Yeah, Emily, Yai, pretty good. Duran should be pretty good. Columbina apparently has relatively short range. Like, it was fine. Same with the Nefa, but had to like stay a little bit close to the enemy. The range wasn't that high. Other like targeted damage from a distance. I mean, Fischl should be probably pretty decent. Fischl can shoot, also can hit from surprisingly far away. But like doing normal attacks on it is obviously kind of hard. You know, Kanich might actually be surprisingly good because I think Kanich will latch on and be able to shoot it. Nefer probably feels like shit. Nahida? Yeah, Nahida. Well, her damage isn't that insane, so it'd be a little slow, but it would get you there. Chaska should be good. Just float in the air, target from range. For sure. I'll show you Lanyon with it. I think Lanyon will do pretty well. Yeah. Nuvalette should be pretty good. Brina obviously would be pretty good. Auto-targeted damage, yep. Duh. So there's a lot of options here. Anyways, let's see. Let's see how if I can actually
I'll do my best.
do this as well as I'm thinking I
Hurry now
might
with
be
the
able to with
youngsters.
Lanyon.
I won't hold you back.
Maybe this will be another example of like showing. What am I doing? She's on top. This might be another example on April Fools here, with the damage on me, showing how Lanyon can deal with enemies that are annoying that move a bunch. But we'll see. I might be wrong, because we might be like missing bars on buff a little bit.
Truth repeats its course. Everybody stand back.
Oh god, getting Bennett E to hit is kind of annoying as shit though. Is this gonna target?
Show's begun.
It did. All right, nice. Oh gosh. Okay, no. This thing runs away in a way that's really annoying. Okay. I thought Lanyon would be good. I don't think it's terrible, but it's not great. It's definitely not great.
We'll see about
It,
that.
it manages to run away enough that it's awkward. But Lanyon mitigates a lot of like Bennett circle impact issues with this. So, anyways, yeah, no, just probably auto attackers. Skirk, yeah, I guess Skirk and Arlecchino are probably just generally pretty good because of how much they latch on to things. So, wrong one. Oh, my YouTube chat stopped refreshing my bed. Venti picks him up. Oh, that's funny. You can also lower its level. That's true. I could also increase its level. Let's try just
Quite flattered.
do this.
All right, amuse me.
And then what's the last here? Should I just put an Arlecchino? I don't know. Yeah, probably. Let's try Arlecchino.
This will be a productive partner.
Reconstitute. Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
I didn't Arlecchino E to start. Also, it ran the fuck away from me, so I... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Twins would do great? Yeah, should do pretty well. When I play a game, the more I like Mav, and I don't really have her premium team since Nutcracker. I found more context to use her and had fun with her. Yeah. I honestly don't... If I tried to get used to using Moika, I probably would not actually hate her, to be clear. But I'm gonna stick to my Moika hating bit. Sorry.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
I do not think she's the worst designed character in the game.
A little ambiance.
Duran did not hit, by the way. So I didn't get particles. No. Okay. Arlecchino did not yoink on. I still have to dash a little bit, but it's not that bad. I just have to occasionally dash.
Right here. Emerge. Extract.
Watch out! A turning point in.
Right now. Emerge.
This-
Precious world.
Laid bare.
Stay back.
I think the way this thing runs around Yai should be quite good. I don't think Yai range at C0 has a problem. God damn it. Still have to dash a couple. Like I think N2 3 dash is probably the ideal here.
Right here.
Except let
right
Emily
now.
expire. My bad.
Reconstitute.
Oops, dark mode. Why not? Funsies.
I'm always watching. Right here.
Amazing.
little
Okay.
ambiance.
Freeze work? Maybe.
Right now, right here.
Someone said Venti work, so I assume freeze works actually, yeah. Didn't even hit with the skill. But anyways, I already killed the thing, I don't need to kill it. Alright. The fuck is that? April Fools on the damage dummy, but if you actually are frustrated, by the way, oh wow, leveled up, yay. If you're actually frustrated that you can't do damage testing today because of that, one, you might still be able to change the enemy. I don't know if you can. Two, I do suggest you check out other damage dummies. I do think the functionality of this one in many ways is more appealing. Cosmos is great though, to be clear. I don't think it's inherently flawed, but this one's great. And then obviously this one's fine too, but yeah, you still got other options if you need to do DPS testing. That's my point. You can freeze it? Alright, yeah. So then using just a Skirk premium team would probably kill it quite quickly. Let's actually see. I don't know how much HP it has. Find out. You can change dummy? Yeah, I kind of figured you could. That would be the obvious way. Or obvious thing to do for the creator.
Witness my magnificence.
Where's Escoffier? She is.
Utensils at the ready.
And I don't know if I have Charlotte
Let's
equipped,
get this interview
but
started.
whatever.
I'll only demonstrate this once.
I'm just gonna turn on infinite energy because... Wait, where do you turn on infinite energy here? I don't remember. Right here. Yeah. Turning it on because I don't want to deal with it. In case my Charlotte wasn't equipped, I think she is equipped enough, but... Wait, you can't freeze it. Okay, some issues with keeping locked onto it.
Off to the freezer. Smile.
Change, I meant? Yeah, I see what you mean now.
Breaking news.
Can't freeze it.
Mine to win.
Skirk still, my Skirk team. This team, I'm pretty sure if I did really good Skirk combos, not on this enemy, but in general, with not playing that well, gets 200k DPS for me. So, you know, yeah,
Hard hitting it.
playing okay against the damage dummy. So moving around like a crazy creature trying to run away from you, how's my DPS? So that's the story here. God damn it.
My name echo in song. A little emotion.
Rena will make a comeback in Smash 9. I doubt it.
Mine to win.
Because we just went through the year, or we're still going through to some extent, the year of them making us really want to use Hydro. You know. So total HP at what 105 was 9,240,000. All right. Anyways, it's one thing to talk damage numbers against a stationary object, but actual mobs don't stand still. Yeah. No, that behavior is actually a good scenario of showing you how, yep, enemies moving around can matter. That's how an enemy can change your DPS. It can change it quite significantly, and it's why it's not that worth considering just your spreadsheet or damage dummy DPS levels. It's good to have for practice. It's good to show ideas. It's very, very useful as a tool for various reasons. But in practice, when it comes to actually clearing content, the enemy mechanics matter far more. Even with something as simple as just running away from you. So yeah, Skirk build. Yeah. C1R1 Skirk, but no Escoffier weapon or anything. It was the C1 Frina just helped though. The galleries with that. This is actually not the ideal build. That team normally, maybe not against that enemy. Normally the enemy has cryo on it, so I have cryo resonance, and therefore this circlet would be better. Clear. Because, you know, actually take advantage of the cryo resonance. But I definitely don't have an ideal Skirk build. I think this is a top 4% build. But it's mostly just in this scenario, even with cryo resonance, it's crit rate holding it back. And then with this one, it's just it's good. It's good. This is the better build, honestly, of the two. But this is more of a balance around double hydro rather than triple cryo build. So It's not perfect, but she's at a place where I'm happy enough where she's at, and I'm mostly just using Stygian, so yeah. And I can get far more damage increase from her by playing her better than I can from artifact improvements, relative to how difficult the artifact improvements are at this point. So yeah. Are all your builds just goated? I mean, I like to min-max my characters, so like my stopping point for characters that I like playing is fairly good builds, but not insane. I don't know. The builds you see from random ass Billy clears, I assure you, are bonkers compared to mine. Like, they may only have 4 more substats kind of thing, but those 4 more substats take like 30,000 more resin. I feel like I am a min-maxer who stops at a reasonable point for my builds, generally speaking. Whereas like the Billy builds that I see are just like, oh my god. But anyways, that's my personal preference. So, yeah. But obviously the characters I use the most tend to have the most builds, or the best quality builds. But, yeah. Anyways, Inazuma buff, I don't know. Hopefully someday. Hopefully someday. Alright, should we go see what Polearms Only is like? I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be like. We can go check. This. What is this? Daily check-in. Oh, thank you. How exciting. Alright, what are my Primo Gems at? Wow, massive. I'm assuming I'll be able to get like with having Battle Pass Welcome, that's my normal default, right? I'll hopefully be able to have enough to guarantee Nicole. And then maybe I'll get lucky and get her weapon without much pain. I already have pity on the banner, right? So, although I do think I have enough wishes now to get Escofia's weapon. Pretty sure that's enough to get me into pity. I don't know. I think I'll rather save it for Nicole. I'll at least wait until we actually see what Nicole's weapon does. And as long as Nicole's weapon is like, yep, that seems like it'd be a good weapon that I want to have, I think I'll be able to resist. So, yeah. Store? Oh yeah, I forgot about the store. Thank you. So, I'll buy this. Standard pulls. Should I? Wait, what's my pity? I don't think I have much pity. I think I'm fine to use them. I lied? No, I did not lie. Okay. Good, a 4-star. A Kaya would be amazing. Please? That would save me 7 wishes, and it would give me C6 Kaya early. That's a Hazel. I like you, my boy, but you're the wrong boy. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Wish refunds will take. That's part of what I need for C6 Kaya. Do Esco weapon? I don't know. Like, it's a good weapon, don't get me wrong. I think arguably it's the best. It's one of the better 5-star weapons in the game because of the conjunction of how good it can be as a supportive weapon and also being a good DPS stat stick at the same time. I quite understand how good it is. I just don't think I actually need it for the teams I use most of the time. Like, for Varka, yeah, it could 30% attack buff for Varka could be great, but it also extends rotation time. So it's kind of, and then, and like I'm kind of, I've spent enough money on Genshin. Yo, I'm not really inclined to spend more money. Like you spending money on, or sorry, not spending money to get us. Getting Escofia's weapon would probably mean I have to spend money for Nicole's weapon. Whereas if I don't use my current pity, even if I lose the 50-50 or whatever, right? It is a 50-50 actually for me for Nicole's weapon. Even if I lose the 50-50 for Nicole's weapon, I'll still get like Nicole's weapon and less total wishes, right? And it means I could likely get away with not spending money. Hopefully, we'll see. To get Nicole's weapon. So it's kind of a decision. It's one of those decisions that I recognize as even if I'm not spending right now, it might cause me to spend money later. And that's makes it like a money spending decision to me, right? And I'm kind of inclined not to do that. And maybe I'll spend money for Nicole regardless, because maybe I'll really like her cons, but who the hell knows what they do. But Eon, Son, and Cheverus is the other interesting combos. And like for this team, yeah, it'd be a cool. I would love the damage upgrade for Yai, but like, and it's a damage upgrade for Dia as well, but not as much of one because she's a dual scaler. But I don't actually think it's gonna make that meaningful of a difference. For my ability to use that team, right? I don't think it'll like be the difference maker to suddenly, wow, now I can start clearing Stygian much more easily with. I just don't think it will do that much. Again, this is only Dia. It's not a team-wide attack buff. It's only the on-fielder. So, and Nefa doesn't snapshot, so it doesn't benefit a Nefa. Again, it just benefits Dia here. So, Obviously, Skirk, sure, yay. But do I really need that on Skirk? I don't know. I think it's going to take at least another year. It's kind of sad that I've been saying only a year, but it's going to take a year before Skirk starts feeling like she's doing damage that doesn't feel compelling to me. I don't know. I'm pretty sure my investment level already into Skirk is high enough that I'll be able to clear most Stygian bosses that she can make any amount of sense for relatively easily. And I'm also, again, more inclined towards just getting, if I get to the point where like, I feel like my Skirk's not doing damage enough, that'll be motivation for me to actually get meaningfully better at playing her. So I don't know. And then we have like, yeah, maybe for Clarin to be interesting in some cases. I don't know. It'd be a cool option to have, don't get me wrong. If I didn't have like a Staff at home already, I would be like, yeah, I want this as a stat stick weapon and a buffing weapon. But like, and yeah, it could be nice and like, oh, the next Stygian, whatever, I could use it for Kanich. But like, I cleared dire difficulty. I don't know. Maybe Papilla is harder. Next Stygian, I don't know. But I don't know if I'm gonna clear dire difficulty next Stygian even. So does it even matter? I don't know. Right? I just don't think it matters. Do we have decent leaks about Nicole? Not really. No. Nothing specific. But chances are, what usually happens, at least for North America, because North America banners technically actually last a little bit longer. This is like the privilege that North America has is that the banners start technically slightly later for some things. Not the first banner of the patch, right? That's all the same time as everyone. But like the like rerun or second half banners, whatever, start later kind of thing. But that also means that these banners last a few hours longer, and that actually gives a few potential hours to see what the next character leaks are for the patch after the next patch, before the banners are done. It's happened many times before. And that gives you some information that might let you make some last minute decisions. So, that rely on V1 info. Okay, look, sure. You fucking go tell me the last goddamn time anything meaningfully fundamentally changed with a character in Genshin's beta from V1. And no, like, multiplier value changes don't fucking matter. They just don't. They don't actually matter for weighing decisions like these, to be clear. Like, because I'm not doing full ass team calcs in the first place in the first 2 hours of a V1 kit. I'm talking relatively generalized information. Yeah, Linnea didn't fucking change at all. In general, characters are changing less and less as time goes on in betas because they've gotten really good at just designing characters the way they wanted to and fucking changing basically nothing other than minor things. I would say the last time we had changes in a beta that actually changed whether or not you would consider pulling for a character relative to their V1 kit is Arlecchino. That was literally years ago at this point. And we could have that again. I just would be surprised. I just would be surprised. But I'm very down for them potentially releasing a new character if they're trying new things where they feel the need to meaningfully tweak the character's kit during the beta. In more than just superficial number value ways. Nicole is almost assuredly going to be a character that's largely buffing focused. And if she gets changes, it'll be changing her buffing values. It will not change the general, like, relative evaluation for me personally on whether or not to go for her weapon, right? In my case. Like, her weapon, like, whether or not it'll be worth it to go for me. Let's say Nicole is a catalyst user. and her weapon at a baseline is like, oh, gives a similar buff to the team as like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers would. Except also, wow, conveniently it refunds energy because Nicole has an 80 energy cost and she's made to be annoying to build with a bunch of... You need a shit ton of energy recharge to build her properly because she has to burst every rotation, which I kind of expect. She might not have to. It would be nice if she... I prefer supports that, you know, have a incentive to burst but not a need to burst, I would say. For 5 stars at least, because 5-star bursts are fucking annoying. So anyways, but let's assume she has to burst for her buff, and 80 burst costs, and she needs like llama level investment over 200 DR for Stygian ideally, kind of thing, blah 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 blah. It depends on the team context. She'll probably be useful in a lot of teams, so her energy needs are almost surely going to vary. But let's assume 200 DR is potentially something to aim for, and whatever, and maybe she needs other stats too, but we'll see. I don't know. She might not need other stats because it depends on how she buffs, right? She might not have a buff that her buff might entirely scale on talent level and not on any stat she has, in which case she's a lot easier to build if she doesn't have to care about like her attack stat for buffing attack. Instead, she just needs ER to burst, and then that's the only stat she needs, and that's much less of a problem than someone like Llama, who wants a bunch of EM to do her buff, but then also needs to burst, right? So, you know. Buffer sub DPS. We already have sub DPS, weird some buffing and sub DPS unit. Why the fuck would they make a second Hexarai that does off-field pyro and sub DPS and buffing? They should just gonna be buffing focused. I've said this for a while before we had any meaningful information, and now we're getting more information that seems to be implying. Like, we got information a week ago, or this actually was a couple days ago, actually, I think, in the last week, that said she doesn't apply pyro. Like, she's probably Bennett. She's probably Bennett, like... To be clear, Bennett actually functionally does apply off-field pyro with C6. Is one of the reasons his C6 can be quite good, is you can situationally use his infusion as functionally off-field pyro. But, anyways, what they should make is better 4-star characters. I agree. I mean, to be clear, I think Genshin makes good 4-star characters, generally speaking. It's just frustrating when they make characters like Eat Lua, who are just basically tied to other 5-star characters. Their 4-star characters this year have definitely been, I'd say, a letdown, other than Aino. Aino is one of the better characters they've released as a 4-star in a while, and by far the best free character they've made. So anyways, I'd be surprised if Nicole was much more than just basically purely buffing focused. And her weapon's relevance is going to come down to the conjunction of how much it itself buffs, because it's probably going to be a buffing weapon, particularly if she's a catalyst. Actually, even if she's not a catalyst unit, it'll probably be a buffing weapon. They could actually make her weapon even more relevant, to be clear, if she's not a catalyst unit, because by making her be a weapon type that doesn't have like good buffing weapons available, like say Claymores don't have as compelling buffing weapons available, and then making her weapon just like buff a shit ton would make it a lot better, right? So likely a sustained buffer. Yeah, she probably gives a shield, and she probably gives a lot of buff. So what are the conditionality to the buffs? Who knows? Probably conditional in some form. She probably buffs Hexarai units more than non-Hexarais, but she probably still does buff non-Hexarais. Whether or not she'll be a replacement for Bennett for Muika is super up in the air. Who the fuck knows, right? Those are all specific questions that are unknown, but those don't influence my decision on whether or not to like go for a Scofiate weapon. The only thing that influences my decision to go for a Scofiate weapon would be what weapon is paired with. Which, at this point, we're not going to know for sure. And I'm not going to know that before the banner's up. But it's either going to be paired with Lohan weapon, Muika weapon, or Kaniche weapon, it seems like. Muika weapon or Kaniche weapon is equivalently bad. Lohan weapon is... Who knows what Lohan weapon does right now, right? And whether or not that's ever relevant for me. Maybe Lohan's weapon is the Scofia's weapon, but for Lohan, probably not. That'd be weird. Wait. What if it's the shielding version? What if Lohan's weapon is the shielding version of a Scofia's weapon? I don't know why the hell they would do that if Lohan's meant to be a DPS, but I can cope. Kaniche or Durin in 6.6? I mean, it seems like based on the enemy lineup for Stygian that was provided, which maybe it could be wrong, that it is Kaniche, Muika, and Lohan as the banners, and Nicole. So, yes. Basically, but it could be Durin still. They could do Durin. If they do Durin, absolutely. If it's Durin with Nicole, 1,000,000,000%, I should just save my fucking guarantee that I have, because I have a guarantee for I lost my 2575 to a standard banner weapon, right? Which means I do have a guarantee for the next 5-star I pull on this banner, even if I don't have the fate point, right? Without the fate point, is guaranteed to be one of the featured 5-star weapons. So if it's Durin and Nicole weapon, I'd be guaranteed at when I get a 5-star to either get Durin or Nicole's weapon. And I'd be completely happy with getting Durin's weapon. So, yeah. What if Nicole buffs characters with a shield? I mean, she's probably going to give a shield, so yeah. I would take it. I don't know. Claymore Nicole would be funny, yeah. I think Claymore would be the funniest weapon for Nicole to have. I could, like, they could easily, like, make her be a sword. It wouldn't surprise me that much. I would be surprised if she was Claymore. She feels very Catalyst, to be clear. And I think Catalyst is a good thing. That would make her... Catalyst characters are just inherently, I think, the best units to be, like, for... I would say Catalyst is the best weapon type in the game. But I also think Catalyst is the best unit to be, period. For off-fielders in particular. Woman equals Catalyst. Yeah, exactly. Staff or wand? Yeah, that would be actually... Oh, God. What the... Oh, fuck. Polearm Nicole. Polearm Nicole and her signature weapon is like a witch's staff. I'd be very down for that, actually. Yeah. I could see that stylistically. They could pull it off. And then bow. I don't know. Bow feels very wrong for some reason. But yeah. If she's a polearm though, yeah, she is just a Fab user. If she's a polearm, unless her sig is really good, Fab is gonna be. There's so many cases where like they've released off-fielder units for polearms and the signature weapon is just like, it's fine, it's not bad, but like Fab exists for bow for Shenhe. Looking at you, like Fab absolutely has cases where it's just maybe more often than not even where it's better than her sig. Imagine Nicole as a scythe. Yeah. Give Nicole Arlecchino's weapon. Let's go. So, anyways, I expect she'll be Catalyst, just because that's like the generic thing they do with magic-y characters, so they can do whatever they want with their animations. I expect Nicole will have really fun animations, by the way, to on-field. I expect it. And if she doesn't, I will be upset. Like, I expected a point of contention to be about Nicole. I was like, wow, she has amazing animations. If only she wasn't like, there's going to be that entourage of people who are like, wow, beautiful animations. If only I got to see them. Right. And I'm going to tell those people, yeah, you can see them. You just have to free yourself from the curse of, like oh, you can't just main DPS the character you want. Most likely Nicole, well, okay. If she's a Catalyst unit, most likely you'll be able to main DPS her without much struggle. I hope. In particular, since she's a buffer. But there's the possibility that she does buffs that say, like, she buffs everyone other than Nicole. Like, she might have phrasing in her kit that does that. That would really limit her potential for buffing herself. They could do that because maybe they want to avoid a Bennett situation where Bennett can be like for a long while Bennett was like more compelling than using on field with buffers than using other characters. But we'll see if that happens with Nicole. There is the possibility, but all they really have to do to that is just keep the normal attack multipliers though. But there will be still ways to like get satisfying numbers from her off field almost assuredly, right? But we'll see. We'll see. They could just, if they make her skill and burst, like they can make the burst have no motion value, make the skill have only one instance of damage, it's like a 300% value, and then her normal attacks don't go past like 200% scaling. Like, for getting really big damage from Nicole, you might be forced to plunge, but anyways, we'll see, we'll see. I bet she's not going to be that bad to main DPS. That's my prediction, though. Emily, who could have been a great Catalyst user, yeah, exactly, right? Emily is a perfect example of, like, you know, stylistically maybe would have made sense to be Catalyst, but then they made her polearm. Nicole could be polearm too. We'll see. Teapot, Catalyst thing, I'm manifesting. Yeah, I believe it. I could see it. What color is it gonna be? Is it what color is it gonna be? Just like a white teapot with the like blue red accents? Probably. Yeah. Best new plunge DPS confirmed. Probably not that. I don't think there's anything particular. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe depending on how she buffs, she will just be the best new plunge DPS. Realistically, the thing that driver like Nicole might do well as an on-field DPS if you want to see her animations is probably like as a driver for something else happening off-field, like hydro damage off-field, or maybe you can have enough hydro application to even with her applying pyro on-field that she's just she's not getting that big a damage herself per se, but you can play like vaporize mode Durin, right? The China set. Sure, yeah, I can see it. Jello's here for Lohan. He thinks he'll be a driver for dark mode Durin, which would be pretty fun. I still don't know what would make sense for his motion values for that to be better. Like, if Lohan makes sense as a cryo driver, the bar is basically beating Seat Lolly as a cryo driver, right? And it also means, even if we're comparing constellations, like, sure, is even a C6 Lohan going to beat out a C2 Seat Lolly for driving an off-field Durin, dark mode Durin, right? Like, Lohan would have to, yeah, be like a team buffer in some form to be good for dark mode Durin. And I'm somewhat skeptical that's going to be the case. And I think it would be a little bit of a flavor fail if he was too, because he's intended to be a DPS. Like, I don't know. I think, like, we don't really have a compelling DPS. I'm sorry, Mizuki. You're again, a unit that's not useful. Or not, slip up. Not useless, but, like, if you want Mizuki to be useful, we're going to rely on having off-fielders doing compelling damage, right? She's just an on-field unit that can be comfortable to play, is my vibe. You know. You are a DPS and you're a DPS, sure. But, like, not really that compelling. Like, the bar is pretty low for standard banner DPSs. So I think they're just going to make him a more generic cryo DPS. Physical DPS would be cool. I'm not against it. Not against it. We have Chung Yun if you want to make him cryo DPS anyway. So, anyways, I don't expect him to be incredibly good, assuming he's standard. But I could still easily see him be competitive, or at least with cons, one of the better cryo DPSs in the game, because there's a very big gap between Skirk and every other cryo DPS. So, just seems like the kind of dude to ignore his vision. Yeah, he got his storyline, his story quest is he got a vision and he's like, what the fuck do I do with this useless garbage? I just want to punch people harder. So, anyways, maybe Hexarite passive? Yeah, no, it easily could be a Hexarite passive that he buffs more, but I don't know. It's possible. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely possible. I'm just a little skeptical is all. Especially like dark mode Durin for Melt, maybe like it just becomes, if Nicole might be a team-wide buffer, right? Like that might be, it might be that she doesn't necessarily buff that much more than Bennett kind of thing for on-fielders. But she buffs the off-field damage from the team more, and like has longer buff duration than Bennett, and doesn't have circle impact kind of thing, right? She can buff in ways that doesn't actually give more stats than Bennett inherently, but does those buffs in ways that does make it better for a lot of team contexts, right? And so if she's a team-wide buffer for Durin off-field, right, then Durin Nicole, that fulfills Hexarite passive for those characters, and then Seat Lolly on-field. And then a last slot, probably. You're doing double pyro with Seat Lolly in the last slot, you probably put in Sucrose. It's probably Sucrose. Durin off-field melt becomes Sucrose. I don't know if that'd be the best per se. Durin DPS team, but you know. Well, Norvin. The hell is that emote? Hey guys. I don't recognize that lady. She has a nice big smile. I don't know. Venti for the damage? Maybe? Maybe? I think Venti would be worse than Sucrose, but... Shredding Pyro? Oh yeah, the dark mode duration Pyro application. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it might be stuck because of that. I didn't think about that. So I don't know. I don't know exactly. I'd like to see it. I just don't. I just struggle to envision exactly what the balance of Lohen could be that would make that make sense. And I'd rather he be his more self-contained unit to build around him himself necessarily, rather than a unit that's like, oh, this character does something that we could already do in the game. Right? That's my vibe, personally. So I don't really want him to be just a unit that's like meant to be a driver for melt damage during. So, yeah. We'll see. Rio doesn't have his hex buff yet, so we all know he's for mounts. Yeah, true. Risley is gonna get a Hexarai buff next patch. I agree. Imagine they give Risley a Hexarai passive. People are like, Durin, Lohen's gonna be a driver for Melt Durin. And instead, no, they buff Risley and make Risley the driver for Melt Durin. Rosari to help with more application and crit rate buffing. Maybe, yeah. It depends on how much application you could do, but I don't think you need that much application from for cryo for Durin to get melts every rotation. I don't think you'd need a second cryo, but cryo resonance might not be bad. To be fair, it might still be worth it. I don't know. You know what Lohen could do actually? What if Lohen, so Durin, Nicole, we're falling in the hypothetical bullshit theory crafting here. Durin, Nicole, assuming Nicole does like team-wide buffing that would, you know, impact Durin's off-field damage. Farina, hear me out, and Lohen on field, and Lohen applies enough cryo to never have the Hydra aura be a problem. And he heals, I guess, because I forgot about that for a second. I'd be down with that. He just needs to apply a shit ton of cryo and then have healing. And maybe that's the best DPS Durin team. I'd be down. Just need cryo every 2 seconds, right? Even Seal Ollie on field can do it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like at a baseline, you don't really need that much cryo application. But you would need additional cryo application if you bring Hydra in the team. His Sig heals. Lohen Sig is a polearm version of Prototype Amber. Let's go. Polearm version of Prototype Amber that at R1 heals the team for like 35% of your team's HP. Put Lohen on a healing bonus circlet and it heals 50% HP. Perfect for Farina. Let's go. I'm down. I'm down. Do it. Do it, Hoyoverse. Do an on-field healer. Oh, actually, that would kind of cook his kit, though. That would cook his kit at C0. But it'd be funny. I don't know. I don't know. They tend to do some more weird shit for standard banner units, so I'm almost more curious about Lohen's kit than Nicole's kit in many ways. Nicole kit feels like it's just going to be predictable, and it's just a question of how she buffs and how restrictive the buffs are, and how power creep, and will that be? Like, how many teams will she buff? Will she buff Muika? Will she not? I don't know, right? And if she buffs Muika, then she buffs plenty of other characters. Like, I think at this point in the game, I think power creep in Bennett is straight up fine. Actually, like Zibai, Linnea, C0 team performing at 180k DPS. I as much as I think it's not like a good thing, I think it's representative of the game being in a pretty unhealthy state. I mean, there's not really going back from where we currently are with like the power creep. So fuck it. I think at this point, I think it makes sense. I think it's kind of bad that it makes sense, but I think it does. So I kind of feel like Nicole should just be better than Bennett anywhere Bennett was used before. And then you have Bennett. You have two Bennetts. So if you need two Bennetts, that's good too. I don't know. Eonzon was already kind of a second Bennett, but like Eonzon was second Bennett in a balanced way. Nicole can be second Bennett in an imbalanced way because the balance has been fucked. That's my impression. But missed it again today. Well, Kiki, you're on YouTube, so you can rewind the stream, which is good. Theater did not take us that long. I think we did it from like we spent like an hour or hour and a half in theater at least. So you rewind the stream. Sorry, we've just been yapping about stuff. I might go into polearms. No, I will go into polearms only. Let's see. I don't know how much effort I want to put into polearms only today. Still would like to finish recording. I have energy today, so I think I would like to record and hopefully finish the video. Actually, fuck, it's Wednesday. Oh, I need to finish recording a different video instead, so I definitely shouldn't stream that long. We'll see. We're gonna go into this and then try to map out some things a little bit on polearms only and see if this is even worth considering. Wouldn't that make Eon-Son kind of useless? No, because hot take, one of the biggest things that can make Eon-Son really freaking good is being an electro character and fulfilling double electro and also holding Fav. That's also part of the reason I don't know if I cared that much about a Scofier weapon is Fav is so good on Eon-Son. It's really nice to just do Eon-Son Q and then funnel Fav particles. So I don't know. I really like Eon-Son. I think they did a good job balance here, but I'm not saying, like, to be clear, yes, for like Stygian context, I think I'd use Eon-Son less, but I think I'd still use Eon-Son. I don't know. Also, as always, don't forget that you can play. In many ways, I think Eon-Son, if Nicole basically power creeps Bennett, I think Nicole Eon-Son combos would be quite common. No? We'll see, but I think that would be likely. God, scroll less, please. Sorry, just realized I was recording for a second. I'm gonna go delete a 8 GB recording file. You know how expensive that is with storage right now? I gotta delete that shit. You know, it's on energy kind of annoying to keep up with during rotations. Is it? I don't know. I haven't really had issues with Eons on. I mean, I think you want, if you're, I don't know. Are you using a C0 Eons on Moiple? Because C0 Eons on, quite frankly, is only usable with like an on-field electro unit, is my vibe. Like, she can be annoying. C1 helps a lot. Otherwise, it just depends on the team to some extent. I forgot that we already had this team active, but whatever. I guess we're playing it. Good job, Bulba. Alright, now we have energy. Why the hell is a Nepha in this team? By the way, I have no idea.
Your sins lay upon your soul. You stand condemned.
See, guys, Sino's good. Yep, it's truly Sino doing all the damage here. Definitely ignore the damage numbers from Emily. Nepha there for the vibes. I mean, it's polearms only. And Nepha gives a shield here and gives double electro. Double electro is quite important for Sino to get his burst back properly. With Thundering Fury and double electro, he like the only other option is Raiden, right? So over Raiden, having a shield is better, right? So yeah, like I know why double electro is here. It's just funny. Well, sorry, Eon-Son is the better option, mind you. But shield is nice. So, anyways, I mean, fine. We'll redo it.
I'm all warmed up.
We could do Toma.
Where are we headed this time?
Lohen debut banner on polearms only? No, I'll get Lohen. Well, so long as he's not completely useless, I will be pulling Lohen on polearms only. I see no reason I wouldn't. I purposely saved my pity with a guarantee. But if he is not a useful character in polearms only, maybe that'll change things, you know. I'm not gonna 100% commit, but it's like a 90% commit, right? That's where I'd say it's at. But they haven't made other Hexarai units so far, like Hexarai DPSs for the well, kind of they have. I don't know. It's a crapshoot. I don't know. If we don't get like other Hexarai units added, we don't get Rosario or Mika as Hexarai units, Lohen might be cooked on this account. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I hope Hexarai is an incentive for him and not a requirement. Also, I just remembered Sinar has ER timepiece for theater. Dang it.
Don't get too close.
Just let Emily kill it. There you go. Pull for IT fodder? Yeah. He will at minimum be useful for IT. Did I just spend 20 resin by accident? I somehow... Oh my god. Bruh. Okay, I'm using the fucking transient. I spent 20 resin by accident. Oh god. Oh, hello, J-Stern. Gotta run, but IT sucks. I understand why you feel that way. I think IT is still a fundamentally flawed game mode that has really specific things that would be so easy for them to change to make it a meaningfully better mode. I agree. But also, I don't know. For a one and done once per month thing, I usually have fun doing it. So, yeah, I don't know. I think all of Genshin's game modes are kind of fundamentally flawed in various ways. But anyways, thank you for the raid. You don't have to stick around for my yap. I appreciate it. How J-Stern's viewers, how was the stream? What was J-Stern streaming? Was he doing IT? I don't know if he usually does IT. Obviously, J-Stern does... He does all the games. Primarily Zenless, I think, is his main YouTube focus, but... He was doing Star Rail. Ew. I'm joking. I know there's the new big update for Star Rail recently. Recently-ish. Doing free-to-play fresh account to endgame. Interesting, okay. I assume that's doable with how Star Rail works, but should be interesting. I feel like it might be just dependent on... Isn't the main content that you can clear takes forever to clear though, right? For like getting resources, so I don't know. Interesting. At Mach 12? Nice, okay. What does it go up to? Mach... I don't know. Actually, it might go up to higher than it used to since I actually play the game. It goes up to... Oh, it does go up to 12. Okay, so you are at Mach 12 already. Okay, cool. Nice. Not bad. Yeah, look. I bet J-Stern's gonna prove that Star Rail's endgame is less bad than Genshin's. That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. But anyways, hope it goes well. I have no idea. I don't know enough about the current like Star Rail state of character kits and whatever to know what the ideal path is to comment on it meaningfully at all. Has a skip button, it's huge. Oh, I guess that makes things a lot easier. Although, knowing from experience from Zenless, the skip button, it doesn't save that much time. And to be clear, until recently I wasn't even a skipper in Zenless. I just... The latest Zenless stories kind of lost me. Also, if you want to stick around, Jason's viewers, I will be trying Polearms only theater in a little bit. This might be actually the first theater that is not doable on Polearms only. But I'm gonna look through it a little bit. Okay. There are certainly artifacts. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so... I don't know, like, Zenless' skip button is not great, because it's not a problem that it doesn't skip. It's just that like you have the sections for like dialogue segmented in a way that like it's skip and then you're interacting with a thing again, and then skip again, and then interacting with a thing again, and then skip again, and like it feels like it barely even saves. It definitely saves time. Don't get me wrong. It just feels like barely. Artemis 2 launch later? Yes, hopefully. I believe that is at... Oh, fuck. I was gonna say 6 p.m. I don't remember if that was actually my time zone. If you want to check for me, I'd appreciate it, actually. Chev and Cecil's Red and Amber, the only team-wide attack buffers? Well, I mean, there's artifact sets. There's Noblesse, Tenacity. But... Weird. So, weird. Most useless artifact set for us. Well, again, I'm not actually confident Tenacity is better for Nefa. I'll level that for Nefa. I just don't know if it actually uses set on a Nefa is all. But yes, I think at a baseline, yes, that is, I think, the only team-wide attack buffs in the game. If I recall.
Controlled breathing. Let's a little ambiance.
I think HSR is the same way. Yeah, no, I think there's a reason Genshin like kit design feels more HSR is because they decided that formula works better for making money. At least for a stagnant player base. I don't think Genshin's player base is completely stagnant, to be clear, but I think it is likely at best flat.
Quick as a flash.
By flat, I mean like the amount of like players that stop playing for a given amount of time versus the new players coming in is probably relatively flat, and that is, I think, part of why they changed their or is already done. Changed their strategy for designing things a little bit. Because I think for the first few years of Genshin, it was just constantly uplifted by new players coming in, and so they could just actually focus more on balance and not have to do gacha power creep to appeal to, because the typical player, even if the typical player doesn't just, like, it doesn't engage with the meta, right? There are many players, I think, who, for characters to feel worth it to them, it's not that they're like, oh, I need them to be stronger, but they like subconsciously want characters to feel stronger and be characters they like, right? Than what they currently have, is my theory. But I could be wrong. I don't know. All right, just yapping. Yale on piece. That's not useful in this account, but sure. All right. Wolf's Gravestone. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'll check this. This could actually be a relevant piece. Could be, maybe, but also probably not. Alright. Mineral. Alright, well. Alright, goodbye. Claim daily. And see how cooked theater is for this account. But I don't know, I've cleared every previous one.
Thank you for
So
coming.
maybe I can actually clear.
Add ask.
Just seems like a really terrible combination of elements for us. Please? I teleport? No? Okay. Maybe I was just pressing the key too lightly, but my keyboard going to shit? I don't know, might be. I can blame my keyboard if I have problems in combat from now on then. Farming that domain for, just the chance that Lohan will be able to, well, I expect Lohan will be able to use the pieces. But I don't know how important they will be. So, I don't know. Lohan might not be usable at all. So, I don't know. I don't need to farm for anyone other than potentially upcoming characters, really. is fundamentally what it is. I should maybe farm tenacity. I need to go check if tenacity is actually worth it to min max more on Inefa. I currently just have her on Gilded Dreams, and if I have her on Gilded Dreams, then the new artifact set is worth it, right? But it's just not necessary. Oh. Well, this is the first time in a while I couldn't even challenge Visionary mode in Polearms only. I need to level 3 characters to even challenge Visionary. Since Visionary has come out, I have been able to clear every Visionary mode on this account, to be clear. Yeah, Hydro Cryo Geo is not a great combination because there's too many of the Hydros and Cryos they've released are 5 stars. Do I even have 3 that I could level? That makes sense too. And no, I'm not allowed to change Traveler. Traveler's element has only been changed in the first place because the story changed it. Hydro Cryo Geo. We have Goro. We have you. I could. Okay, so I do have 5 characters I could level. I could challenge Visionary. Traveler element is Pyro because of the story. I can't change him. Yeah, the only time I am allowed to have non-polearm characters on field is if the game forces it. If it is ever a choice, I cannot do that. That is my rule. Why'd you level Traveler? For 70, he was leveled to 70 for Theater. For 80, there was a fucking event that required it. There was a fuck-ass... Do you remember it? Do you remember the fuck-ass event? That was Theater bullshit? It was Theater bullshit where you had to fucking have characters leveled up, but not only was the characters leveled up to 70, it was characters to fucking 80. And I needed 1 character to 80. And I was like, well, I can just level fucking Traveler to 80. Dumb as shit. I'm not kidding. To get I don't remember what the rewards were, if it was actually Primo Gems or not. But to get the full rewards for the event, you did need to have characters. You had to have a certain number of characters and had them leveled up to 80. Fucking bonkers. Dumbest fucking event they've ever done. I swear to God if they ever do that again. I saw way too few people complaining about that, by the way. Way too few people. Because to be clear, most people had enough level 80 characters. But doesn't matter. Regardless, like a polearm only challenge, right? Obviously has less characters in general, but you needed a surprisingly high number. So that sounds fake, so I believe it's real. Oh, it was definitely real. I was in fucking disbelief. I don't remember what the event was, but it was definitely real. Why do you have Ganyu? Chronicle Banner is fucked. Chronicle Banner. And Mihoyo's cringe as fuck, and they literally reran Shenhe on Chronicle Banner, and I was like, well, this was before Stygian, to be clear. The Stygian was not even on the fucking horizon, right? We had a shit ton of resources. I had like 50,000 Primo Gems. Shenhe was on Chronicle Banner, and one of the best teams in the account, unironically, at the time, this is pre-Eon Son 2, right? Was... Why'd you wish on Traveler Banner in the first place? Yeah, who knows why I wished on Traveler Banner. One of the best teams in the count was Escoffier, Shenhe, Rosaria at a baseline, unironically, and it still is one of the better teams. But it's not like a Stygian clearable team, to be clear. And pre-Eon Son, blah 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 blah. Like in hindsight, no, it was not worth it to go for C2 Shenhe. But in many ways it kind of was, because like if I didn't have C2 Shenhe, and it would have been like a lot harder to actually clear the first Stygian even. Like I've been able to clear every Stygian at Fearless and Polearms only, right? So I don't know. Not that it wasn't worth it, but it would have definitely been preferable, to be clear, to spend those wishes on an actual character banner. So them fucking rerunning Shenhe on the Chronicle banner and then rerunning her on a normal banner pissed me off. It pissed me off a lot. Bring back wishing video. You want wishing videos back? Really? I don't know, maybe. I should make them more, to be clear. They're easy, lower effort videos, but... So... Anyways. was the thing? Oh, so anyways, we starting with Kachina and Rosaria, by the way, is part of the reason we don't have enough characters. Because if Kachina and Rosaria weren't starting characters, they would be selectable characters, which means we would have 2 additional characters functionally. But it also makes the starting less RNG, but yeah. But having to deal with RNG of getting a particular character to the initial chamber isn't that big a deal. So it's definitely better to have full-arm characters not, generally speaking, in the starting cast. The opening cast. Whose IT is this? Mine on my polearm only account. So to be clear, for... Oops. Alright, we'll just select the characters for now. This is hard mode. I'm trying to decide the worthiness of leveling 3 characters for this theater. Or maybe we just see what we can do at hard mode here. At level 90, 92, 95. That's the same level as they are normally, right? It's just less axe. YouTube chat is just discussing their own thing, sorry. I was distracted by it. I don't think they're talking to me. I think they're talking to each other. That happens sometimes, whatever. Oh, these combination of characters, not great. So, as far as teams that can clear chambers at a baseline, we still have the defense monolith chamber, which is so annoying. I think we do at least. We have... Oh man, the buffs are kind of shit too, though. Like, the problem with the buffs is... I don't know, we have the level 2 buffs we could maybe try to spec into to get some damage effects happening, so that way we can do, you know, like, Kachina Rosaria or whatever. And that would allow getting some amount of damage from that, more damage from that combo. Same, yeah, Zhongli, whatever. But... ignoring that, we can do like Escoffier, so Shenhe Rosaria, Escoffier, but like, oh man. Who gifted me a sub? Probably Ure. Ure gifted 10 subs early. Thank you again. So you probably got lucky getting one from them. I don't know. I guess we can just try and see what the hell happens.
A walk would be nice.
I mean, that's the one relevant buff. I know I see the companion invite there, but... yeah, okay, we got it. Cryo or Geo hits... is just any hits in general, right? Periodically, unless this effect can be triggered. This is crit hit reliant. Crit hit reliant, I don't know the multiplier value. Because why would we need that? I assume this has a higher multiplier value for hitting less. Or maybe it doesn't. If it's the same multiplier value at a baseline, this is probably more worth going for. But I would maybe have to reconfigure builds around it even. Whereas, like, right, we went in here without reconfiguring builds, right? Whereas this just triggers. So I guess this is just safer to take for now. Mystery cache, sure. Don't really like that one personally. Okay. Alright. Geovish app. What do we have? We have Zhongli. Zhongli, Kachina, Rosaria. So we try. So the problem is, like, for clearing theater on polearms only, usually we have to try to clear some a smattering of chambers with solo characters. I don't know if any chamber can be cleared solo in this theater, which is a pretty severe issue. At hard mode here, it's probably not inherently problematic, right? So I'm just going to ignore it. But we'll be able to get a vibe of whether or not we can solo anything, literally at all. What are the Blessings branches? Oh, you know what? I definitely should have looked at the Blessings branches. That's a fair call out. That's not very good. That might be pretty good. Crit damage, ice shard, stone burst increases, and the interval is decreased to 0.5 seconds. So again, I don't know what the multiplier, like what the damage value is of these two abilities. This hits half as frequently at a baseline, but then it doubles it, which functionally puts it at equivalent to every 2 seconds. If it is the same multiplier, then this goes to 1.5 seconds with a 50% damage increase. So like, again, I don't know which one of these is better. This one having, the crit hit requirement, though, is kind of awkward for Zhongli and Kachina as the triggers in particular. I don't know. Anyways, let's... This is oh, that's a flying... Is that a flying dude? That is a flying dude. Okay, fuck the flying dude. Do this. Oh, it was Bly. Nice. Bly was from previous stream, I think. I don't even know if Bly's here right now. Just do... Well, at a baseline, let's just see how Kachina and Rosaria do. Okay, Rosaria probably doesn't have enough energy to burst every rotation at this moment. I need to do Kachina scroll trigger and then burst. We could solo the Kukasaur. I mean, as far as breaking the Kukasaur shield, that's not a problem. Candace can do that fine. Actually been able to show that many times. You need to go back in the thing, please. Okay, well. At a baseline, not that hard to kill the dude. At least with the bomb. A missive wind spear on Kachina. Perfect. I probably should have checked to see how bad solo Rosaria is. I should check that quick. Because if we can solo this, that's a potentially big deal. We don't even need to abuse like wait, no, we should have used Geo Resonance, but because I just remembered the extra flower thing from Navia. That's not really abusing Geo Resonance, that's just doing the thing. We're not actually using Navia, to be clear, but she's going to be in the party. And Solo Rosaria would not get any Geo Resonance, of course, either. I don't know, let's see how Solo Rosaria does. I think it might be doable. Okay. Alright. I may as well save Kachina then. Need how much Genshin Obscure's info? Yep. Me too. A little low on energy on her, but that's fine. I'm surprised my energy situation is as good as it is, but I think this enemy actually gives a decent amount of contact energy. Really? It's fine. Ah, the second part of the skill didn't connect, so I didn't get energy from it. Ah.
You can't run. Punishment. You can't run.
Think we're clear. Alright, well that's interesting. That solo Rosaria can clear. If Rosaria can clear first two chambers, you get a Vigor refund. If she solo clears first two chambers, you get a Vigor refund. And whatever, then Visionary might be doable. We'll continue on through hard mode here. Again, I have to level 3 fucking characters for Visionary, which obviously isn't happening right now, so may as well level up this. The Hydro Buff isn't useless, to be clear, but we can only use Candace for 2 chambers unless we get a goated Vigor refund. I know I just said Vigor refund on Rosaria, but Vigor refund on the right character can be the difference maker on whether or not something is clearable. I've pretty much never had to specifically rely on it other than the one time where like it seemed like lunar mode was doomed, and then we got the Vigor refund on Raiden, which allowed us to fully clear lunar mode with All-Star. But in this case, we might need that circumstance, but on most likely Rosaria or Escoffier. Rosaria might even be better, I'm not sure. And to be more likely, because using Rosaria early means we have more chances to potentially get the mystery catches that would refund Vigor to Rosaria through the run. Level 4 immediately though, yes. And probably definitely this, I think. I don't know. This might be actually the better plan. It could be. But I'm gonna choose this. I think more instances of damage is probably better. Just this, I guess. Okay. Solo Rosaria for this. Geo characters have an advantage. Characters who heal have an advantage. I don't love this. That's a lot of enemies and they move in weird ways. This one, I guess. If we have to use a Geo unit, we'll use a Geo unit. I assume solo Zhongli, at least without a different build on him, doesn't get there. But let's see how that does at a baseline. We have to deal with this first, I see. Okay, it's good to know. What weapon do you have? Well, okay. I don't know why you have Jade Sphere, but that's actually maybe not a bad thing in this circumstance.
Solidify.
I got lucky. Yeah, we can solo the first 2 chambers. That makes okay. That makes stand both here. Good. It makes it far more doable to do stuff in general. We have to kill 3. I didn't even know there was 3. I thought there was only there was only 2. My bad. Should have done that differently. Also, the thing is not nearby. Okay, I need you to stay grouped. Zhongli does not have energy for bursting. Okay. Is it possible to star? Do we just forgo the star? I think we just try to clear forgoing the star here. Rather than using a second character.
I will have order.
There's one. Its damage is going to ramp up quickly, by the way. We will not clear this at all. I'm sure I need to start consuming my stamina. Our shield's up, which is annoying. Oh, we cleared it. Okay. Want to do some account reviews? Not right now, but thank you for asking. I have some stuff I need to work on for this week for videos, so I don't want to do a super long stream. Maybe at the end of the week, though, I'll want to do some account reviews. No star run. Yeah, we might just do a... This is a vibe check run to see if Visionary is doable at a baseline, I would say. Just clearing it all is what gets you the Primo Gems, right? It's just the, like... I don't... Actually, at hard mode, I don't even think you can get an elixir at all from hard mode in the first place. So, like... All we get is, like, if we cleared Visionary with stars, we can get an elixir, which is cool. Like, not that important on polearms only at all. So, like, other than that, it's just self-satisfaction. And, like, I would like to see if we can clear Visionary. But it doesn't, like, actually matter that much, right? I forgot about Crab. Crab is annoying. Wish it would have given me Candace, because could use Candace here. Can use Candace for this. Oh boy. Refresh. Random.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
That's very troll of you, game. Thank you. Okay, well, no Hydro Crab. Emily vid incoming? No, it's a Lanyan video and then redacted video. I need to... Lanyan video is fully planned out, recorded. Redacted video is fully planned out for the most part. That one's less planning, so it was more just vibing through things. See how this does at a baseline. I forgot we had Union. No, I just kind of clicked on our by accident, but see how this does at a baseline without Union.
Judgment. Punishment. You can't run.
Not getting Candace here is definitely not ideal. Well, it's fine. Definitely wish I put Fab on Gugina, but oh well.
You can't run.
Okay. I didn't think that would come in. No. Oh, I did it. Okay.
Punishment. Judgment.
Well, they can kill. Starring seems iffy, but that's fine. We're doing no star run at this point. I feel like getting stars in Visionary mode is not doable. I still think it might be possible that Visionary is clearable, but ugh. It's very low. I don't know if I'm going to want to do it. Fully using Homa on Rosari? Yeah, exactly. Defense Monolith. We have Zhongli. We can test how good Zhongli is at this. I hope he can work, but at a baseline, I don't know. I think we'll just send it. Zhongli... Risley... Oh, do we have to waste a unit? Oh, fuck. Okay. She would rather reroll, so I don't have to waste a unit. One polearm unit anyways here, that's fine. Okay. Mystery Cache Rare. That's kind of poopy. This is ass, and we're at a 35 interval. They should get rid of this shit. It's almost... I've never once gotten this to proc, I feel like. I've had chances where it could have, but then, yeah. Well. This, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we don't have... Oh, fuck. You want to know what we just encountered here? This might have been the first time C1 Zhongli was relevant. Not gonna lie. Oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, no, he's a lot worse than... Oh, fuck. Okay. He is a lot worse than Traveler. Okay, whatever. Okay, it still can work a little bit. Push this back a little bit. Yeah, it still can work a little bit. Okay. It's just trickier. It's also easier to refresh in the exact same spot. Don't. Okay. Good. Alright. Sick. Oh, fuck. What? I didn't refresh in time. Oh, shit. No. Also, don't really want to kill them. Oh, boy. Okay. No, go back. Okay, thank you. You're targeting me, that's fine. Oh, fuck. God damn it. God damn it. How did I fuck up? That was such a simple thing to not fuck up. Just hold E more often. It's not that hard. Whatever, at this point, just killing them, I think we'll be fine, actually. They attack not very frequently. Oh, okay, that might be a problem. I didn't think about the fact that it would be different enemies. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to redo this? No, don't make me redo it. Well, actually, again, I don't need the star, I don't think. Well, no, I definitely don't need the star. I just don't care. Not at this difficulty. Maybe we'll care at Visionary, maybe, but like...
Stabilize. I will have
This.
order.
Yeah, I don't... whether or not this is the hardest theater ever, use Geo Traveler or Zhongli for this theater, for this chamber. If you're doing lunar mode, you probably want to borrow someone's skirk or use your own skirk, save for some of the later chambers, the Granny. Other than that, I don't know, it's just being smart with Hydro, knowing how the crab works. If you know how the crab works, then being smart with your Hydro application, but, okay, Candace is good. Like, knowing how the crab works, knowing how Moongecko works, obviously, it's awkward. It's awkward all around. But this is definitely one of the more character checky theaters. For sure. So, yeah, it really just depends on your account how I'd recommend doing different things. I don't have any generic recommendations, really. Oh, we don't even have the freaking... I don't even get an opportunity to show off Candace against the flying dude. Because it's Moongecko instead of flying dude at hard difficulty. Lame. I think Visionary is definitely doable for clearing. I think this is a Visionary mode that would not be... Like look at the characters we have available now. We have... How many chambers do we have left? We have 4 chambers left with options to do Escoffier, Shenhe for 2 chambers. Oh, actually, okay, maybe I shouldn't say doable. That might be a little... okay, never mind. I think we should maybe just be happy clearing this difficulty. You know, we'll stay with that. Does this have the ability to clear Rosaria or Zhongli? I think so. Fuck, okay. It does. It did, but... Oh well. Alright.
Yes. Take me with you.
Shields have an advantage. You think Candace... Maybe Candace and Yunjin could have cleared. But I don't know if we can right now. Shit. Okay. Well... Also, I forgot about Moongecko. We probably need... Okay, we need save Kachina for Moongecko. Maybe it can be fine. Kachina, Yunjin, whatever. Ugh. Oh boy. Maybe we had to rewind at this point to get a vigor refund on someone. Maybe that's the play. I don't know. But at this point, getting the Candace Hydro Geo buffs would probably be, or Hydro Cryo would be relevant, maybe. But, ugh.
Obey! Cryo incarnate! The pinnacle of excellence! Manifest!
Okay, well, this will probably be fine.
The audacity!
Also, I didn't even think about it. See, this is why I don't make it a rule not to. I don't even know if I can. No, I can avoid it because I only have Risley, Diona, and Remine, right? I am technically using the non-polar characters. I'm not using them, right? My rule is to not use them on field. If I switch them by accident, I reset. But I can't do any. This is actually exactly why there is no rule against like using resonances provided by whatever. And I don't specifically try to abuse doing this. Like if I can clear without utilizing the characters that are non-polar characters, enabling the passives, I prefer to do that, right? But I didn't have a choice in this case. I literally had no choice unless I hyper planned ahead of time, and I'm not gonna fucking plan ahead of time to purposely like make sure I use a non-cryo hydro team for Escoffier, right? That's just dumb. So I'm just taking the free Escoffier fully enabled passive from the non-polar minions here, especially with this awful combination of things. So, I mean, I can get Mika. I don't know if that matters at this point, so. But does it matter for the next boss? Maybe? I don't know. Probably not. No. I think I need a bigger refund. Yeah, certainly not that. I don't know. Okay, well. Pretty sure that's a... Well, I don't know. We'll see how Yunjin continue to do. We'll see. We'll see. We can maybe get Mika. Well.
I'll take point and scout ahead.
Geo Traveler made that one really easy. Yeah. That is definitely the easiest monolith chamber since they changed how the monolith stuff worked. Okay, so at a baseline, let's see what the hell happens just with this.
Your grand finale and step.
You, hear my
Black fly and
do your work.
I should do a holding in Candace that probably does more damage. Candace does decent points damage.
break a leg.
Well, breaking the shield is not a problem. Doing enough damage on top is kind of problematic, I think.
We shall prevail. Do your work.
Strike is one.
But could potentially configure builds around it. And also, again, we don't have the things unlocked that give us like the Geo Hydro damage abilities. So I bought the Geo Cryo ones, thinking it wasn't that relevant, but that was wrong. Also the healing debuff, I totally forgot about that. Mika exists. Is this the last challenge? Nope. If it was, it would not be a problem. I guess we do use Mika. Full team here.
Pin them down. We shall
Strike is one and step.
You had your
Flex up.
do your work.
Your grand finale. And leap.
Okay.
Hear my prayer.
I didn't clear the shield this time. Okay. Do you like the new Candace voice? Not really. It doesn't sound bad, to be clear. It just doesn't sound like Candace.
Do your work.
Strike is one.
Here goes. Yield. We shall prevail.
And step.
Sleep.
Oh, the Mika attack speed is kind of nice, actually.
Your grand finale.
Oops.
Do your work. Grant us your blessing.
Hello, Mika? Do we not heal? Why is your healing so bad?
Strike is one, and step. Clear the area!
You had your
Do your work. Hear my prayer.
Yeah, we could really use the buffs that would do damage. Like if we had the buffs that would do damage, we could probably star this. At a baseline, we can probably clear here, which is something.
precision.
We shall observe.
I just don't know how awful it's going to be to clear.
Let's keep going, team.
Break a leg.
Okay. Maybe need to leave abilities up for this, because that maybe is not ideal, but
Do your work. And step. You're ramping out.
Yield. We shall
Now's our chance.
Observe. Clear the area. Do your work. Break a leg.
man, I really wish I had some of the buffs. Fuck. Oh. I don't think we need a cracked carry. Even happens after this chamber. I mean, with buffs, we clear this with this chamber, and then we don't have Kachina next, but then we still have Yunjin, Mika, Candace, and that can probably clear next chamber. And then maybe Escoffier Shenhe alone clears. It clears the Vishap. Is the theater fun? I think theater is a fun puzzle to figure out in this account, and then on my main account, it's not really as much of a puzzle per se, but it's still fun to like play around with random combinations of weird teams. I usually enjoy it. But I do think Visionary mode was a better balance overall at this point. Yeah. And this would have been a big deal to have, I think. Yeah. Wait, healed? Healing conditions ass. But this just requires triggering the reaction, so yeah, okay. I think it might be a rewind. We need to get Mika and we need to get 2 buffs. Oh. But let's try this for a little bit. I don't know.
Strike is one. Observe. Japan.
You had your chance. Let's keep.
grant us your blessing. Yield.
And we can clear the second shield phase faster, which we definitely can.
Break a leg. And leap. Here goes.
Leave the wounded to me.
Do your work. Hear my prayer.
I should have waited to do Mika healing too. I forgot about that aspect as well.
You're grand finale. Clear the area.
Precision strike.
Yield.
I didn't know.
Keep going,
Okay.
team.
Okay, let's redo. Because we can be smart with saving Mika burst for that healing proc. Okay. There's things we can do here that's smarter.
Your blessing.
Strike is one. And leap. Japan.
Neutralizing threats. Now's your.
Do your work. Yield. Too easy. Hear my prayer.
Why did we clear this one so much slower? Yunjin said break a leg. Yeah, I believe she does.
Do your work. We shall.
You're grand finale.
You had your chance. Leave.
Yield.
And step.
Flee.
Yeah. Clear the area.
not use the Mika heal. Oops.
Grant us your blessing. Break a leg.
Okay.
Observe.
Let's keep going, team.
Perfect.
Yield. Your grand finale and leap.
Okay.
Do your work.
Now's your chance.
Observe. Strike is one. Here goes. Grant us your blessing.
You had your chance.
No, practice. Oops. Okay, when does that get? It was like 35, 40 seconds? Okay. Fuck. I mean, we're all on everything's on cooldown.
Break a leg. And step.
Let's keep going, team.
Oh, that's my bad. I did a short attack there, but whatever.
Do your work.
Yeah, no, that was bad. That was bad. Okay. Does healing debuff do? It makes it so you can't crit, which is not ideal. Also clearing, actually no, sorry. I don't think clearing it here gives you any meaningful buff, but clearing it in Stygian will give you a buff, I believe.
We shall prevail. Strike is one. And leap.
Right here, I tried to do the Kachina E earlier.
Grant us your blessing. And step. Your grand finale.
Neutralizing threats. Now's
Clear the area. Do your work. Observe. Yield. Strike is one. Here goes. Please, hear my prayer.
I almost did that ability.
And leap.
leave the wounded to me. Precision strike.
Break a leg.
Okay.
Do your work. Grant us your blessing. Yeah, let her rip.
We're at a half HP at a minute in.
Strike is one. Observe.
Do I have time to use this? I think I do. Just don't use it next.
Yield. We shall prevail. Hit them down. Break a leg and step. Clear the area. Hear my prayer.
Let's keep going, team. Engage.
Let her rip. Sweet. Strike is one. Yield.
Alright.
We shall
Precision strike.
observe.
Leave the
I think I need the buff. Fuck. I need the buff. Okay. I don't feel like I could do that much better than I did there. So yeah. Oh fuck, we need Candace too. Oh god. Oh. Well, we could also just not use Zhongli. That is an option. Clear with the Yunjin's pretty good here, but I don't. Whatever. Let's just see how the fucking RNG goes. I'm gonna choose this. Yeah. No, definitely not. Okay. Do this, clear this, see what characters we get. Do I try to clear this with some other character? That still again I have to use a polearm unit. Kachina we lose scroll. Zhongli we lose his bug damage and buffing potential. Yunjin we lose her buffing potential. But we can still use her in the next one. So like maybe I can clear this with Yunjin. Wait, oh fuck, I don't have a spare extra unit this time. I forgot about that. God damn it. Oh fuck. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh shit. Fuck. No. I think I just wasted a rewind. I think I had to rewind immediately. I need to get a non-polearm unit immediately too, don't I? Oh fuck, it might be cooked. I don't even think I can definitely clear hard mode in general. But yeah, it might be full reset, which I don't know if I want to do today. I don't think I'm gonna bother leveling units for Visionary. I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think it'd be really interesting. It's already interesting enough at hard difficulty to have to figure this out. I can definitely figure out hard difficulty. Visionary is probably like as hard as like Lunar would have been for the previous one. Again, I didn't do Lunar for the previous one, but Companion Invite is good, but that's a lot of character. Well, I'm not gonna have a guaranteed Hydro Crystal buff. I would like to get a character, but I just need a non. I don't need the character right now. I don't need Candace or Mika right now. I need to choose Candace or Mika from after I complete this event, and then I need to... Wait, how many flowers am I going to have to work with? Let's see. So I'm going to have 175 plus 90. So 240. So yeah, 240, right? Yeah, okay. Because the 5 interval doesn't matter unless I get like a 15 cost thing. How old does it count? Like 4 year? A little bit under 4 years old. So in theory, what we need to have happen is we need to buy a companion here so that we can clear this only using one polearm unit. And then we need to get 2 of the buffs. We need Hydro and Geo twice. So that is 120. And then ideally an 80 cost character is 200. Right? And then one more 80 cost character for another 60. I don't think we have enough flowers. I don't think we have enough flowers to even do what we want to do. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible. We'll roll with it. We choose this first. Then we choose this. Choose the non-polearm unit.
Well,
Mika we need Mika, but we need to get Mika or Candace from the selection thing. The ideal is choose Mika from the selector here, and then get a Hydro thing that would guarantee, not guarantee, it would, oh sorry, it'd be equivalent odds, so it doesn't matter, never mind. Just get Mika or Candace here, and then go from there, right? But anyways, let's see if we can save Zhongli.
Flags fly. Observe.
Oh, it hits both of them? Okay. No. Please walk forward. Thank you. Oh, okay. I think I did more poison.
Break a leg.
Yeah.
Flags up. Observe.
Okay. If I can get them both in the same spot, I can stagger them enough that I can definitely clear. They also just might not attack frequently enough in general that might be able to clear in general.
Flags fly. Unleash.
Wow, okay. I didn't realize you and Jin's fucking E had that big of a range. Like, That's very good for our staggering potential. 8-second cooldown with a E with this range. Bam, smack. Smack these birds around. Alright, we're fine. Alright, we'll see if we can do it. I don't know if we have enough flowers to do what we actually want to do, but let's see. Could get a mystery cache in the worst case maybe, but
Break a leg. Flag fly and step. Flags up.
smack. I'm talking about Chaska in YouTube chat. If we're talking, are we talking Chaska generally or Chaska for this leader? Chaska for this leader, a base Chaska I think is best to use.
Strike is one.
Probably, no, they're very spread apart. I still hit them both. Base Chaska is probably best to use earlier on,
Flags up and step.
or just in easy chambers in general.
Flags fly. Observe.
We can probably get the star with soloing doing, which is funny.
Your grand
I'm not
finale.
gonna try. Don't think I care.
Observe.
Alright.
Flags up and leap.
Okay. Talk about Chaska in general for 2 hours? Yeah. Anyways, at some point, you guys can,
And leap.
I don't know, join Discord and DM each other or something. I don't mind it that much because I think the YouTube chat would be slow in general at this point, but alright, we got Candace. I mean, do we need Mika with the buffs actually? That's a good question. Because yeah, we don't have enough money for a buff. Yeah, I was right. We don't have enough flowers for getting buff and getting Mika, right? But we can try buff without Mika here. Maybe we don't need to crit, right? We're gonna stall on the topic of Genshin. Yeah, it's just if my chat was busier, like if other people were trying to get a word in chat more often, I would tell you guys to stop, because like the default should be that you're trying to interact with, you know, it's not like me, it's a self-centered thing per se, but just the default should be, generally speaking, that you try to interact with the streamer. If you're having your whole own conversation for an hour, it kind of distracts from the interactivity component, but it's fine because I'm not actively trying to interact with you that much. So anyways, and yeah, I don't really care in this instance is my point. I'm just mentioning that as the possibility. And if anyone else wants to get a word in, and you feel like you can't get a word in because of the Chaska chat going on, let me know. Yeah, this is polearms only, Vermilion. Not interesting? No, I mean, I can't follow your fucking conversation. The entire YouTube chat. I could close my YouTube chat and be fine with it. That seems silly, right? Does it not seem silly that I would be closing my YouTube chat in my stream and that be fine? Right? That's kind of the point. Like, I can't follow your own conversation. So, but yes. I know you're joking. Yes. You even said it in the, yes. Raid for cryo invite from Mika. Oh yeah, fuck, I'm stupid. We have to, oh, I'm dumb. I for some reason thought we were doing the boss immediately now. Okay, no, we can get, okay. No, never mind. We can still get Mika then. This is still not necessarily doomed. I for some reason thought we were already on the boss. I forgot there was another chamber after. Okay, cool. So I choose this now. Choose this because this one needs healing, which is annoying. That's fine. I mean, do I? I mean, we'll have enough for another purchase regardless. So maybe I choose this. Crit damage. What's the path like? Candace is going to be usable in another chamber too, right? Yeah. I mean, how many geo units do I have available? So ideal would be using... Yeah, okay. I've been to streams where the whole chat was talking about something completely unrelated to the stream for nearly an hour and I just closed the chat window after a while. Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm just trying to weigh. No, I don't think I buy another buff here. I think I save in case I need to fish for Mika. So I could get unlucky and not get Mika from the thing. Okay, so what do I use for characters here? What did I use before? Oh, I used Escoffier Shenhe here, didn't I? Do I try to get away with doing something else other than Escoffier Shenhe? How many did I have to clear? 3 enemies? Escoffier Shenhe easily cleared. I could at least save like a Escoffier charge in theory. This theater is interesting. It doesn't matter its highest difficulty. Yeah. It's still interesting. It's the same thing where like no matter what difficulty I can do on polearms only, it's generally a puzzle to figure out. And this feels fine. Like I'm getting the same enjoyment and value out of clearing hard mode as I would be Visionary. Visionary is just meaningfully more complicated of a puzzle to figure out. I think my vibe is correct where Visionary is doable on this account, but it would require Vigor refund on some kind of ideal character to get. That could be multiple characters. I don't think it'd be that hard. It doesn't have to be like one specific character. But yeah, I don't think I need to clear Vision on this account. I do want to clear hard though. It's just fuck. Characters do I use here? So I mean, I have double Hydro buff now. So the interesting thing to me is maybe it's like a Candace. How much is Yunjin doing for us right now? Because like maybe if I don't know, Candace Yunjin probably can't. I feel like we're not triggering enough. Like Yunjin's not applying that much geo, right? And I feel like we need to save Kachina for Moon Gecko for sure. And we probably want Yunjin for Moon Gecko too. So I don't know. I don't think that's the play. And like maybe Zhongli here, sure. But it could be argued that Zhongli is just better for Moon Gecko 2 or Zhongli for what's his bucket. So because I could do the same thing, do Escoffier Shenhe. And then we do Candace, Yunjin, Mika, Kachina. And then we have Escoffier Shenhe again. And Zhongli available. So it would be a question of can Zhongli, Candace clear a chamber on their own in general. And that chamber could be this chamber. That's my thinking right now. Like originally I was like, can we save Zhongli for the final chamber? I would like to, but honestly I don't think it's worth the risk to do that at this point. Also, fuck me, I have to use 3 polearm units here. Shit. God fucking damn it. Oh, that sucks. Actually, that fuck me. I just noticed that. Fuck. That's really bad. That's really fucking bad. Not again. Fuck me. You can borrow and eat Lua. I totally forgot about that too. Fuck. Actually, that just might be in a reset. I forgot about Eat Lua. Fuck. Wait, does Eatlua's C2, does he do his off-field damage without, Does Eatlua do his off-field damage without double Nocry? Fuck, I'm sure someone in the chat said Eatlua when I started this, from the borrowing thing. I totally forgot about borrowing Eatlua. I definitely needed to do that. The one extra character here probably solves all the problems. Fuck, okay. Well, just in case it's pointless. Well, Visionary mode is 100% doable. 1,000,000% doable with Eatlua. Again, still might require, like, bigger refunds. Hard is probably almost... It probably would be easy if we had Eatlua available right now, frankly. Like, if we do Eatlua Candace, right? And then we do... And we had fucking more characters available. Like, I need more characters available in general. I probably... One of the mistakes I probably did, I probably should not have bought level 4 of this blessing. I don't think that was needed. I probably just should have stuck to level 2. And then that would be an extra character I'd have. C2 on-field damage only triggers when his buff instance is used. Oh yeah, so I have to have on-field geo damage triggering, which means it probably wouldn't trigger particularly quickly here, but I could trigger it with Zhongli's pillar or whatever, I guess. I got 2 repeated Arcana cards. Nice. I did 2 last time, but you can trade them if you didn't know. Okay. Well, I'll just fight one of these and see what happens. I want to see what happens with the buff, at least. Man, needing to use three units here is fucking awful, though. That's really bad. It basically just means that we didn't gain anything from saving a character previously, right? So we're doing the same thing basically. So we're going into the next chamber using up 1 charge on Escoffier and Shenhe, and not having Zhongli. The same thing that we had before, but this time we have the buffs. So, like, we are in a better situation, assuming we get this Mika. We are in a better situation for the next chamber, but not a better situation for the following chambers after, or the acts, whatever. And we still might be able to clear with a Vigor refund or whatever, so that's why I'm continuing. But yes, having Eatlua would have been the difference maker. Okay. Well, we just got Mika for free. That helps. So with the buff, we need to check if we can get away with not needing to use a character. Mika in particular. I think Yunjin, Kachina, Candace are default duh. So let's choose a random character.
My experiment.
And do we buy the buff? Let's see. So we do Candace. We can try Candace, Yunjin, Kachina. Save Mika. Yeah, at this point it's fucking kind of screwed without getting a Vigor refund. Yeah, saving that Zhongli was very important. Or having an Eatlua, because like, right. Imagine right here if we could do Candace, Shenhe, Mika for Vishap, easy, right? I think that'll be fine. And then we Candace, Eatlua, Mika for the next chamber, and then we clear this chamber with Candace, Mika. Sorry, Candace, Yunjin, Kachina, hopefully with the buff is the thinking. But yeah, anyways, I will choose this just to like make the most of it. See what we can do here. We might need to use Mika here. If we need to use Mika here, it's extra cooked, but see how good the buff is basically. Didn't even hit that.
Strike is one, and step. Here goes. Observe. Observe. Your grand finale. We shall prevail. Let her rip. Observe.
still need to use Mika.
Observe.
The damage from the effect is not doing as much as I was hoping.
Clear the area. And step. Break a leg.
Stop hissing at me. Egg roll.
Observe. Here goes.
You're exposed.
Observe. Strike is one.
Grant us your blessing.
But I didn't put the troll face. Why is it there? It's a 7 TV emote. It replaces big text.
Your grand finale.
Do your work.
It's definitely better.
We shall prevail.
Okay. I'll try this a couple times without Mika to see what we can do. If you clear this, we're gonna have problems.
Grant us your blessing.
Strike is one.
I should try opening with Kachina E again. Let me actually do that.
Yield. We shall
Break a leg. Observe.
do your work.
And leap.
Okay.
Your grand finale.
Hear my grip.
And leap.
Do your work.
Gotta make sure Kachina can get energy.
Yield.
Strike is one. And leap.
Make sure I fly Hydro. Okay, just going. Oops.
Yield.
Your grand finale.
Do your work.
And leap.
We shall
And leap.
Okay.
Strike is one.
do your work.
No fabs is annoying.
Your grand finale and step.
Grant us your blessing.
Should have put that up earlier. I definitely forgot. My bad.
Do your work.
Strike is one. And leap.
Oh fuck. Oh boy. Oh, this should have been free.
Let her rip.
Can I switch?
We shall
Break a leg. Animal hyperstate.
God damn it! That should have been fucking free. I fucked up that one skill hit, and then we can do it though. Ignore the debuff? Yeah, we're not critting that much anyways. Oops, I need to Kachina East to start. I do believe Zhongli microwave should work against this thing.
Strike is one. And leap.
do your work.
And leap. Break a leg. And leap.
We shall prevail.
Oh, this is not on the thing. Get off the thing! Get off the thing!
Observe. Grand finale.
Yield.
Clear the area.
Grant us your blessing.
Yeah, that was very bad.
Let her rip. Observe.
No, redo.
We shall
Strike is one. And step. Drilling down.
Mostly everyone do this. Get off! I swear to God, this game is not letting me switch my characters. Can't switch your characters, and then pressing E jumped on the thing instead of pressing E on Candace. Amazing. I think it was just too far away from Kachina's E beforehand for a little bit. But God damn it. We're getting this. No, I refuse. I don't even know if we're going to complete the next two chambers because we're going to have to get... I feel like we're going to have to get lucky RNG-wise to even complete the next chamber, but I refuse to not get this. Don't even care. I refuse to not get it. Feels possible? It was 100% possible. I would have gotten it... I would have gotten it the previous attempt that was really close. I had like fucking 10 seconds to spare with less HP than I had out of that phase. The previous time, but I fucked up on landing a skill. It was absolutely a skill issue. I could have paid better attention. I just switched to super by accident. Could have paid better attention to where the thing was. Just thought I was gonna hit. I did not. Got the ideal energy situation, but oh well. That's what I'm doing. Still getting hit, right?
Observe. Do your work. Grant us your blessing. Clear the area.
Get off of it! You should have saved that burst now that I think about it. I didn't get energy from that. I'm very happy this team has like as good a shield breaking potential as it does, but ugh. Make everything line up is okay, do this. Do this. Okay, do that, do that. Not having fab triggers is the thing that sucks the most for the debuff here, but
Your grand finale.
do this.
Hear my breath. Get down. Do your work. Break a leg and step. We shall prevail. Here
I didn't expect that so soon for some reason.
serve. And step. Strike is one.
This is a very not ideal shield clear.
Do your work.
It's possible it might not matter, but I don't know.
Hear my breath. Your grand finale. And leap.
Alright, we got it. There you go. Alright. Yes, this is polearms only. Jesus Christ. Sorry, cat was staring at me. Hello, sir. You want to sit in the lap to celebrate murdering the moon gecko? Look at Gina, Candace, and Yunjin. Oh boy. Here's a free cat cam for you. Oops. It'll turn on. Whoop. Trying to go over the star might take years off your life. No, we're not doing that. Oh, okay. There's a chance. So I think what we kind of fucking need here is like a vigor refund, most likely to like Zhongli. I think would actually be what gets me this. Actually, maybe not with this enemy, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe is there a reality where Candace, Mika clears this buttwad? Probably not. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Oh shit. No, that's the alternate cast though. I mean, that still might be enough. We have 100 left. All right. Rosaria. Interesting. And we will get her. Interesting. Okay. Mika, Rosaria, Candace? Maybe you can do it. And then if Escoffier Shenhe can solo, Escoffier Shenhe Mika, they probably can. Cat, are you okay? What are you doing? Did that get caught on camera? I tried to turn it on as fast as possible. He walked on the back of the chair and then fell down and then was like gripping on like, no, I must not fall down. No, don't, no. Here, can I go find a thing? Apparently you were in the bathroom. Anyways, all right, thank you, Kat. That was a good laugh. It was on camera. All right. Kat was like, I want to live. Yeah. Okay, so get Rosaria, obviously. And then that vigor clutch might have gotten us here. Also we did get the other enemy. That's probably better. Yeah, that's probably better with Candace. Yeah. I can get another mystery cache rare. All right. That's getting double mystery cash rare. Oh, sorry, cat. Bumped him. Gonna watch the Artemis launch. When is it? Is it very soon? I don't know what time zone it is. Is it like right now? Hopefully it's not right now. I guess this. All right. Well, it's not that useful to be honest. We reroll. And we can get a buff. Okay. The buff is fine. That will actually help. Okay. I think the play is this one, because we can Candace, Rosaria, freeze the fuckwad, and then we do full polearm clear for the last chamber. We do it. It's in 10 minutes? Oh, okay. Well, we'll be done with this in 10 minutes. Alright. See, this is why I continued. This is why I continued, by the way. Because there was a chance that bigger refunds save you. And I honestly, oh, can't be making noise, sorry. There was a very high chance that Vigor Refund saved us because there was a lot of characters that it could have landed on, but Rosaria was... Initially I was like, eh. But then actually, Rosaria might have been the best one to land on there, to be honest. Because now we can do this. Let's throw in a Sucrose or whatever. I didn't realize there was two. Ah, shit. I didn't realize there was two. I may have made a mistake. RNG saves the day. No, I mean, yes, but it's called optimizing around RNG. So yes. That's why we continued. And all we did was prove that Eat Lua wasn't necessary. I definitely do think... Oh, fuck, okay. Oh, that's bad. I was trying to... Yeah, well, I unfortunately doing them at the exact same time is not ideal. But we might still clear regardless. We don't care about stars, so... Wait, that was the other one? What? Okay. Can I switch to Candace? Ah, this game is jank ass fucking... Ah. sorry, Sylvia. Yeah, I could definitely star this if I wanted to. It would require... You know... It would require grouping them ideally. There you go. But it's not... Oh, goddammit. I thought I timed that properly. But it's not really necessary for any particular reason other than to show I can. But yeah, it would have just been staggering the timing for getting them down to like the 20% HP threshold where they generate their shield. And now you're dead. Yeah. And then keeping them together, and then I could have done it, but why? Why bother? Why would I do that? I know, I guess. She's in the thumbnail. Okay. And we don't even have Hydra anymore. We're just doing a full Escophiation Rosaria Mika team. Yeah, I'm very confident Visionary would be doable, but really fucking annoying. That's my vibe. Visionary is doable, but really annoying. It would probably take ideal Vigor refunds and Eat Lua for sure. But Eat Lua is actually like a big deal. He'd have to be used at the right fucking time to make him make sense. But I think he could be used. And so as far as the sad face from Sylveon for Eat Lua would be the difference maker for clearing Visionary. I'd say I'd be very iffy on Visionary if it weren't for Eat Lua, for what it's worth. Maybe I'll... The problem is, like, even if I use someone else's Eat Lua, that doesn't change the fact that I need to level 3 more characters to even challenge it in the first place. So I don't even think I will bother. Also, we get less stat buffs because if you don't have, like, the 4 out of 4 characters extra, you don't have as much stat buffs as you're starting with, so that's awkward too. That makes things harder at Visionary. Whatever. I think Visionary is doable for poems only. I just don't think it's worth the... I just don't care. I don't think I'm going to care. I'm sorry. I think I had my fun with it. I maintain that theater should not have a leveling requirement for characters. It should just be having characters, period. Like how the game mode works itself, I understand why it makes sense how it's designed, why there's a requirement for a certain number of characters, but forcing leveling them up is fucking stupid. Because what Polearms Only proves is that you don't actually fucking need to use that many characters, right? So, anyways, that's my rant done. We can just finish this off. We'll choose the buffs in case we get like a mystery cache for funsies. Maybe we'll get Candace back. That'd be funny. Yeah, whatever. Nope. Sad. Choose this, I guess. Fun. It's gonna give us mystery cache now. Nope. Okay. They could auto level them for us temporarily. Yeah, they could do that. Like I don't get it. Cause well, I mean, I do get it. It's because by forcing people to engage with the grind, the long-term grind, you force people to make it a daily habit in their life and whatever, right? But so we can start with this.
Now's your chance.
A little amuse bouche. Goose on the loose. Unleash.
Goose is on the loose.
Divine. You can't run. Punish me.
And a bishop will be very dead shortly. Yeah.
Obey. Judgment. Adaptive frosting. Pinnacle of excellence. Do your master's bidding.
Yeah.
Manifest. Lights out. You can't run. Audacity. Obey. At first, the flavor. Yeah. Manifest. By ordinance divine.
And by the way, I don't mean when I know I can clear. I should say no. I'm quite confident we can clear Visionary. When I'm saying we can clear Visionary, it's definitely not with stars. I do not think this is a very starable theater for Polearms Only, but that's fine. That just depends on the lineup. Either way, it can clear. And Visionary would just be significantly more difficult than this one was. But again, Eat Lua as a factor and ideal RNG on top of ideal decisions around the RNG would get us there. But yeah. I never looked at the fucking poses on my main account. God damn it. Yeah. I'm not too worried about the little bit of Primo Gems there. 3 Stellas. Hey, we got the most useful thing. Mostly a joke. 64k hits are Escofia, Rosaria? Probably Rosaria. But, I don't know, they both have good builds. Like, Scovia has a really good Golden Troop build. Rosaria has a Blizzard build, which is... So, this seems low, right? But Rosaria gives herself 12% crit rate. So, not this passive, but this passive. And then this is giving... Even without freeze, this is giving 20% crit rate, right? So, it's still better than Stoopies. So add 32% crit rate. So now we're at 73, and then add Cryo Resonance. Oh, we're at 87. Right. So this is actually perfectly fine. This is the balance that I have found makes sense for factoring in. Sometimes can have energy, sometimes don't. And this is even a build with a lot of energy recharge stats. So you can see, like, that's why we weren't struggling that much with energy, even with Rosaria solo. I really like this Rosaria build. It's one of the more invested builds in my account, honestly. This is also what I mean with, like, my builds are essentially perfected on Polearms Only. I can't really improve them for the most part. The only one that might be a Nefa either on the new set, because it's a new set, or Tenacity on a Nefa. But I gotta figure out whether or not that's actually worth it. But anyways. We can go log on to Zenless maybe and do Zenless free polls quick. Shape one. I don't need to bother doing that. It's just standard pulls. Seat lolly pose. Nice. Okay. That's fun. Just closing her eyes. And a kooky pose. No polearm unit pose. Also the Ito pose is great. Honestly, these are good new poses. I like being surprised by these poses. They're fun to see. I never look at... I mean, I'm sure there are leaks of what the poses are ahead of time, but I never look at them. Last times. Yeah. Cool new poses. That was weird. Alright. Visionary, the second highest one? Yes. Zenless caps lock. You want to see Zenless? I guess we can do Zenless. I mean, I was going to do dailies anyways. I'm not going to be on Zenless very long. But sure. Anyways, it was a fun theater. I enjoyed it. It's still, I don't know. It unironically is like the most fun theater. I need to go force other Genshin creators to play theater on polearms only. I don't think I want to force them to do it on this one, to be clear. This one probably would not make them think it's fun. But there is theaters that can show up. I think that will be the right balance of like, you have to think about it, but you have to blah, 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 blah. Right? Like a fun one to optimize both gameplay wise and what your choices for characters are, and having to think about your characters that you choose for the future. And that same circumstance can happen with normal accounts. It's just like the kinds of accounts that are long-term dedicated accounts that care about combat normally are ones that are invested enough to trivialize theater, where it's just extremely easy. And that's why, like, part of why theater is a bad game mode to them. I think if they, like Jay Stern rated me earlier, Jay Stern said IT is bad, and like, I don't think it's, I think it's inherently flawed, but like, from a perspective of like adapting to different account investment levels and realizing that for many players, theater might be, for their investment on their account, might be a pretty good challenge, and it might be a really good way for like the default for most players is not, you know, every time there's a new Genshin character to learn everything there is about the new Genshin character kit. That's us as the Genshin content creators who care about the game's combat. That's what we do. We learn everything. But for normal players, theater is like a game mode that forces people to be like, oh, how does this character work? And that's cool, I think. I think that's cool. So, what's your endgame ranking? I say Abyss, Stygian, Theater. I don't know. I think it's different for different kinds of players. I am a combat player that is very engaged. So, like, on my main account, Theater is not that interesting. I don't dislike doing it, but it's not that interesting. When I don't have my C6s, I'm cooked, but still totally full star clearable if I lock in. Yeah, that's cool. And with your knowledge, you can do that, right? Even when not speccing into like particular elements. So I don't know. But like for polearms only, I think this is the most fun endgame, quite frankly. Grab the book. There's a lot of books I haven't grabbed. I gotta go log on my main account to grab those things though. Like, I don't know. It's flawed. And again, I originally thought it was more flawed than I think it actually is, because I thought they were trying to make like a roguelike mode like Star Rail has, like Zenless has. Zenless wasn't out when they started to be there. But I thought it was trying to be a roguelike mode, and I think maybe they were trying something like that, but they kind of failed in that respect. I don't think it's very roguelike-esque. And I think the game still has significant room for adding a mode like Hollow Zero is in Zenless, or Simulated Universe. There's still a lot of room for a mode like that. And I think not being able to change your builds in the individual chambers when you can't plan your builds very well around theater when it comes to pushing the limits of like what you can do to clear theater. Like what I would have to do is I'd have to like figure out if I want to clear Visionary, right, on polearms only, I'd have to like map out what the ideal units are where relative to my chance of getting them available on those particular acts, and then figure out what builds make the most sense for those coverages of enemy situations. But like, because I don't know that going in, it's really annoying to have to plan that out, like more difficult than it should be. And I shouldn't have to plan out my builds ahead of time. I should be able to just change builds in between. Theater is doing itself a disservice by the fact that they don't fucking let you change your builds, quite frankly. And then again, I maintain that forcing you to level up characters is stupid and pointless. Forcing you to have characters available, fine. But like, fundamentally, if we do what we did in polearms only there, but then I actually am allowed to use my unleveled, my unused units that didn't have equipment, all those level 70 characters that didn't have equipment, they would have helped me clear much easier, right? Like, I don't know. So, anyways, I think it's an interesting balance of challenge, and I think it is honestly like the most fun endgame on polearms only at this point, where like Stygian is clearable on polearms only, but not really ever a challenge, to be clear. At Fearless, like Dire is basically impossible because of how they design enemies and balance the totals of HP and the teams available on this account. it has been an interesting challenge to clear some dire bosses, to be clear, but full clearing is a different kind of nightmare, and just not balanced appropriately to what the fun of polearms only is. And then Abyss is like still fun from a perspective of not using the OP teams, at least, because I can still like do what I've been doing, right? Where I don't use Avocino, don't use Flins, and try to clear, and I can still clear. That's cool. Like it's fun. I don't know. I'd say Theater and Abyss are still like similarly fun. They're very different modes, right? So even like comparing them to each other is kind of weird in my mind. That I don't spend that much time planning. No, I don't think you're meant to at a baseline, but you can, right? And I think that is one of the flaws of Theater from Hoyo versus End to some degree. But I think they also did that on purpose because they're balancing Theater around. This is not meant as an insult. I want to be clear. This is meant as like, this is just how a lot of people play Genshin, and it's fine. They're less knowledgeable in the combat, but they're balancing around people like Kiwi, right? Where like Kiwi can have a very enjoyable time in Theater relative to its balance, relative to where her account is invested, at least too, and not know that much about character kits and still like kind of complete the mode. Stygian's just pure tedium. Yeah, like I don't know. I appreciate Stygian for existing, for pushing the limits of like Stygian existing actually gives there a reason for being. Like frankly, like one big problem I had why I hated Muika so much was because like there was no fucking content that gave any reasonable justification for her needing to be as strong as she was. Post Stygian, it made more sense, right? I still dislike specific aspects of how they balance her kit and how she feels to play, regardless of that. But like Stygian gives reason to actually care about min-maxing things in a certain level that I appreciate existing for that. But it also is just so fucking blatantly designed in a way to make you feel like you are being punished for not having the newest characters that it just feels ass. It just feels ass so often. I don't know. Like, I still feel like Fearless Stygian is like a decent balance for like pushing you to optimize and min-max your characters while also giving you some options. But they're also actively making Fearless more fucking cringe as time goes on. So with at least one boss out of the 3 for like, fuck you if you didn't have recent units, right? It's gonna be Gecko next patch. I am not confident. I'm pretty sure I can clear Gecko next patch with my Navia, but I think I might have to use cons on like Durin to get Navia there. And I think I might be able to clear, if I don't have to use Durin, I'm gonna definitely have to still use Columbina with Navia. But I'm not even confident about that. And this is again at Fearless. And then if not that, then I think I'd have to use C6 Varka. Right? Which the fact that's like so few options, and I do have some investment into Geo units on my account. So like the fact that it's not like an obvious clear on my account is bonkers. Like that's such a fuck you pull Columbina and Linnea ass balance boss. And the fact that I'm uncertain that a C0 R1 Columbina is enough, right? A C0 Columbina, a C0 R1 Columbina, and a main DPS Geo unit, like how Moongecko should have been balanced is that like a Farina, Columbina, Noelle, Shalonen team should have been able to clear, in my opinion. Right, that would be acceptable balance, but I don't think that does because Noelle is really not great in Stygian. Number 1 in Nefa. Wait, you have number 1 in Nefa? Wow. I could have had number 1 in Nefa, but I gave up on it because I just what? Wait, what is it? Where is it? Oh, it's super zoomed in because y'all. I remember. I was like, remember because we were zoomed in on the faces that were funny on Enka. I could have had number 1 in Nefa, but I gave up because I don't know. I DM'd the Akasha owner and was like, "Yo, can you add a Staff of Scarlet Sands leaderboard?" And they're like, "Yeah, I guess I should consider that, considering it meaningfully changes the stats that would make sense on a Neva." And then they didn't do it, so I don't know. I literally in the message was like, "Would you be willing to do this? I'm willing to donate to you even." And they didn't even mention anything. Like I was basically like, "I'll fucking pay for it," and they didn't even say anything. So fucking
Take a
annoying.
stroll. I won't go too far.
Anyways, whoop. I somehow search for Euler's number. Euler's number. Euler's fucking dumbass brain. Euler's number. It is Euler, right? Anyways, Inefa C0 deathmatch number 1. Yep, I think my deathmatch build was the one that I had the highest ranking on. Fell to like just like top 13 now, which is crazy. But yep, this is honestly, I'm kind of surprised it's number 1. I mean, you have like no bad stats. Like it makes sense. It just doesn't like immediately at a glance. It doesn't give number 1 vibe, right? So, yeah, I don't know. But regardless, it is number 1 because 100% crit rate go burr. To be clear, I think at this investment level, it makes more sense maybe not to be 100% crit rate. Like, Anefa hits every few seconds, every couple seconds, right? And landing her crits is, like, it's fine to have, like, 97% crit rate versus 100%. And swapping that 1 crit rate roll for a crit damage or attack percent roll or EM roll could actually result in a better, like, actual damage. And you will crit most of the time anyways. So, anyways. My issue with Genshin is you roll crit rate a lot and no crit damage. Well, it's really good for Akasha leaderboards to roll all crit rate. So, anyways, clearly. Yeah, this feather is deceptively ridiculously good, is you know, the funny aspect. Super high roll value with the crit and attack percent. And you didn't need any more crit rate, so like that, the crit rate being a lower roll doesn't matter at all, and you have a high EM roll, right? So that's this 800% roll value of feather. And then it's the circlet that carries you over, you know. Fucking 4 high rolls of attack percent with high EM rolls. And perfect balance of crit rate, yeah. No, yeah, the stars just managed to align accidentally for your build. It's really funny. What's surprising is that you have room for an obvious improvement in the flower. Like 610% roll value in the flower is not that high, right? So it's still a beatable build, basically. And I would expect you to be beaten eventually at some point. The fact of the matter is that this is the Columbina domain, and people are going to, and the Columbina is a very popular character, and the Columbina mega fans are going to farm Columbina until the day they die. You're right. And they will accidentally beat your Anefa eventually, right? Or the Anefa mega fans will too, potentially. But I heard my name, yeah. So yeah, anyways, but you only really have like a very obvious improvement for like the maximized improvement here is like 3 substats. There's like 3, there's wiggle room for like 3 more substats. But yeah. Very nice. That was Artemis 2, and it is a rocket with people being sent to I almost said orbit. They're not orbiting. Sent to go around the moon. It is the first time since 1970 something, one of the later moon missions. First time since 1970 something that humans at all have left like low Earth orbit. So, yeah. It's actually a pretty significant deal, I would say. So, yeah. Is it launching now? Let's go look it up. Artemis to launch. Did it already launch? I might have already missed the window. I forgot. Yep. Hasn't launched yet. 135,000 watching. No chat. Is there any information on updates on when it is expected to actually launch? I have no idea. Should I just should we just go into Zenless and keep it like shrunky dunk down in the screen? Can I pop it out?
Take a stroll.
You do not have a pop out feature on desktop? What the okay. It's launching in like 1 minute. Oh, really? Big bomb, hopefully controlled. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I tuned into the perfect time. Literally launching in less than a minute. Let's go. Yes, the volume is on. Not the best camera tracking. I gotta admit, NASA. Not the best camera tracking. I mean, that just means the rocket fast. You think they would have paid someone to to practice that a little bit more? But I understand. That's a tricky thing. If I got asked that, I'd be like, fuck no.
Each day is
Like,
a new
fuck no, I
page
can't
in
track
my
that
story.
better. And they got
I
it
wanna
now.
savor every
To be
scene,
clear, that
every
this might not be. This is probably a person
footnote.
controlling like a robotic arm that has to like input commands to like tilt the thing and track it. But you can picture in picture if you click the player twice. Oh, okay. There we go. I believe after a few minutes, we might be able to see the. I forgot what they're called. The little white boosters detach. I assume we will not be able to see the big booster detach. Sending Columbiana back to the moon. Exactly. It's fucking crazy. There's people on that rocket. Like I think it's so fucking crazy. Still, whatever. Rockets are old technology, but like, we fucking strap people to a goddamn rocket and they're sending them to the moon. Like, it's still one of the things I love about humanity. The fact that we did that at all, and the fact that we're doing it again. I'm not expecting it to end well. I mean, we've done this a lot. It would be a pretty big tragedy if it exploded. But yeah, I think that's the booster separating, by the way. Yeah, see? Told you. See, that's the white booster separating. I figured we'd be able to see those, because those only are on for like a minute or so. But yeah. You can see them, they're falling down. They should splash down in the ocean.
I still have so much to learn about human interaction.
Yeah, there's nothing like crazy fancy going on here. It's just like
my hands when I'm nervous.
50 years of progress of
I
the
just
same technology
really
from
wanna
50
make
years
friends
ago,
with
just
everyone.
newer. And in not really newer, just bigger. It's just bigger. It's just bigger from the bigger versions of the things we did a while ago. I don't know. It's a nice like throwback to a time that I never got to witness. Yeah, launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That's where most of NASA's main launches launch from. Reminds me of Outer Wilds and floating away in your ship to die. Yeah. So, anyways, I think after about 8 minutes, like you can still see the boosters there.
Take a stroll.
I
won't go too far.
think after about 8 minutes, if I recall, the big orange booster separates, and then they're going to orbit in around Earth for about a day, ish is what's expected, and that's basically to give them time to make sure everything's good, and then they will go from low Earth orbit, and then they'll still technically be orbiting Earth the entire time, but they're gonna extend the orbit. If you're familiar with Kerbal Space Program, you've seen people do this, or you've done it yourself. They're gonna extend the orbit basically to go from like a circular orbit. So I mean, here, let me. This is 5 year. Explain like I'm 5. Type thing. Here, let's just do this like this. There we go. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. That's the thumbnail for the stream. So here, let's see.
Each day is a new page in my story.
Here is the Earth.
I want to savor every scene, every footnote before I turn to the next one.
Yeah, the Earth is a void in space. Don't worry about it. Here, I can map. did this in a stupid way because I didn't cut out the background in the first place, but damn, there we go. There's the Earth. It's got some green on it. Don't worry about it. It's mostly water. This is 70% accurate. So let's go to a black thing. Here, let's, you know, we can draw Florida, I guess, for funsies. See my paint skills. Alright, so we got, I don't know, I got South America here, whatever. You got some Europeans over here, and wonderful Africa. Let's draw within the border, please. Over here, got a Mediterranean. And you got a green, whatever. And then you got a you got a Florida there, and then there you go. That's the Earth. Perfect. So what we have. So, wait. I need to like here. Canvas size, width, like 10,000. That's, I just shortened. God damn it. Canvas size. So this is, mind you, an approximation. But the moon is farther away than you think. Like, probably, I don't know exactly where. I think it's...
Can I stop here and play?
This is completely,
I mean,
based on the
take a
scale that I have
stroll.
the Earth at, I'm
I won't
pretty
go too
sure
far.
the moon is approximately a little gray sphere. Circle. Approximately here-ish. That's the wrong tool.
I still have so much to learn about human interactions.
Why is it not filled? God damn it.
Like, where should I put my hands when I'm nervous?
Like, the moon is approximately here.
I want to make friends with everyone.
Also, we should just fill this with black. Space. There we go. That's a very egg-shaped moon, by the way. Don't worry about it. Like, the moon is fucking far away. Now, I don't know exactly what they're doing, to be clear, to get there. But, again, this is an extremely simplified version of what they do.
Can I stop here and play? I mean,
So,
take a stroll.
Don't quote me on this. I ain't a fucking rocket scientist. I'm just a dumbass. 3 days for Apollo. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how long they're spending in orbit. I read like a day or two. Ultimately, it'll be like as long as they need to take until they're confident to go. Anyway, so they most of the energy for the rocket, like most of the fuel. What? Oh, I'm stupid. Here. Most of the energy for the fuel. That is great. Is basically used to just go from here to orbit. I don't know exactly what direction. They're going like this direction, I think, technically. But, can't zoom into the surface, right? But ultimately, most of the energy from going here to here is actually not that high. Most of the energy is just needed to get off the fucking ground and then into low Earth orbit. So basically, what they do is they just burn rockets, go fast. It's you fly far, you fly hard enough that you fall slower. You're flying forward faster than you are falling down to the Earth. That is how orbit works fundamentally. You fly forward fast enough, then eventually you are flying forward faster than the ground comes towards you, essentially, because the Earth is curved. Whatever, blah blah blah. And so you go like this, and eventually, you know, you keep on boosting, go that way, ish. I don't know exactly. They might be going this direction, this direction. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, they're going into orbit, and then they'll be like, you know, low Earth orbit. I don't know exactly where they are, right? But they're just gonna orbit around the Earth, relatively close to the Earth for a little bit. I heard a day, but it's gonna be a day or two, right? Orbiting. So I can't draw a fucking circle. Life me, okay? Whatever. You get the point. They're orbiting like this, a circle-ish, right? what they're going to do is they're not going, as far as I'm aware, they're not landing on the moon. I know that. As far as I'm aware, they're not even going to orbit the moon, because orbiting the moon is much more complicated. And takes more energy and whatever, and isn't necessary. They're going to do a flyby. So what they do is, once they're in a stable orbit, right? What they do is they're going to then, so rocket is, say, here, right? Rocket's here. They are going to basically turn on the engines after a little bit. And this is after they've used up like all their fuel, right? And they start going, pushing this direction. And what this does is it doesn't leave Earth orbit, but it makes the orbit, instead of this shape, it makes it, by keeping on boosting this way, it makes it this shape. Right? And that's the cool thing. They're never leaving Earth orbit in this. They're just boosting to... They're boosting in a particular direction to extend the orbit out so that they go and fly around the moon to get close by. Like, it'll probably be closer by than that, to be clear. It'll probably look more like... And in reality, it probably also extends the orbit. Technically, what the orbit would look like if they were going to around, it would probably... Here we do this. Well, here, I can actually just... the Earth, I guess, but... Oh, well, fuck, whatever. Point is, if the Earth was here, visualize the Earth over here, or visualize the orbit, would technically extend behind the Earth, right? This direction. Similar-ish. But yeah, 7,000 kilometers from the moon. Okay, yeah. How big is the moon? I don't even remember. But yeah. Anyways, it's going to be a flyby around the moon, and the whole orbit will be like a really, really elongated elliptical orbit, essentially. And then when they want to come back to Earth, they just, you know, start burning the opposite way to then shrink the orbit back down around the Earth, and then eventually shrink it enough that they go and sploosh in the water. That's all. Probably not on the North Pole, but, you know, that would be a little weird. Anyways, that's a really, 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 really oversimplified explanation. And I, to be clear, don't have the ability to meaningfully explain to you much better than that. Why is this so zoomed in? Doo-doo-doo. But yeah. Anyways, now it's been, in the yapping that took, I believe they disconnected the big ol' orange booster, so now all that's left in the top of it, trying to pay part of this too. No, it's probably, if we go to the NASA page, we don't have a graphic. No, we don't have a graphic. Okay, well, but anyways, now that's,
This is a big...
now all that's left
Can I stop here and
is the little white bit at the
maybe
top.
take a stroll? I won't go too far.
They're past Carmen, yeah. Are they doing a slingshot? Really? I didn't realize they'd be doing a slingshot. Or they're doing a slingshot around the moon. Okay, that makes sense. So definitely very oversimplified. Slingshots, I don't even claim to try to properly explain visually, with paint at least. Or even confidently without. I'd have to... I don't know. It's been a while since I actually did any of the real numbers work required for this stuff. But anyways, turn off display capture. Yeah. Okay, that's still working. Alright. Can I post a link in the comment? Oh yeah, feel free. Yeah, post a real post a real flight path. Yeah, I can open that up. Thank you. There we go. That's kind of what I was looking for. I was pretty sure I saw it, I just didn't know where to find it. Oops, I just opened up the same YouTube. How did I do that? Copy, please? Do. Okay, so this is meaningfully more complicated than I... Wait, no. So, this is the flight path, but I was drawing orbits, to be clear. They are not actually doing a complete orbit around the moon. Like, when they're extending their orbit, they're not doing that. So, but technically, if they just continue with the orbit here, right, they could technically, but they wouldn't do that. Yeah, so they launch off to the right, yep, go into orbit around the Earth. It looks like it's already pretty elliptical to start. And then they start boosting there. As they're orbiting and it extends, yeah, and then they get, okay. So this is a little different. So okay, I see. So they are extending the orbit this way and then continuing to boost as they're going through. And eventually the orbit gets around the Earth, it gets extended around here, and then the moon's gravity slingshots around. They do a flyby of the moon, and then the energy that gets added into the system from the moon's gravity pushes us back towards Earth. So this is the more energy efficient thing to do, right? Yeah, I think. But don't quote me on it. I'm not that actually knowledgeable on this. I am not actually a rocket scientist. This is a better graphic, crazily enough. The NASA made a better graphic than my paint. I was explaining just basic like orbital mechanics, Kerbal Space Program style, I guess.
I won't go too far.
But yeah, appreciate the link. Thank you. So yeah, I'll go. I guess I'll go dump this in YouTube chat if anyone wants to look at it directly. This is cool. Yeah, it's not really new stuff. It's not really like new. I don't know exactly what they're studying or if there's any goals in this other than I know part of Artemis is like doing another moon landing at some point. I don't remember what the exact schedule of things is. But I haven't been following it that closely, honestly. So I don't know. But it's cool. It's very classic. And it's still crazy. I don't know. When you start thinking about things, you're like, yep, just strapping humans to a rocket and send them off. And then just being smart with doing the math to know when certain things will happen to predict, yep, that you are going here and not there. And bam. There you go. Anyways. But yeah, no, they're definitely not orbiting. I assume a future Artemis mission will be orbiting. I don't know. Are they? Wait, actually, I don't know. Civilian, you might know. Are they doing another Artemis mission where they're going to orbit the moon? Or are they just like, after this one, is it going to be like moon landings planned? I don't remember. I don't remember what the plan was. Because Artemis plans have changed and been delayed and blah, blah, blah. They plans for 2 more? Okay, that's what I kind of thought. I just couldn't remember where they were. So, and I wouldn't be surprised if those plans also still change again. Anyways. Oh yeah, I was gonna go into Zenless. Slap this game. Going to Zenless. Do dailies here quick, and then we'll end the stream. No, I'm not gonna change the game on Twitch, because I don't think we're gonna be on this long enough to care. But if someone comes in and yells at me, I'll be like, thanks for joining the stream. I apologize for misleading you with the categorization. In exactly that tone. Isn't a definitive answer we don't know when Artemis 3 will be. I mean, obviously we don't know when Artemis 3. Yeah, we don't have a Cold War going on. There's not as much there's no competitive pressure to do this. It's just, but it's good it's happening regardless. And it feels kind of surprising to me that it took this long for us to be like, yeah, we should go to the moon again. I don't know. I think it should be at least in everyone's like normal lifespan, there should be at least 1 moon landing, no? That's my take. There should be at least 1 moon landing in everyone's lifespan. So like every 70 years at minimum. So we're meeting that. That's my vibe. Although to be clear, in theory at some point, you know, if enough things are built, it would happen more. It would be less moon landings could become commonplace in a sense, right? But anyways. We'll see if that ever happens. Artemis 3 is meant to test SpaceX stuff in Earth orbit. Artemis 4 is for moon surface landing if things go according to plans. I see, okay. Like, what's the point? What's the point? I mean, to be clear, I haven't looked at the specific mission goals of Artemis 2. But to answer questions about reality, And you might be like, what's the point of answering? And let's say like one thing we still don't really know. We have theories and theories that like best fit. We don't actually know where the fuck the moon came from. Oh, oops, I forgot.
Always come back here for a cup of coffee.
There we go. We don't actually know where the fuck the moon came from. All you missed was me getting coffee. My apologies. And you might be like, okay, do we need to know where the moon came from? Not really. We don't need to. You can indeed live and die and live your whole life without knowing where the moon came from. In fact, the entirety of every human that has ever lived has lived their entire life without knowing where the fucking moon came from. But knowing where the moon came from can answer like fundamental questions. We need to, yeah, like making extra moons. How do we make more moons? No, like what the impact on that on like life happening in the first place was, and what the impact of like knowing how life works can have a lot of impact on how we might be able to create things that are useful for people. Now, do I think research has to be done always to find things that are useful for people that are not just interested in knowing the way things are? No, I think there is value in knowing why things are itself. I think humans being part of the universe itself that can figure out how the universe itself works is cool as shit. Like, I don't know. The reason we do these things, why do people care about anything? I don't know. Why the fuck do people care about anything? Why do people care about Genshin lore? Because it's cool and some people find it interesting. I care about finding out real life lore. Like, I don't know. You know, is it worth the money? That's a different question. That's where you get political. Right. But like, I don't know. I feel like the question of whether it's worth the money, you can see really big tags on the price of, what the fuck am I doing? On the price of something like the Artemis missions. I get it, right? And be like, that money could be better used in my pockets. Sure. One, you would have to convince someone and prove that that money would be better used in your pocket than to we exist to learn lore. Exactly. You'd have to convince someone that money is better used in your pocket than someone else's pocket, or than like for finding out information. But yes, it very might be that they are just doing this mission to prep for other missions. But like, that's kind of like what you need to do. You do something to build on top of something that already exists, and then the thing you're doing now that is on top of something else that was already done to build up to what you're doing now can then be used to build up to something more in the future, right? And I don't know. And I think there's something more intrinsically human valuable, to be clear, to sending actual humans there. Like, are we really going to argue in this age of, wow, it's kind of shit that humanity is constantly doing stuff that's like just underpinning the value that humans add to existence in favor of like, let's replace all humans. Like, that's kind of shitty. No? Kind of feels shitty. And then you're going and being like, what's the point of sending people? Like, is there not something more intrinsically valuable about sending people and proving that we can fucking do it? And not only we did it once 50 years ago, we can do it again. And we can do it as much as we want. I don't know. I think there's something intrinsically more valuable. Current one is meant to go around the dark side of the moon. We have some more tech that can be used to study the dark side a bit better than back in the days of the Apollo program. There you go. Right? There you go. There's a specific thing that we're going to get, maybe, hopefully, from this mission, if all goes well. And like, yeah, and fundamentally, the amount of things that we have even in the modern day that can be hooked back into random ass people just being curious and doing things that are crazy is surprisingly high. Like, things that were done not because like there was a clear value to them back when they were done, but because that person just wanted to, or a group of people wanted to. I don't know. You need to research, yeah. Like there's a basic goal in mind, yeah. But the value that it's actually gained for it is not necessarily direct anyways. So there's a lot of aspects to it that I think are valuable, is my opinion. But anyways, I don't have enough for the thingies. Oh, okay, that's the first time I didn't save resources for that. Whoops. My bad. Oh well, that's sad. That's literally the first time I've never been able to buy both those. Oh well, it's not enough for a temple anyways. I've used a bunch of these lately, so I need to buy this probably first. We'll go farm this, then we'll use the standard pulse. A lot of modern tech comes from space exploration, yeah. And this one's weird in my mind, because again, it doesn't feel like they're doing that much new. But that's also just comes from a place of ignorance, I feel like. Like, I don't know exactly the kinds of really new things they're actually doing. Mr. Civilian in my Twitch chat obviously knows more. That is very loud. Sorry, I normally prefer Zenless audio louder when I'm not playing it on stream. So, yeah. I don't know. I think it has value unto itself, but it also has value that might extend to the future in ways that is hard to tell right now. And relative to the amount of absolute stupid wasted money, quite frankly, like I'm sorry, with the fucking people being sent to Iran, the US government doing this bullshit with the Iran war, and how much money this is inevitably going to cost us, the people, us being the people that living in the United States primarily.
The pressure's on.
But, well, actually, and it's not really just the people in the United States, because that fucking conflict is costing many people in the world many things indirectly too. But you get the point. Like, okay, like compared to the cost of other dumbass things humanity does, that is massive amount of resources that humanity puts into, that I think are just fucking horrifying in many ways. I don't know. Almost, and if we actually start comparing things, I feel like the money spent into space exploration in the current day, at least, is not enough. Personally, I think the money maybe put in during the Cold War period maybe was arguably too much for the context of the time. But the sad fact of the matter is the reason so much money got fucking put in the Cold War is because it was a war situation. When people are concerned with their ability to prove they can kill other people more so that they can feel safe, they're more concerned with fucking spending more money on that.
The pressure's on.
I don't know. War is weird. I'm not saying nothing good has come from war. You could argue that humanity's current progress at all in space exploration came from war, conflict on some level, but it also feels deeply unsatisfying that we can't just fucking embrace. Like, yeah, sure, let's go to the moon without some backing of, this is to prove that we can kill the Russians. Money is not the issue? I mean, if it's not the issue, then what is the issue?
The pressure's on.
Like, if the money's not an issue to you, then why isn't it valuable to try to expand human knowledge? Don't need that. Also, I don't think I need this. Do I need this? Probably not, but whatever. I'll level it. It was indeed something refreshingly exciting coming across the Atlantic in recent times, yeah. Anyways, I feel like ignoring the fact that it's only a thing the US did to try to pretend they were better than other countries anyways, I think NASA and things related to space exploration in general are one of the cool things this country does, and I want to see more of it. I don't need level up. That's all. AP? No. Attack or bust. Okay, defense. Wow. Cool. I don't know why I kept this, but crit rate, crit damage, yay. Okay. Wow. Great. This was actually maybe a good Miyabi piece, by the way, and then the game's like, nope. Wow. Okay, I wanted to see if it full rolled HP. You really don't see value in sending humans over data with, yeah, your sticking point seems to be, oh my god. I don't need this. I already have 3 roll pieces. Wait, do I? Well, now it doesn't matter. Your sticking point seems to be why send humans. I don't know. Again, is there not something inherently valuable? You really don't see something inherently more valuable to the idea of sending humans? I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer your fucking question if there's actually a need for it, other than on an intrinsic human value. But to me, that is enough. I don't feel like particularly when we break down, like, what is the difference is really like on a, to me, we've already figured out how to send humans, right? And for the most part, it's just like probably a little bit more expensive on a human value level. And I think it actually is important symbolically, and symbolically, and how that symbolically connects economically to like people's ability to dream for the future. Like, I feel like many people underestimate how important it is for like people to feel genuinely hopeful about the future, and how that motivates them to become better persons themselves. Because if you are hopeful about the future being better for yourself and for other people, you yourself are probably going to try to be better too. And that makes your life better, that makes other people's lives better around you. And I think we need more of that right now. Like, I don't know. Like what would Artemis 2 also, like, making sufficiently advanced robotic systems also cost money, right? So on like a cost level, I don't like what actually is exactly the difference in your mind is my point about sending people versus sending a robot. Like, if you think there's no inherent value to sending humans, what is the value exactly of sending robots? Are you actually confident that sending robots is better? Is it just better because it doesn't risk human life? But is it not just up to those astronauts to risk their lives? And I feel like it's much more compelling to try to dedicate our life to the dream of the being the privileged few that can be part of that. Like, if I fucking dedicated my life to doing that, I want there to be programs that exist that, yeah, I would love the chance to be able to be part of that if that's what I'm working towards. And people being able to dream for that is important. Yeah. Think about how many people want to be astronauts as kids. Like, and this could reinvigorate imagine how many fucking children could be reinvigorated to have a dream of being like, yeah, I could be that fucking crazy nut job. In 20 years, or 30 years, 40 years, whatever, I could be that crazy fucking nut job on the top of that fucking rocket and getting sent to see the fucking moon. That random ass orb that's been omnipresent in my life, in the sky. I don't know. It's just odd to me that you feel like there's not value to the humans, but send a robot, you can gather data for much longer time. Not really. No. Remember this? This is a flyby with a slingshot move. This is a one and done. It takes way more energy to actually orbit the Earth, or like I shouldn't say way more energy, but like, it's not as simple to just say, you can send a robot and spend more time. If there's a robot observing there versus a human observing, given this same orbital path, there's no difference in the time. Right? The difference would be that you could send a robot there to orbit, and we do, by the way. We've launched plenty of things. Like, your argument here, it seems to ignore that we've done that a ton of times. Right? And again, I don't know exactly what they need humans for past the symbolic value level. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. What the Mars rover that landed? What? Yeah, the Mars rover landed. But you do no, seriously. Do you think? Are you saying like, oh, we sent a rover to the Mars? There's no fucking reason to ever send anyone to Mars. Like, if humans eventually, like, Mars is a much more hard thing to do. It's way harder. But like, do you really think that? Oh, there's no value when the headline comes out in 150 years. Pretend you're alive. When the headline comes out in 150 years that, and yes, I'm being pessimistic. I don't think we're gonna land on Mars in my lifetime. If you the headline, oh, breaking news, humans landed on Mars for the first time. They didn't die going to Mars. Yay. You're gonna be like, fucking stupid. We already landed robots on Mars a century ago. Is that really your attitude? Is that really the attitude? Like, because that's the same vibe I get with the attitude with like, oh, the humans are unnecessary to send on Artemis. No, there is, but just to orbit. I don't see the value if it's a mission. They're not orbiting. It's a flyby. And this is potentially something that like look, this is the first time in fucking like 50 years. In 50 years that we have, over 50 years that we've sent humans outside of fucking low Earth orbit. Like, do you really think we can ever actually build to the point? Because you're saying yes, if we're gonna attempt to survive or build a satellite or like build something on the moon, because that's like something that humans are, many humans are absolutely fucking trying to do. They're working towards is building like bases on the moon, whatever. Whether you consider that sci-fi or not, there are people, real people working on trying to do that, and like stuff like this is the fundamental steps working toward that. Do you really think we can work towards that ever becoming a real thing in the first place if we don't send more people, real people, if we don't get more experience sending more actual human beings to the moon? We can never get to the point where we're actually going to start building shit for real on the moon. We can't get to the point where we send 1,000 people to the moon. We can't get to the point where we start constructing things on the moon. Because like, yeah, we could send a robot to construct things on the moon. You think construction robots? You think we can build a construction robot that we send and completely fucking magically builds a fucking building on its own with no people there? No, there might be robots that help, but we're still gonna have to fucking send people, right? We can't actually ever fucking build anything. We can't ever send many people if we don't start sending a few people. And 50 fucking years ago, we sent a few people, and now we're doing it again. And I think it's a really important moment that we're doing it again. And yeah, robots need maintenance too. That is actually the simpler argument. It's a really important moment that we're doing this again to potentially build to that point, to build to something more in the future. I don't think it's literally just to repeat history. I would hope it is building to something more. What it will build to exactly, I don't know. I hope it builds to a bunch of things. Why am I here? A little distracted. Slightly. Anyways. Just to be clear, I'm not like angry with you, Purita. I think it's interesting to talk. Like this is one of the things I appreciate, and one of the things like I appreciate with talking with people that, you know, have a different perspective and trying to work through what exactly the difference is in your perspective. Like, I'm not angry with you. I think it's interesting to talk about this kind of thing. So I feel like most of the things I have said today wouldn't have been said if you hadn't disagreed in a sense, essentially. So I don't see the value of a flyby. I mean, I'm sure if you went and talked with one of the many people that were working, if you talked particularly with one of the astronauts, if you went and asked one of the astronauts what the value of them as a human is on a flyby rather than a robot, I'm sure they'd be able to like dump a bunch of information on you you know, that I couldn't provide you, and you better be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'd be surprised if they couldn't. I think you're stuck on a weird detail that would be immediately evaporated once you learned, in fact, more details of this mission. And even that, I don't even know if that detail matters personally, but if it does to you, I get it. That's fine. But I don't know. I would say use this as an opportunity to look into the mission more. Dump this link on YouTube, sure. You know, yeah. Read more on what they're trying to do, and maybe something about it will change your mind. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I feel like there's enough inherent value that it doesn't matter, and I look forward to seeing what the end results are to come. Not a pity. So single pull. Are we even getting an A rank? No. Well, most boring pulls incoming. I don't know. It's cool to explore space with probes and everything. Well, like, honestly, the moon is boring to send robots to, okay? The moon is boring to send robots to. The moon is close enough. We should be fucking always sending people. That's obviously not literally always, right? Obviously, there's reasons to not send people. For literally everything. But, like, economically, I think, you know, NASA agrees with you on a generalized level, right? That's why in 50 years we hadn't sent people. But it's like, hey, the AI only AI makes content creation from now on. Is there any value to 1 in every 100 years a real human is allowed to do something for once? Maybe if AI is the only thing allowed to make content from now to the next 50 years, maybe in 50 years from now, the one person that is for some reason allowed to make content after AI is the only thing making content for 50 years, maybe it feels a little bit more valuable inherently, just because it's not the same thing that it was before. I don't know. Anyways. I wanted to bang my head against the wall trying to program a room for class over stuff like this. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways. I think it's cool. It's not the coolest thing I've seen for space exploration. To be clear. I think the James Webb Space Telescope, it was cope-worthy. No, I think the James Webb Space Telescope was the coolest fucking thing that may happen space-wise in my lifetime. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully I got more life ahead of me. Maybe I'll see something else cool. But the James Webb Space Telescope was something I was aware of for like 10 years before it was launched. So that one was meaningfully more exciting to me, and the amount of information and interesting discoveries that have come out of that already, and not even discoveries, like discoveries of things. The most interesting thing to come out from the James Webb Telescope is that, like, it somewhat like the Hubble has illustrated to us how much we still don't know. And it has essentially told us that some of the fundamental things we thought were accurate about what we thought were our best theories were in fact apparently not that accurate. And that means there's a lot to learn still, and a lot to think about and see and test what might actually be the reasons why we see reality as the way it is. And that's fucking cool. So my biggest space hope is Betelgeuse going supernova in my lifetime. I also want that. Even with the asterisk that there's a small chance that Betelgeuse going supernova could kill life on Earth. To be clear, I think there would have to be like a... I think the doomsday theory of Betelgeuse killing life on Earth is like if a side effect of the supernova, there's like a concentrated beam of like radiation that somehow lines up with our solar system, and then but even with that chance, if that is a real chance in the first place, I think it's not really a real chance. Even with that chance, I accept that risk. I want to see it in my lifetime. I agree. Probably won't happen. I kind of hate the articles that are like, I hate the articles that pop up like, new paper thinks that Betelgeuse will go supernova in the next 30 years. This happened recently. And then there's new papers that are like, actually, that's not necessarily what might be observed right now. It might be something else, and it's probably actually not that. So, like, Betelgeuse probably not going to go supernova for the next, 20 years. It's still, like, probably more like 100 to 1,000. Anyways, I agree, though. Be fucking cool. I want to see a supernova. That's a rare privilege of all the humans that have lived. The amount of humans that have been able to see like a visible supernova in daylight is extremely few. I lived the adulting at the grocery store. Main importance of the astronaut is to test how the body reacts to life outside the Earth's gravity orbit. I mean, yes. But we also need to test different kinds of things other than just being like we need to test in different yes, we need to test different things about how the body reacts to different kinds of things we do in space with human bodies. And just orbiting the Earth in low Earth orbit in the ISS is not the same thing. I imagine if you talk to some medical professionals, they would probably be like, no, there's a lot of things we know, like, more confidently now from the ISS, but, like, we still don't know as confidently how it would react to this situation. So, I don't know. Anyways. But, like, I don't think there's probably plenty of valuable information that will come from humans being sent, is my assumption, on this mission. I just don't know what it is. After the novelty wears off, space exploration comes down to economics. Yeah. Indeed. Didn't even want to take robotics. I got stuck in it because it was the only 500 level CS class that wasn't full. Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully it can end up being a good experience for you overall. I enjoyed my robotics after school class, but it wasn't for like credit for anything. So it was pretty low stress. It would have been nice if it was for credit because like I would have maybe had more responsibility than the things I did have responsibility for. Because a side effect happened in my like first robotics program that I was part of was everyone like had their own role for what to work on, and then I ended up like in mostly unimportant roles. I don't even remember exactly what I worked on because it was that unimportant, but whatever. It was ultimately just a thing to partake in and hang out after school. Other people I liked being around with, so. Space is a topic that both intrigues and scares the ever-living fuck out of me. I mean, it shouldn't scare you. Most of space is out there and it won't affect you. There's nothing really to be scared of. What are you scared of in space? Space whales aren't real. If they were real, they probably would be gentle. I don't know why space whales was the first thing I brought up. Radiation, yeah. Yeah, I imagine they're probably studying effects of radiation on the mission. I would be surprised if they weren't. Yes, Keeney, what scares you about, or anyone chat, what scares you about space? If you're scared about space. I'm gonna stumble across the devouring narwhal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we're gonna have to... Who dealt with the narwhal? I don't even remember. Wait, well, didn't we do that canonically? Anyway? Who was with us? Who was with us when we fought the narwhal in story? Was Child there? Was it just Child? Probably safer in a spaceship than most places on Earth. I wouldn't say that. I don't know if I'd say that. I feel like there's more safety risks going into a spaceship. I more just meant, generally speaking, like, as a human currently on Earth, what scares you about space? Not, if we're changing the context of, as a human in a spaceship, what scares you about going to space? A lot of things. Rocket go boom. Radiation, is probably going to be, even if we are trying to control it, there's risks and things. Nuvilet did. Oh yeah. Skirk threw it out like a pet. Yeah, that I remember. But like before that point, we beat up on it, right? But yeah, that was Nuvilet, I guess. Traveling to see a spaceship launch in person? Yeah, I have considered. I considered it for the Artemis launch, but there was like this Artemis 2 launch got pushed back, right, to today. The problem is they're always like scheduled, and it's just like hopefully we launch now, and plane tickets usually aren't refundable. So I could be like, okay, schedule a plane ticket, go try to see it, and then oh, it gets pushed back. I guess I'm flying back, and then I get to buy another plane ticket. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too budgetary conscious. I hope I'll probably see one eventually in my lifetime. I don't know when I'm going to go though. Maybe I should have tried to see this one. I did have a consideration when like there was some when it seemed more solid that it was likely that the launch was going to happen today. So last week I did briefly consider it, but I don't even have a car to drive to the airport properly right now. I'd have to like, man, it would just be an Uber. It wouldn't be that big a deal. But anyways, child was holding it off. Right, I see. So yes, I don't know. I would love to see one in person. I just don't know when, because they're logistically weird to figure out going out to see from where I live. There's not any launches happening near where I live, so it's got to be planned around and likely involves buying multiple plane tickets and knowing that I just have to eat the cost. Also, there's other people who'd be doing the same thing, so I assure you that plane tickets to that, like to Florida and whatever, would be more expensive than normally. So yeah, anyways. What else is in the area? Florida? Alligators, people that are half insane, sorry, the Everglades, which have a lot of invasive species, but overall is a pretty cool place. I don't actually, where's Cape Kennedy exactly? Maps. Make sure I don't actually show you my address, but yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. It's near Orlando. Like, that's something, I guess. I think Disneyland is there. Yay. That's what I like the idea of. I don't know. I'm not saying I couldn't find something to do in Florida. The most interesting thing to me would definitely be going to the Everglades, but Everglades are not exactly nearby. So the reason I go to Florida is that's where my GF is. Yeah, that's a good excuse. That's a good excuse. Orlando's really theme park central. Yeah, they're not exactly my thing. I would be against it going to be invited with someone. That's the kind of thing, like, if someone else is really enthused, I would love going there if someone else is really enthused about going to a theme park. I wouldn't care about it that much myself, but if I'm with someone that really enjoys it, I would get more enjoyment out of it, kind of thing, right? So, only thing that can go wrong is the rocket. I mean, that's not the only thing. Pretty certain the top astro engineers are working NASA is the best possible rocket we can have. I mean, yeah, but I think there's a lot of complicated factors that are like, you can predict a lot of things, but like the Challenger disaster, the Challenger tragedy happened, like the Challenger tragedy was bad, and that was a number of mistakes were made there, right? But still, a number of the best astro engineers in the planet are probably working on that too, right? So I don't know. Anyways, Space itself isn't. Yeah, I was again. I wasn't talking about rocket launches. I was talking about more generalizations. I was asking about why people are scared of space. So, I'm not talking about the fear for the astronauts themselves, and the fear of the rocket exploding is different than what I was talking about. I'm talking about, again, what people on Earth. What are you scared about space? Which I didn't see anyone say they were scared of anything in particular. Anyways. Every time a mistake happens, we learn from them? Yeah, of course. That's why we need to do more manned missions to the moon, though. Because if we want to do more missions to the moon, we need to make mistakes to learn what not to do. And hopefully we can just be making mistakes from now on that are like, oh, in hindsight, that could have been a problem. Let's not do that next time. We're lucky it wasn't a problem. That's the ideal kind of mistake. Rather than the everyone dies mistakes. But I think space is terrifying. Yeah, what about it? That's what I was asking. Like, what about it makes it terrifying to you? Is it just like the vast expanse of nothingness? Deadly spaceship accident back in 2003. That's the Challenger. I believe it's Challenger, right? Wait, Challenger was way... Well, no. Fuck. Challenger was 1986. What the fuck was 2003? Oh, Columbia. Columbia was the... Okay. Columbia was the one I was actually thinking of. Challenger was older. I forget. Yeah. My bad. The Columbia was the one in my brain that I was thinking of. But Challenger is the older one. Yeah. Sorry, that's why I got them completed in my head when you said 2003. So I thought I was talking about that one. Columbia, Challenger, my bad, both Gamma C. So, space, the parts that make space scary also make it interesting. Yeah, I don't know. At some, like, to be clear, I've had like plenty of like existential thoughts on like the scale of the universe and whatever some time ago, and I still have those on occasion, but they're not like fear. They're just like, wow, that's interesting, and it's wild what thinking about what my place and what our place is as humans in this little planet might have and all that. So this infinitely large empty space scares me akin to thalassophobia, which I also have. Sure, I feel like I have more thalassophobia by far. Like, I get thalassophobia because like I have felt that in the sense that like when I've gone into like deep lakes even that are like 20 feet of water underneath me, and it's like dark water that I can't see down, and I'm just like, yeah, there's things down there. There's things below me going on, and I might also, I don't know, get bonked on the head and then drown in something, whatever. I don't know. Like but like it's the presence of things and the fact that there is risk to me that makes like the ocean terrifying. Space doesn't have anything inherently, when I am not in it, at least, that scares me, right? So from a perspective of Earth, right, it's not scary to me. Yeah, I think the ocean is way scarier than space. Yeah, personally. Challenger going up, Columbia going down. There we go. So, Columbia had issues during their landing. Some piece of the spaceship fell off during takeoff, which lead to the deadly consequences on their flight back to Earth. Yeah. Deep water is horrifying. Yeah. The idea of looking in a given direction, not seeing anything, but if you look in a given direction in space, you will find something. Is generally speaking what we have found. I have you heard it, like, with the Hubble Deep Field is probably the generic example still even today. Also the James Webb version of the Hubble Deep Field, right? being in space, sure. Like, there's vast amounts of nothing around. Yeah, I get you. But again, in space is a different context from on Earth to me. That's why. Maybe I'm just better at separating contexts, and or worse, or I'm worse at envisioning myself in that actual context. I can't teleport myself into space in my brain without imagining how I would get there in the first place in a way that would make me concerned about things, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, I just feel like I'm gonna feel a giant fish drag me down. Yeah, those thoughts inevitably popped in my head with deep water. Everything is inconceivably far away to a point it's basically not there. It's also not. I mean, there are a lot of things in space that are inconceivably far away that they're basically not there. But then, I think it's also exaggerated in the way that we talk about it sometimes. In how, one, the reason that things are so far away is because the universe has existed for a while and it's expanding. So things are just getting farther away from each other over time. But there was a time when everything was much closer. And secondarily, what being close actually means is much more wishy-washy than I think a lot of people maybe realize when they're talking about how far things away are. The best, most recent popular example would of course be talking about Project Hail Mary. In the case, this movie and the book as well, where the star that they go to is 40 Eridani, and that is 11, it's about 12, it's 12 light years away from Earth, right? So the distance light takes to travel in 12 years, which is an unfathomable distance, like, right? It's absolutely crazy, and how much nothing there is between that, right? Except that is only from the reference frame of someone on Earth. From the reference frame of the person actually traveling, Ryland Grace, the main character in this case, from the reference frame of him traveling to there, he actually only experienced about 4 years of time. Right, like, and as you continue accelerating closer, and if you continue accelerating in this hypothetical context where you had like something like astrophage, and in the context of sci-fi, right? So an energy source that is much better than energy sources we currently have, where you could keep on just accelerating. The longer you can keep on accelerating, the closer you can get to the speed of light, the more you can actually like if the expansion of the universe weren't a problem, you could feasibly, like with astrophage existing, you could definitely reach anywhere in the Milky Way galaxy or Andromeda, because Andromeda is coming towards us. You could reach anywhere, or probably our local group, I imagine. Anyway, sorry. You could probably reach anywhere around us, which is a vast, vast number of places. It's everything you can see in the sky and much, much more. You could reach in a human lifetime. Right? Like, there's actually a vast amount out there that, given a problem that might be solvable in the future, might not. I don't know. Things might be smaller than you think for the amount of things out there, I feel like. Because that's the amazing thing to me, is how much shit is out there. The amount of shit out there far outweighs the relevance of the relative distances between them. You don't want to visit Mars, Book of Light. I mean, the ability to get to Mars is always going to be pretty slow because it's not far. Mars is far away, but not far enough away for like relativistic flight to have that much of an effect. Like, to be clear, much better energy propulsion sources could get us to Mars in, you know, a month rather than 8 years it would take with current technology or whatever. But anyways, saddest thing, the observable universe keeps shrinking with time. Shrinking? I mean, expanding? Oh, you mean, sorry. Observable, yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Because the observable universe is shrinking with time because there's things that are expanding out inside of the, into the unobservable universe. Sure, yes. We can gather less and less data with time, and that's sad because data with time will be smarter and better. I don't know. But, like, I don't know, a side effect of how reality works is that we also can see the past. Because what was the past for somewhere else that's far away is today for us. Like, we can literally see back in time because of how the universe works. I think that's cool as fuck. But and the amount of time, to be clear, that will pass relative to our ability, we advance technologically. Our ability to observe the universe will be better far faster than the rate of expansion of the universe. The expansion of the universe is not that much of a problem from the time scale of how we progress. On the trillion years later level, like, it's not going to take us a trillion years to do certain things. But there is the fact that even if we had, you know, relativistic, the ability to travel at relativistic speeds, where that becomes a meaningful factor. But then, like, while we could reach anywhere, like, close by to us because of the expansion of the universe, it would be a lot more difficult to... We definitely couldn't reach certain things that are, like, currently in the observable universe, but too far away. Like, if they would just be outside of the range because they would be moving far enough away from us, but that by the time we try to move towards them, they're just not reachable. But, like, I don't know. There's so many other things to see that I don't know if it matters. Right now, at least, I guess. Maybe that'll matter to humans 100,000 years from now if we colonize the entirety of the fucking Milky Way galaxy. And that's, to be clear, on an asterisk of I don't want humans to colonize the Milky Way galaxy if the Milky Way galaxy is filled with life. The moment we detect life on another fucking planet, that planet should not be a planet humans are allowed to set foot on. That is a hardline take I fucking have as far as, like, I hope humanity can adopt that law and agree with each other that we should not dare set foot on planets. Only robots should be sent to planets that have life on them. If we find out there's fucking life on the moon, we should not be sending humans to the moon. That's my take. But anyways, think we'll ever be able to leave our universe? No. Or galaxy? I mean, yes. That's theoretically possible if we have a solvable energy source. Will humanity leave the galaxy? Depends if you count. Does a physical human have to leave the galaxy? Will we ever leave the galaxy? As will we ever send, like, something up, a probe outside of the galaxy? Yes, I think we will, but we're inventing the Omnitrix, yeah. Kluge, they colonize us instead. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, we deserve a taste of our own medicine. We should be colonized by other species before we colonize the yeah, no, I don't know. Will humanity ever leave the galaxy? I think it's possible. I don't think we'll leave the galaxy on a level of we will inhabit other galaxies, basically. Ever, most likely, unless there's some things that we fundamentally, which there very well likely are, many things we fundamentally don't understand about the rules of the universe that maybe are not, maybe there are things we have not learned that allow us more freedom than we expect, but it seems to be, we will probably not likely leave the galaxy for the most part. We can almost assuredly, in humanity's far future, if we don't destroy ourselves, blah 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 blah, many asterisks, we can almost assuredly at least go to Andromeda. Again, Andromeda's coming to us, and I'm willing to bet we could reach Andromeda before it even merges with our galaxy, to be clear. So, anyways, Aliens see us and go, nope, relocate to another planet. That'd be a respectable decision. I think some of the funniest theories for like the universe is actually teeming with life. Why don't we observe any evidence of that? Is that like aliens actively don't want to talk with humans because of something about the way humans are. The nice explanation is that like aliens like alien species that have a policy of like not interacting with like new intelligent species that are still like taking their time becoming themselves. And then the sad explanation is more just there's something inherently shitty about us. So they're just like, nope. But at least they're nice enough to let us fuck ourselves and not, you know, destroy our planet or something. That's cool. Figure out wormholes? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Seems unlikely, but maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Space is cool. Astronomy is cool. Yeah, I don't know. Sci-fi acting within the bounds of reality, like Project Hail Mary, is also cool. Anyways. I should go back to school. I am considering it. I'm not gonna lie. I am considering it. More strongly. I just don't know what I want to focus on. That's always been the problem for me. Aliens are 4D. That could be why. That could be an explanation. Aliens exist in a different spatial dimension and we just lack the ability to perceive it. Chances are we would have seen some observable effect of that though, to be clear. But who knows? Who knows? Humanity, so robots and drones are included? Okay. If we're including robots and drones, like humanity in general leads the galaxy, absolutely. Assuming we don't destroy ourselves and if we gain the ability to leave our star system in the first place, which seems like a matter of inevitability as long as we don't kill ourselves and we figure out ourselves as a species that as long as we get to a point where like our species values at least the idea of, because there's like some significant points to get over before we can become a species that like tries to make things that could allow us to expand out of our star system, I feel like. But assuming we can get past the point of spreading out of our star system, I think it's inevitable that we would also then start sending, you know, probes and whatever out of the galaxy, because it is much more feasible to think of the potential. Like, imagine we could build a tiny little camera, which we already have. But imagine a tiny little camera, tiny little thing. And then, how much energy does it take to accelerate that to relativistic speeds compared to an actual human with a massive ship around it? Just accelerate a tiny. So I'm just saying cameras, and like that's the probe. We send a tiny little probe that takes much less energy to accelerate to relativistic speeds per se. It's more feasible, I feel like, that we have a way to accelerate something like that relativistically than something else. Although there is, you know, theoretical ways of like, you could, when time is on your side, if time is no question, you could, you know, attach a solar sail to said like tiny camera. So it's a giant solar sail that is humongous, and it's all to like accelerate a tiny little mass, and you're just adding energy into it continually over time, adding energy, and after a billion years it is going at relativistic speeds. Like, given enough time, we will be able to send probes outside of the galaxy. So camera can't send information back faster than C, so back to square one. I mean, that just means it takes as long. Look, if it takes a billion years to reach Andromeda, and it takes a billion years to send the information back, that just means it took 2 billion years to get the information, yo. That's fine. That's just how it be. That's just how it be, yo. That just means we should start now rather than later. The real problem logistically is the fact that if we send out that hypothetical probe now, it might be pointless to send out now when 100 years from now we end up developing the technologies to send out said same hypothetical probe. And it might be able to observe the same exact things, like not even the ability to observe new information has grown, but just the ability to accelerate the thing that is doing the observing. We have a better way of doing that. Like if we can accelerate something twice as fast in 100 years, it is much better just to wait the 100 years to accelerate the thing twice as fast, rather than to send the thing out accelerating half as slow 100 years early. Because that 100 years is nothing, is absolutely nothing on the scale of how much time it's going to take to get to the places that are far away in the first place. Which is a problem I think we have, to be clear, with considering the logistics of sending out, say, a probe to an exoplanet. Where, like, we have exoplanets that are known to be around star systems that are relatively close by to Earth. Like, close by in the sense that there are stars that are close to our star, or they're in our neighborhood, they're our neighbors, but they're still far away. And we could try to send something there, but it's not simple to do that in the first place. And the time it would take to do that, may be better to just wait and whatever. Because we'll get better ways to do that. So it's kind of, but which is a little bit of a chicken and egg problem. I feel like maybe that's not the right metaphor, but you know what I mean. In that, like, if we're just forever waiting for better technology that can whatever. But I don't know. Fundamentally, it's just if there is some kind of breakthrough in an energy source, is what it really needs. Yes, the energy problem is inherent. The bigger problem for our ability to do things in space is energy. Is energy to leave celestial bodies, both the Earth right now and then other celestial bodies in the future. And then the ability to traverse the distances, because the more energy we have, the more you can do. And then most other problems, for the most part, outside of what we would care about, at least for like a long, long while. At least what we would care about for a long, long while, the other problems kind of fall away once the energy problem is solved. So, anyways, like the future of humanity and Iridians at the end of Project Hail Mary is actually very bright. Even though the planet got close to everyone dying, humanity came out of it with an energy source that could provide free energy for everyone on the entire planet easily, and provide the ability for humanity to expand beyond and investigate any number of things. Like, after like astrophage are made, you can start sending out probes fucking everywhere, and you could get within a few years, you could start getting like high resolution footage of every fucking planet nearby, and it'd take many more years to get planets not nearby, but energy truly is the main problem. I agree. I'll start working on the camera and call it DD Cam. Perfect. Speaking of DD Cam, this has been a long stream. I need to end the stream. Too much space yapping. Sorry. It was a good distraction. Let me give you we've had not much DD content. Let me go find the creature. BRB. And then we'll end the stream. Come up with cryo sleep? I mean, yeah. I don't think that... Like, cryo sleep is like the hypothetical of like, what if we could just suspend ourselves for 7,000 years and then we could just be on a ship for 7,000 years in cryo sleep? Yes. But... Is that priority number one versus energy source? I don't know if it is. You just send AIs? No, fuck. No, fuck that. There you go. If you can reach the speed where relativity starts being a factor, you can just go. Yes, but we're not anywhere near the point where we can do that. Once we can, that opens up a lot of options, yes. I'm sure there's like particular breakpoints that people that are smarter than me have in mind for like, yep, we have the ability to do this. And there's potentially ways that we have of even reaching that with things that are much more reasonable than people might even realize, but just take time and like humans committing to doing it. Like one thing that helps problems significantly is if we had a more meaningfully, and this is part of the reason of like setting up bases on the moon or whatever, but if we had the ability to like more meaningfully and economically viably build things in orbit, if you're building something that's already in orbit, that significantly reduces the energy. This is why like concepts like space elevators are a thing too. But yeah, anyways, blah, blah, blah. I was answering stars. I kind of figured. Anyways, I hope the DD looked like he was about to sneeze, and hopefully his new medication helps him. But thanks for joining the stream. Theater was fun. It was a long stream. Hopefully, it might not be a video tomorrow because I might need to prioritize finishing something else, but we'll see. Video soon, at least. Bye-bye. Wait, I should go. Need more funding? I agree. I agree. Also nice, you have a NASA icon.